Yeah. Light had a little mental breakdown his last live. I'm going to play that. It's kind of disturbing. It's kind of disturbing. So, but I'm going to do some other things I've been trying to do. I'm in the backyard, got some daylight. So, I'm going to read a chapter out of 3 books. Big, every time I go live, chapter each time. As long as it's light outside. Okay. There's a lot going on in the world. You know how I do. Like to play some stuff. So child support, man, that's crazy for crazy how some guys gotta pay and ain't their kid and they had nothing to do with their name being on the child support. So let's start with that right off the back. All right. Let's go with that. Let's hide that. And how was the audio here? Shit. How was the audio? All right. Let's go with that. Let's hide that. Oh, the audio's low. Oh boy. All right. And how was the audio here? Shit. How was the audio? All right, give me a second to fix the audio. Let me go get my device. You dig? Hold on. Let's hide that. Oh, the audio's low. Oh boy. All right. And how was the audio here? Shit. How was the audio? All right, give me a second to fix the audio. Let me go get my device. You dig? Hold on. Let's hide that. Oh, the audio's low. Oh boy. All right. And how was the audio here? Give me a second to log in with my other device. I'm gonna get started. All right. Eight, 5, 3, 1, 3, 6, 4, 6, 4, 2, 8, 0, 7. All right. So now which one is this? Which one is this? Oh. All right, let's see if the audio is better now. Mic check. All right, let's see if the audio is better now. All right, it's better. All right, so let's start the first video. Once I can do shit. All right. Check this out right here. Crazy. You know, I'm gonna go with this one. This one's better. Paying for a kid that's not yours. Interesting. Like, it got to be a better way.
Now to at 10, News Channel 3 getting to the bottom of a burning question one Memphis man has been trying to answer for years. Why is Shelby County Juvenile Court forcing him to pay for a child that is not biologically his? What's even more unusual, he says the judges at Juvenile Court have an idea who the real father is.
Yet they're still demanding he pay up. Now he's turning to On Your Side investigator Stephanie Skurlock for help.
All right, all you conspiracy theorists, there you go. This is homework for you. You can better serve your community, your country, your state, your city if you follow. Here's a lead. Here's a lead. All the fathers that's paying child support or being ordered to pay child support for a kid that's not theirs took a DNA test or took whatever test, and it shows that they're not the dad, and they're still forced or ordered to pay. There you go. Here's a story for you guys. You can work on this and you can actually do good. You'll have support, real time support. You think they'll go for this bait? No. Yeah, that's why I know some of these guys are just mentally slow. Right? They got an illness. There's something right here, and you will actually be championed as a hero for doing something positive. Make it for providing this awareness to the masses, where more people rally and they can. This is called a redress. They can redress it and try it over, or whatever the proper terms are. But this is the awareness you want to bring to the masses, because you got some black women lawyers who took on some of these cases pro bono because they felt like, what the hell's going on here? So like that's how much people really would be concerned and interested in these stories if they was made aware of them. People don't know these exist.
Talk show TV makes millions off the catchphrase, "You are not the father." But the reality in Memphis is just because you're not the daddy doesn't mean Shelby County Juvenile Court won't make you pay.
I was down there in handcuffs and chains.
Over the years, Edward Bowdery had his driver's license stripped and once even found himself in handcuffs over child support payments for a child that's not his.
I would hate to see somebody else go through the same thing. I've been going through this. Headaches.
This mound of paperwork shows a juvenile court judge ordered him to pay child support even before the birth.
I didn't do a voluntary acknowledgement.
Hey, yo, is that normal? Is that even legal to pay child support before? I maybe that doesn't seem too illogical or too insane. Possibly, I don't know. It's probably legal, but probably not normal, I'm thinking.
I didn't sign the birth certificate. All I knew is we legitimated the child in your name.
Bowdery asked several judges during several hearings for a DNA test, but no judge ordered one.
I said, how did I even get put on child support? And I never said this was my child. And they said, again, this is not what we're here for.
In 2009, he took the child himself to get a DNA test and found the son he'd supported for years was not biologically his.
So he'd been paying for years to a kid that's not his son. Come on. This is what I mean by accountability, not for him, but for the people who supports the mother of the child, knowing full well he's not the father. Had her doubts. This is years. She's looking at the child. She's looking at him. She knows there's zero resemblance, right? That could be the lookership test. But if he's contesting, right, the possibility or what she suspects, allegedly, at least on paper, that he's the father, that, you would think that a woman with integrity and some moral standards would be like, all right, let's get this over with. Let's go to the downtown or wherever they got to go to do a DNA test, because he's staying with the story that he's not the dad, and I think he is. So let's just get this out the way. Nope. Like these bum dog women, like some of them that do stuff like this, like everybody knows, like this is terrible. But getting accountability. So this is when men will call out men. Men, we call out R. Kelly, we call out Bill Cosby, we call out Deshaun Watson, we call out the men who messes up in our community, right? Or not just our community, just represent us as far as ethnicity. We call them out on what they did wrong. We say, nah, we oust them. We need the women to do the same thing. Like certain behaviors need to be ousted. and having men pay child support for a kid that's not theirs. I mean, come on. And then especially after he showed you the DNA test results. Like, yo, it's not my kid. And she still is receiving checks. That's a bum dog woman, man. There's no way else to explain that. But the story continues.
He took the documentation to court. The judge wouldn't accept it, but ordered a new DNA test done that showed the same results. Probability of paternity, 0%.
They never did do what they were originally supposed to do, which was give me the opportunity to take a DNA test. I was just a voice not being heard, so I guess I needed a choir.
Juvenile court magistrate Nancy Kessler agreed in October to allow Bowery to disestablish paternity, but only after, he says, she admonished him for taking it this far.
The judge stated that, well, I find it very distasteful that you're bastardizing a child.
The judge.
All right. My speculation, my personal opinion. You dig? It's one of those religious judges, right? Pro-life, you know, putting their personal feelings in their rulings. You know, she put you down as a kid, as a child's father, and she don't have a father, and that's gonna be you, because we want to see this kid with a father. I mean, but it's not like he's even in the household. It's one thing if he's like in the family and they try to make it work. I mean, I just don't know how. Like, the dude is saying, I want no dealings with this circus at all. I'm good. Leave me alone. I'm going my way. But so I can't even see it from the other standpoint I was just mentioning. I'm trying to give it a logical reason why this is happening. Maybe the judge was pro-life and into the family structure, but he's not in the family. Like, he don't want to deal with the circus at all. So like this is, but again, conspiracy theorists, stupid niggas in my chat. Here you go, right here. Take this, run with it, and bring awareness to it. Just like they brought awareness to the Fair Sentencing Act, right? They brought awareness to the unfair, the disproportionately ratio with the crack and cocaine, right? That got challenged and struck down. Wrongful convictions, right? They allowed them wrongful sentence, whatever act that was, right? So this could be an act too, where it'll make it easier for dads to get out of this hellhole of this obligation to pay child support to a kid that's not theirs, losing their freedom basically. Because you can go to jail, you owe so much debt, your credit is screwed up, you know, your checks are garnished, probably resulting to life of crime, your license suspended, you know, all those factors we got to think about.
Stop the child support going forward, but Bowery still has to pay $460 a month to the mother in back pay. He doesn't believe he should have to pay anything. In fact, he believes someone owes him money, the $30,000 he's already paid. Administrators at juvenile court.
Exactly, Alexis. You know, I don't fault any mother who doesn't really know, right? Or she really genuinely believes, okay, I might have had an affair or two, but I believe you're the child's father because you are the one who I was most active with, right? That's reasonable. That's logical. I don't have a problem with that. And she's saying, yo, until proven otherwise, I'm putting you down the birth certificate as a father because you are the one male, the one man who has the most, you know, the percentage is higher with you because I've been most active with you. You know, a woman knows, a man knows who they're sleeping with, right? And how often. So maybe she had a weekend fling every month. So that's 12 times a year. If they did it twice, the 24 times for the year. But you living with her, you got access, you know, so let's say 200 times. So you got 200 times or 100 times compared to 24 times. Of course, you're going to favor the 100 times. So I get it if she genuinely believes, like, okay, it got to be this guy because I was more active with this guy. And until the results come in, then she might say, okay, all right, well, let's go a different direction. But in this case, this was not the case. And you'll hear the ending. Watch this.
Court denied our request for an interview on this case, saying it's not appropriate to comment about rulings. What are the chances of him getting its money back?
It is very unusual and very infrequent.
Family lawyer Miles Mason says in a similar case, the Tennessee Supreme Court ruled a man in Middle Tennessee could sue his ex-wife for fraud. He got a $100,000 judgment.
There was a very
I wonder what race he was, by the way. The one that got the judgment for $100,000. He got some money back. I wonder what his race was.
very large judgment awarded against the mother, but I doubt it would be likely that they would be able to collect in most cases.
This bill is simple, that a person who is proven not to be the biological father.
State Representative G.A. Hardaway says he's heard from a number of fathers in his district who were like Bowdery. He introduced a bill letting them file civil lawsuits against the biological fathers, but it never made it out of committee.
To a degree.
Which I think is reasonable, right? I like that they get to go after the biological father the same way the mother would be able to, but it didn't get past the committee. Like, again, all lives matter, Black lives matter, but father lives don't matter as much, apparently.
Justice needs to be served. I think it needs to be a totally different, a new law or something.
The question many people might ask, why is Bowdery still paying back pay to the child's mother? Well, we're told by law, the new judge he's dealing with can't undo another judge's ruling. For the On Your Side investigators, Stephanie Skurlock, WREG News, Channel 3.
Yeah, so they say a judge can't undo another judge's ruling. I get that. I don't know if that's always the case because I got to look through this book again. But maybe, according to Michelle Alexander in her book, bestseller book, The New Jim Crow, one judge, I got to go get her book because from my understanding, from my recollection, one Black judge refused to sentence a Black male for the mandatory minimum sentence for this small quantity of crack cocaine possession. So the brother was released, probation, whatever, and another judge came right after him, according to what I can remember in her book, and retried him and gave him the original sentence according to the law, the 100-to-1 crack and cocaine ratio, and put him away for like many, many years. So I got to look back and see if I remember that correctly. So, yeah, Alexis, that's definitely not cool. Oh, let me finish playing the video because I could have sworn she said something. The mom talked at the end. Hold on.
Family lawyers say if you're not married, get a court order declaring that you're the father, and as part of that order, get a DNA test. Don't wait. If you wait, you can wake up owing tens of thousands of dollars before you know it.
BioLife makes plant-based.
The video over, they still give me an ad. That's interesting. So I think that's the next video, right? The one I exited out. So I'm gonna go back to the video I exited out. Okay, and the mom is going to tell you why she listed him as the father. It wasn't because she actually believed he was the father. It was because ... Watch this.
In moments, he could lose his freedom.
I stayed up all night, couldn't sleep, thinking about it.
Carnell is a wanted man because he refuses to do what the state orders and to pay child support for a child that DNA tests prove isn't his. A child he doesn't even know.
I haven't even had a chance to really speak to him except for one time when we took the DNA test.
Nonetheless, right now, under the law, he's a deadbeat dad. Today, he turned himself in to the judge as ordered.
Scared because I've been before this judge before.
But this time he had attorney chair.
All right, so let me pause it because again, like this is something that's happening around the country. So again, like for my conspiracy theorists that takes fringe news, misquoted, misrepresent information, and then go left with it. Like, why not just take accurate information like this? Like, this is actually hurting individuals. It's hurting the child in the future. It's hurting the man financially and mentally. You know, this is something that you could bring awareness to, and the public could be more sympathetic. And maybe some bills and laws will be passed that something can be, remedied. But again, like for conspiracy theorists, this is too easy, and it's going to bring about a real change. So they're not going to hop on it on this case. These conspiracy, these pseudo detectives, they rather go ahead with the information that's false, and they would have pushed that in the public as though it's real. I got a friend who watches YouTube videos for like real information, real science, and he challenges everything just off YouTube videos, like straight looker shit. This looks like that, so it is. That's the way we go. Unfortunately, there's some people in this country, in this world, that goes that route, and I call them insane. That's just my personal judgment. But check this out.
Erica Harris, who volunteered to help after seeing his story on 7 Action News. The judge said he will not go to jail for today.
Thank you. Thank Ms. Harris, and hope that we can resolve this soon.
I'm just trying to help him with his future.
Though the threat of jail is on hold, it is not over. Carnell Alexander still owes more than $30,000 to the state for a child that's not his, because the mom wrote his name down because she needed to name someone in order to get welfare benefits.
All right, so she's going to actually talk. Alexis, you're new. I sent the link. I don't know if you want to join. I just want to comment, but it's on you. I normally continue with the show for a little while before I send a Zoom link, so I got other tabs to click on. Because Alexis, by the way, the way the show goes, sometimes I jump subject to subject, which I'm going to do today. So the child support, this right here is not my major subject. Like the title is my major subject. But I do touch on different topics, and they don't really link, but they're all interesting. And they're all things that we need to address, and give commentary to, like we are doing right now. So, but I do provide the Zoom link for anybody want to hop on, and there's actually a phone number that people can call in and express, their grievances or their opinions on whatever we're playing. But look at this. So this mom knew that she had just put down any name to get welfare help, welfare assistance. That's just sad.
Though the threat of jail is on hold, it is not over. Carnell Alexander still owes more than $30,000 to the state for a child that's not his, because the mom wrote his name down because she needed to name someone in order to get welfare benefits.
And I had to put him down as the father. That was the only way I can get assistance.
Now,
I'm almost home.
Now, I appreciate her honesty, by the way. Like, when people are honest, I hold them in a different category for those who are just snakes. The last woman was, can rock with her. But this woman right here, this mom was honest. Like, she was told that she got to list a name, to get welfare benefits in her state, her city, whatever. So I guess, she got to raise a kid. So she's like, all right, well, I've been having sexual activities with multiple guys, but I got to name somebody. And she gave the best candidate, I'm guessing. Somebody who actually works. It's unfortunate, but it's almost like detectives pinning two defendants against themselves, So they pretty much, in street terms, they pretty much made the mom snitch.
Homeless. I'm almost in jail. I'm out of work. My money is being threatened to be taken.
Carnell isn't just worried about how this is impacting him. He says the law needs to be changed so when this happens, as it often does, other men don't become dad by default.
We can be defaulted into being a father of a child that is not ours. I don't understand that law, but it is a law in place.
In Detroit, Kim Russell, 7 Action News.
Yeah, you would think that mother would have to pay that money back instead of him, who's not the father's child.
Nah, I don't think the mom should have to pay the money back. I think that a father should pay the money back. And I like the last video where it said that they should be able to sue the biological father for that money, because the child needs the money from, you know, the biological father. So whoever is the de facto father should be able to take the biological father to court and hold him accountable to the debt that's owed. I agree with that part. The mom shouldn't have to pay it back though. But that's how that should work. So interesting, man. Interesting. It's pretty controversial, I understand, but those are some things that's worth fighting for and making the public aware of this issue. But because I'm sure this got to affect more black men than other non-black men, because I think a law will be passed already if a lot of white American men were being held financially liable to a kid that's not theirs. I'm sure that they would have pushed and brought that awareness, as I'm suggesting, to the public, and got support and got a bill or a law passed. I'm sure that would have happened. All right, so that's unfortunate, and that's something that we can talk about, and I'll look into that a little more. I was trying to find out that, and it's really hard to, like, the question don't even seem to be, how can I say this? The question I was asking Google and YouTube doesn't seem to be even like in existence. I was trying to find out, you know, well, I guess the answer is in itself. Because I think child support stops at 18 unless the kid pursues school, right? For, you know, some type of school, college. So I think that's the answer. All right, so let me go here. Now, this is also disturbing. This is a young, I think she's a young teen. She was, she's being interrogated for a murder, a shooting that supposedly happened in her car. And Alexis, I'm not sure if you're here when I try to inform us of our constitutional rights when we're contacted by the law, you know, the things you should do and shouldn't do. And this is one case, right, that we're looking at where you shouldn't talk at all. Because, I mean, the only way I can ride with somebody talking, if they're just 100% innocent and they have like, damn, I'm lost words. They have proof of their whereabouts, you know, phone records or camera footage, you know, of their whereabouts. That's the only way I can like ride with somebody who's talking in these rooms. But if you are a suspect, and let's say if you're not actually the culprit, but you was around and you know something, talking, you know, unless you're going to snitch. Again, the only way you're going to be off the radar if you actually were around the real suspects. The only way you'll be let out is to snitch on the suspects. So that's why if you know something and you know you're around, it's better to not talk at all. Just get out of there, you know, or get arrested, get charged right then and there. I mean, the only option is to snitch. If you are really around and you know something, you got to either tell what you know to go home, or you're probably gonna get charged anyway. Or they might let you go anyway. Who knows? But you got to roll the dice and say I ain't talking, because all they want to hear is you snitch. That's it. They don't want to hear nothing else. So right, Alexis. So I try to share information on civics as much as I can on my channel. So after I play this right here, I'm going to go into police officers often racial profile, and not just racial profile, just profile in general, because they pull over Hispanics, they pull over white people, they pull over everybody in like high drug trafficking highways, right? They pull over everybody, especially if you got a rental car. You got a rental car, you on high alert to get pulled over. So they really just profile. But of course, if you are black, you are definitely going to be pulled over more than anybody that's non-black for those same suspicions. But what's interesting is that they'll tell the person, hey, I pulled you over because you did 2 miles over the speed limit, right? 2 more miles per hour over the speed limit. The speed limit is 75, you did 77. And then they'll ask your license registration, and then they'll attempt to talk to you. I mean, like small conversation, where you're going, where you're coming from. Again, if you're totally innocent, I don't think that's going to hurt you. If you're telling them the truth. Yeah, I just came from Wawa, I got some coffee and headed back to the home with my kids. Like, that's not really a big deal, right? Don't be, I don't think that's a big deal. But when they start asking you specific details of what you do in Wawa, what time you got there, how often you go there, like those things, you want to just say, officer, you pulled me up for speeding. Yeah. What are we doing here? Am I getting a ticket, or you gonna let me go? Because I would just rather deal with that. I don't want to deal with anything else. I think that's fair just to say that at that point. Like, don't go into an all-out full conversation, because they're only talking to you. They're trained in their academy, in certain classes after the academy. They're trained to just trip you up with questions. Okay, so listen, nothing you say is gonna make their suspicions go away. They already profiled you, and they're just trying to get you to express body reactions. They're trying to, because what you're going to see is they'll say, "Can I search your car?" And you're going to say, "Nah, I'm pulled up for speeding. Give me a speeding ticket. You can't search my car." And they'll say, "Okay, no problem," and they'll walk away and radio a K9 for no reason, and then the K9 will just sniff your car, right? And sometimes it alert drugs, sometimes it doesn't. But the fact that they just can just profile you and just get a K9 to sniff your car, I thought that got to be illegal. That got to be a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. So I looked into it, right? And I said, how is that possible? When can they not go get a dog? And you're going to be disturbed when you find out when they cannot go get a dog, when they can get a dog, and when the dog's findings can actually hold up in court. So that's going to be interesting. So, but let me first play this interrogation real fast. I thought this was interesting. God body. Hey, Mitch. Hey, say peace to Alexis. She's actually new here, but she seems like she's very informative on said subject. So I'm going to play this interrogation, a little bit of it. And, listen, like I said, lawyer up if you can. I don't know. I believe I've seen these interrogations admissible in court. So listen, man, if you do talk with the video, like, you gotta go through the motions, man. Like, if you are trying to go home and get an acquittal, you might want to show remorse. You might want to show signs of stress, because white people, when they commit a crime or they're a major suspect, I watch all those crime investigation, channels. I'm an ID member. You dig? And crime, the cold case files, all that. Even Criminal Minds and CSI Miami. I do all that. Law and Order. I probably watch every Law and Order episode except for the last 2 years. Before then, I was caught up. Even X-Files I used to watch. But anyway, my point is, when white people are suspects to a crime, when they're being interrogated, they will show their acting skills like a mug. Or how they just so remorseful. It can't be me. I'm crying. Oh my God. Because then they can't use that in court, because the jury is going to sympathize with you. Like, nah, she ain't guilty. He ain't guilty, because he was crying. He just spilling all out. But somehow when we are suspected and we might be guilty, we be so calm and cordial, almost like a serial killer. Like, we just don't show any emotions, no feelings. And we are facing heavy charges. This woman is told she's talking to homicide detectives, and her reaction is, okay. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go back and show you. Because she kept, when they had her hair long as hell, by the way. And she kept banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door. And watch this.
I got her. You go to the bathroom.
Can you talk to me?
Yeah, we're coming in right now. My partner's going to the bathroom. You gotta go to the bathroom beforehand?
I would rather talk to you right now.
Okay, we're gonna come right here and come talk to you, okay?
What I'm here for?
We're going to sit down and explain to you, but I told you before what we do. So, you're here for a murder investigation.
A what?
Murder investigation.
What do I have to do?
I'm talking in a minute. But she's going to the bathroom to come in.
Can you just start talking?
Yeah, God body. That's facts. This constant community shit. I'm trying to get away from that and get like real, genuine viewers who just unbiased and just new and open to different subjects without a strong opinion on certain subjects. You dig? And not willing to budge at all, no matter how wrong they are. So he just let her know that this is a murder investigation. And you heard her response. It was like, okay, what they got to do with me? Like, yo, if I'm called into question, I know everybody is listening right now. If you are innocent, I don't care if it was a Walgreens, Walmart theft investigation, we gonna bug out when we hear that. Yo, so why am I here? Oh, nah, there's some theft going on in Walmart. Oh, no, hell no, nigga, give me a lawyer. Nah, I'm out of here. I got nothing to do with that. We ain't gonna be like, okay. Like her response was so just like nonchalant. It was just like, nah, what they got to do with me? A murder case. We're talking about your life is over, basically. You're getting out when she's 18, 17, she's a teenager. That means you're getting out possibly 40, and your reputation is gone. You coming out as a murder, ex-murder convict, whatever they call them. You dig? Yo, you gotta, even if you did do it or you think you might have been with somebody who did it, you gotta get on your actor skills at this point. What? Hell nah. You know what I mean? Come on, like don't make it easy for them. Because they're gonna show this in court if they can and show how, look, she gotta be the killer. I told her I watched some shows where they did that. They played in front of the jury, like, look, I told her she's a murder suspect, and look at her attitude. Really? That's not common for somebody who's innocent and they're being charged with murder or being suspected as a murderer. So you heard, let me go back so you see it again. He told her. Okay. Watch this.
I got her. You go to the bathroom.
Can you talk to me?
Yeah, we're coming in right now. My partner's going to the bathroom. You got to go to the bathroom beforehand?
I would rather talk to you right now.
Okay, we're gonna come right here and come talk to you, okay?
What I'm here for?
We're gonna sit down and explain to you, but I told you before what we do. So, you're here for a murder investigation.
A what?
Murder investigation.
What do I have to do?
I'm talking in a minute. But she's going to the bathroom to come in.
Can you just start talking?
Hey, yeah, did you see her response, man? Listen. It doesn't mean she's guilty because that's her response. It doesn't mean that. But what I'm saying is, if you're in the detective shoes, when he sees that response, don't forget they're looking for certain things, right? How hard they're gonna press you. He's gonna go back and say, "Oh yeah, we got her." So now they're gonna press you even harder. They ain't taking nothing you say now, unless it's incriminating. They are gonna press you hard, yo, because they had so many different investigations, so many different interrogations. They seen people weep and whine and cry and call for mama. You a teenager and you like, oh, murder? Okay, no problem. Yeah, so can you bring my chips that you promised me? So I'm gonna go back. So when he came in before, when he told her he was a homicide detective, I want you to see a response then. It was the same thing, like, oh, right here, because she kept banging on the door, which I understand because they had her there for a long time and nobody's coming to check on her, and it's freezing. You see, she got her hands in her shirt, they got her freezing. You know, white people like the cold air, and we people that's black, that like we mind that. We want it to be a little like room temperature. So check this out.
How are you doing? You go to the bathroom or anything?
I'm ready to talk.
Oh boy.
Enjoy stepping out and digging in.
Oh yeah, and so watch your piece. Yeah, right. Hey yo, listen, man. You can accuse me of sometimes we like, I don't know about you guys, but one time I was shopping at a grocery store and I couldn't fit everything in the cart. So I put something at the bottom of the cart. I'm not talking about the bottom where, because the cart, there's no bottom. The bottom, nothing's there. But I stuck something at the bottom, like an item at the bottom of the cart. So when I purchased everything, I forgot to look at the by the wheels basically. And I walked out the store, you know, bought everything. This is way before pandemic. And I was heading out and I realized like, oh shit, I didn't pay for this. But it was so, to me, it was so insignificant. It wasn't like it was Beats by Drake, you know, headset. It was like maybe, who knows, maybe what? Sanitize, I don't know. It was something that nobody was go shopping for. So I'm like, oh shit, I didn't pay for this. But I'm like, you know what? Oh well. I just bounced. You dig? That happened to me once, twice, 3 times maybe. But if I'm going to be, even with something like that, if I'm being interrogated, yo, you know why you here? Unbiased Sports. Why? Yeah, this hand sanitizer being paid for. I'm gonna be like, oh hell no! You dig? I'm still gonna react like that, regardless, even though it's insignificant and I'm not getting no real trouble. I'm still gonna wild the hell out because the fact that I'm being accused of a crime, I'm gonna wild out. You dig? So anyway, check this out.
I've been sitting here. I don't know what I'm here for. I've been sitting here forever. I'm just ready to talk to see what's going on.
We'll sit down. Come sit right over here. Let me get I'm gonna talk to the detective. You know who we are?
Yeah.
Homicide detectives?
Mm-hmm. Homicide.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just ready to talk to see what's going on.
Okay, so he said homicide detective, and that didn't do nothing for it. That would have shook my boots. If I'm innocent of something, especially her story, like the other guy's story I played, he was actually there, and I don't know, and he actually seen the guy die. She claims she didn't see anybody die. All she heard was a shooting. So if you heard nobody die, that means when you fled, you like, all right, it was a shooting. You know, nobody died. Okay, cool. You dig? We got lucky. Come on, this bee on my face. Go ahead. All right. Got a bee in my face. Oh my god. That's good. I maybe got this soda outside. Yeah, hold 1 second. Let me put this soda in the house. This bee trying to really violate me. You dig? Back. All right, so I'm back. Man, this bee was trying to violate me. All right, so he sat there and said, I'm a homicide. Oh, you'll see it right now. Look at it.
We'll sit down. Come sit right over here. Let me get I'm gonna talk to the detective. You know who we are?
Yeah.
Homicide detectives.
And let me say for the record, he said it right there. Let me back up. You know who we are? Again, if you think that you're linked to the crime, even though you might be innocent, but there's a chance they can confuse you with the actual murderer, it's not in your best interest to talk unless you're going to snitch. Okay? You shouldn't talk at all. But if you are absolutely innocent, or the word I was looking for is alibi. when you're absolutely innocent and witnesses can testify, people you were with, and you have a lock solid alibi, then you can talk to, and sometimes you get off there, they talk to you and they remove you from their list, especially when you drop the alibi on them, you dig? So I don't mind a total innocent person with a strong alibi saying a few things, you dig? Listen, I was here, I was there, was nowhere near that, and I got witnesses, my friends were with me, I never left their side, so there's no way that I can be a suspect, and you're probably got me down here just to tell you who the suspect can be, and that's not what I do. I live in a dangerous city, and as you know, that could be my life. So with that being said, I have nothing further to say. Check my alibi, and I ask for a lawyer if you want to question me further. And that's it. Now, viewers, I got a video, interesting video of a DUI stop of a person who was a white guy who was not drunk, no liquor, and a white officer aggressed him and actually lied to him. Now, he didn't fall for the bait, but the officer lied to him and actually took him downtown. The officer lied to him and told him that he has to take a field sobriety test or he's going to jail, right? That he is lawful to take one. So the driver must have watched shows like mine, was like, nah, like, cause he stood on his ground. He's like, nah, I don't think that's lawful. I don't think I could go to jail for not complying with the field sobriety test. And the officer was really adamant, like, nah, you got to. And it's all on, the police video cam. This is why I say you have to verbalize that you know the law, right? You got to verbalize, you got to express yourself verbally that, no, this is a violation of my constitutional rights. I know I ain't got to take this, because he was awarded $70,000 when he sued the city. So you act like what I'm saying is sus, but it's on you.
Let me get I'm gonna talk to the detective. You know who we are?
Yeah.
Homicide detectives?
Mm-hmm. Homicide.
Mm-hmm.
So all she said was, oh my God, look.
So can you tell me what happened? What's going on?
Someone's dead.
Who?
We'll work on that. We'll talk to that. But I tell you right now, you're talking to your mom. You gotta be honest with us.
Just what I'm.
Hold on. We'll explain that to you.
Can you explain? Now I've been here. I got slammed on, ground by the police. I've been here since.
Hey, yo, so now if a detective told us that we were taking the question for a robbery or theft or vandalism or whatever, terroristic threats, we'll freak out. But if that detective said you're being questioned for a homicide, a murder, I believe all of us are going to fall to the ground. Like, yo, you out your goddamn mind, you fool. We're going to cuss that dude out. We're going to scream. We're going to holler. We're going to shout, because you're going to think about all your loved ones, because you don't play like that. That's like somebody pulling a gun in your face and saying it's not loaded. Nah, bro, we're going to freak out and try to kill you or hurt you really badly. Like, you don't play like that. A detective don't play and say, yo, I'm a homicide detective and we got you down here for murder. We question you for murder and you're totally innocent. You're going to freak out like, yo, nah, you know what I mean? You're going to go out. As you see other people who are totally innocent of crimes. And because again, I watch a lot of ID channel and I see their interrogations, and the people who are actually innocent, when they say those words, they freak out. Okay, so anyway, but everybody we know, it's not about black people, it's Hispanics, white, Chinese, everybody who actually killed somebody, a lot of them respond like this. Like, they be like kind of like nonchalant, cordial, don't show really too much emotion. All right, so let me see what the chat talking about. All right, so here we go. Check this out.
What's your date of birth?
113 next week.
So they're gonna ask standardized questions just to kind of relax her, get her comfortable. They do this. Where this practice is done at? Where they ask you. When you take a lie detector test. I forgot what the actual legal term was. Like, they ask you truthful statements first. They say, so what's your date of birth? How old are you? How many dollars you got? And as you answering truthfully, the thing is reading you. So it knows that. So now it has a rhythm. It knows your vibes when you're being honest. Okay. So when they ask you about the crime they're alleging or suspecting that you're involved with, when you're still answering honestly, those vibes, that needle is still the same, like the vibe's still the same. It still flows like that. like you're still being honest, like it was about your name. But the minute they ask you a tough question, like a shocking question, they can see a change. And that doesn't mean that you're actually lying, but at the very least, they'll see a change. They say, okay, this question bothers this person. You dig? And if it goes a certain way, I don't know if it's low or high. I don't know. I don't do this shit. But whichever way it goes, low or high, if you're actually lying or your heart beeping. So basically, I think your heart rate increases, makes it either jump high or jump low. I will suspect high. And for them, that means you're panicking and you got something in the high, and they suspect that is, and they circle that question. Okay, this person is possibly lying about this question right here. You dig? So a polygraph test, I think it's called.
O2, you said?
So they relax you with simple, truthful questions, non-condemning, alleging, and no accusations, and it just, lullaby you to sleep, and then they hit you. Watch.
What school have you go to?
Jones, but I'm supposed to be going to Cookman. I graduated
Bethune?
from Jones.
Okay. What do you?
Little birdie told me you're going to the military.
Yeah, I'm going to the military too, but next year.
What?
All right, so you're gonna hate me for this right here. I believe that parents, if you see your kids are being troublesome at very early ages, let's say 10, 11, 12, 13, and your parenting skills, right? Because society is gonna way more of an influence on your child than your household, okay? So when you see that your child is kind of troubled and your parenting skills, nothing in the home is really like influence them to the way you want them to be, I think you should start directing your kid to the path of the military, okay? Where they can learn certain things about life and discipline and order. Okay, now parents get crazy when you say military, but think about this though. When your kid joins a gang, like that's the military, that's a militia, and he is no benefit. The military pays for your college, you can pursue your dreams, all type of benefits, and even if the dude has a child, like it handles that child support thing very easily, from what I know. So I really think that if you got a troubled kid, you got 3 kids and one just ain't listening, I think you start directing that kid towards preparing and directing that kid towards the military, where if they're going to be a fool and risk their lives, at least there's a benefit now, and also if let's say, the kid down the street, it's a disgraceful death. Nobody want to think about your son anymore, or your daughter, because they're dead and they died of something disgraceful, drugs or gang shootout. But when you die in the military, that's an honorable death. So, like you're remembered, you kind of like martyr in a way. So that's my advice for anybody with some kids or a kid that's like really struggling to like go on a straight and narrow path. I think the parents should start thinking about, hey, would that be again? Oh boy, this nigga right here. Now I don't like to spray bees. You dig? I don't spray bees, but this guy right here though. So anyway, I think that's the alternative. Like, don't wait until your kid is 17, 16, where they just like nothing will influence them, and now they just gang ridden. They just all about the gang, and that's it. Ain't no army. But I really think people should start looking towards Black people should start looking toward the military as a safe option for their kids. But that's just the way I look at it. Military life insurance, exactly. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's better than your kid dying a dishonorable death. So your kid could die an honorable death in the military, serving the country, with like life insurance, all type of benefits, and the way their view is like respected forever. My son, my daughter died in the military, or in service on active duty. Like the response you're gonna get is like, oh, okay, wow, that's respect. Or you could say this, yeah, my kid died in gang activity. It's like, oh, good. I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad she's dead, because that was a menace to the society. It's like that's kind of what the recipient is thinking. Like, oh yeah, good. I'm glad your kid is dead. because your kid would have robbed me or killed me, straight bullet, whatever. But so this woman was on a path to the military. So I credit that, and I credit her household for like not convincing her out of it. So it looked like she was, according to her, it looked like she was headed towards that path had she not gotten in any serious trouble. So I credit her household for not discouraging her from the military. So that's cool.
What branch?
Army or Navy?
Which one do you want?
I did Army all in high school, so probably Army.
Probably Army. What do you want to do in the Army?
Something criminal justice field.
You want to do? You want to be like?
I used to want to be a detective or a lawyer.
What do they call it? Is it the JAG there in the Army, or is that's Navy?
I think that's Navy.
Yeah, but that's cool. And when you starting at cooking?
I gotta do online classes right now because of Corona.
Okay. So you stay down there over there on Concord. Where do you work at?
Sunny's.
Sunny's where at?
On OBT.
OBT. And do you work there full time?
I get about 38 hours a week.
What's your normal schedule there?
I work pretty much every day. I only have like 2 days.
2 days.
Or 3 days. And days I work, I do a double. So we do like all day.
Okay.
Nah, you're not there all day working 30 hours a week. Okay. You're there just like everybody else, 8 hours a day. Okay. So if you did a double, that means you was off for 2 days. Okay. So you definitely were not all there all day. You only work 38 hours. I know you're a teen. You don't know that. I'm 44. I know that. Okay. I know what working all day feels like and how many hours that is a week. And 38 hours is nowhere near all day. Okay. You're a regular full-time worker.
Did you work Wednesday?
What day is when? What the date of Wednesday?
Let me look.
So at this point, they're just building a case against her. So they want to know specifics now. They don't want to know generic, they don't want generic answers. They want specifics because they're trying to build a case against you. And that's what they do. That's why you shouldn't even talk at all, especially if you know you're guilty.
22nd.
Yes.
So by the way, this is fairly new. Look at the date. This premiered July 22nd, right? 2022. So the upload, I don't know about the actual case, but the upload is fairly new. So she has a cousin that was in the car with her, another alleged shooter. They called them the two female assassins of Orlando. So the upload of the second cousin interview is not uploaded just yet. So when it's uploaded, I will definitely, go live and share that as well. But this is when they get one of them or get both of them because they try to get contradictory stories. Okay, that's when they get you. That's why, like the Codees got talk in advance. Like, listen, if we got to do something, we're gonna do something. We both can't talk, or one talk, but both can't talk. And if one talk, they can't incriminate themselves or the Codee. They just could lie like she's doing, but you can't have both talk. That's when you're done. Unless you're actually innocent, then you could talk.
What hours did you work on the 22nd?
4 to 9.
You got do you see the schedule? You got one of those photographic memories, or
4 to 9.
Or is it you just always 4 to 9 on Wednesdays?
No, it's different, but I have a hot schedule that I log on every day.
Oh, okay. What about the 23rd?
What's that day?
It's Thursday.
That was yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Oh, well, damn. Wait, where's my phone? Because that would tell us a lot. Thursday, 23rd. So that's not in July. That's June. So this might have happened last month. If it happened in 2022, there's a great chance this was last month, and that's why the second video is not uploaded. So this crime could have been last month.
When did you work?
Yesterday, I'm not sure. I think Thursday I worked 4 to 9, and I was off Wednesday.
You're off Wednesday.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Thursday I worked 4 to 9. I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you supposed to work today?
Oh, I forgot to mention, if you're not working 40 hours, you're part-time, sis. So if you, especially, and it's, come on, if you work 5 hours, you're part-time. Come on, stop it. Like, I don't even think you get a lunch. If you don't get a lunch, you're part-time. These mosquitoes tearing me up now. Yeah, here they come. I'm getting 8 up for y'all. Let me play it again.
I'll go to it tomorrow.
What do you work tomorrow?
What's tomorrow?
That'd be Saturday.
Most likely 10 to 8 or 10 to 10 all day.
Okay. So, what did you do yesterday? What time did you wake up?
Like 12, 11, 12-ish.
Actually, go.
Where'd you wake up?
Where?
Yeah.
I was at my boyfriend's house.
Who is?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Who's it? Brandon?
How y'all got that? Yeah, my boyfriend. Can y'all tell me what's going on first?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can.
I'm waiting.
Now, she just said, can y'all tell me what's going on first? You know, at this point, listen, she's coming off as a experienced criminal, right? Because he said earlier, I'm a homicide detective. And then he said later, you're here for a murder investigation. And this is subsequent right here. This is subsequent after all that, right? This is after all that. So she knows why she's there. But now she's just fishing for information. She wants them to tell her, inform her what they know. Now, these detectives, I'm sure, got years of interrogation, and they, lock people up, and some people were not charged, and some people were charged, and some people were not on the list anymore for suspect. So at this point, they know that she's fishing for information. She wants them to let her know what's going on so she can have a defense. But they're not going to fall for that. You'll see. They're going to let her talk, and she fell for that. So they're playing chess, the watcher. They're playing chess. And as you know, if you watch, watch is very aggressive. But if you watch two passive chess players, you won't see much. You'll see a lot of moves, but you'll see no capturing, right? Because they're waiting, or even like two technical boxers. You'll see a lot of moving, a lot of feinting, but you'll see no really punches from being thrown. And that's what's going on with. Just imagine Adrian Broner and Floyd Mayweather fight. You won't see the first round probably going to be boring as hell because Adrian Broner is not known for throwing at all, zero, and Floyd is known for his counter punch ability. So they're just waiting for the first mistake. So she's trying to do that with the detectives. She's waiting for the first mistake. She's waiting for them to talk first about what they know, and she'll defend. She'll start to block or deflect. But they're like, nah, we ain't gonna capture you first. You're gonna capture us first, or attempt to capture us first, and we'll respond with a counterattack, or we'll play defense. So she fell for the bait. She got restless, and she started to just attack. And she spoke. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta do anything.
No, but that's Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let me just start. I'm still looking for her first name. It's Marquia, right?
Oh, yeah.
Marquia. Last name
Q. No U. I'm
No
sorry.
U. It's just I.
How tall are you?
Like 5 foot.
5 foot. Really? For real?
Okay, now you see the detective is shocked. She said 5 foot, and the detective got shocked. She got shocked. 5 foot, really? For real? You'll know why when she asked the weight.
Think I'm tall?
Yeah. 5 foot. How much you weigh?
Like 180, like 190.
190.
All right, now come on, we gotta do better, people. 5 foot, you 190? Like, we gotta do better. We gotta do better. Because a person 5 foot, if they're like 140, they could seem like they're fat at 140. She's almost 200 pounds. Like, listen, man, we gotta eat more food and stop snacking. The chips and cookies and all that type of stuff, we gotta be disciplined, right? Come on, like this is just some health advice. Or health, not even advice. I'm not a dietitian, none of that stuff. This is just a health suggestion, right? Something I would do. I would eat. When I'm hungry, I just eat. You dig? Food. Whether you go in the store and buying it or you cooking it. I'm eating food. But the snacking, listen, The snacking is what puts weight on you and make you, unbecoming. All right. Anyway, let's continue.
I'm gonna get that off you. Just like the police department got it off me, but you see I got it back. They'll get it off. They wouldn't hire me without losing weight.
So now the detective, they're gonna really give her some good game, believe it or not. Like, so you sometimes, like the last one I showed, the detectives wasn't so pleasant, towards the brother. Like they were harder on him, and that's their discretion. But these detectives, they were kind of, easy on her and actually gave her real life good advice. So she let them know right now, like, listen, your weight, don't worry about that. You could tell the detective, the woman's detective has some health, issues as well. So she's like sympathizing with her. She's like empathizing with her. She's like, you know what, don't worry about that. Because when you join the military, they're gonna help you shed that weight off because you can't join it with that weight. You dig? So she definitely did a good job of like making her not feel uncomfortable with her size, her height and weight. Because a lot of people, not just women, men too, when they ask their height and weight, if they're considered obese, they're not gonna really be pleased to give you that information. So the detective did a good job of making her feel a little better about herself. That was cool.
Comes back. You right here or left?
Right.
All right. You have any injuries right now? No. Okay. You married? No. Sorry, I gotta ask you a silly question. All right. Kids?
No.
Okay. Smart girl. I didn't catch Brandon's last name.
Williams.
Actually, she's not a smart girl. According to the American birth rate, that would be a dumb girl to not have kids at that age. Because the reason why the Americans are having a birth rate problem is because they don't have kids at that age. You dig? So that's not smart. According to your country, white detective, according to your country experts, they're saying that's not smart. That's unwise to wait until you're 30 and kind of what old boy was saying. I'm not gonna say his name, but that's not really wise to have them later because then you have a birth rate problem with your population. So, and also we did a show that you become more at risk for health complications yourself and the baby, possibly autism, possibly breast cancer, the terminal one, not the one that the white women have, not the one that black women had. So there's two different, like they have two different diabetes, 1 and 2. Well, in breast cancer for black women, we have a worse case of breast cancer than the white women. So anyway.
Okay. Is he a good guy?
Yes.
What's he gonna do with his life?
Gonna be a truck.
Like semis?
Mhm.
Semis? Big over-the-road truck drivers? How much they make?
Good amount. I'm not sure exactly.
They do. I think they make probably 70, 80 grand a year.
Good amount.
Uh-huh.
Depends how far you drive, yeah.
Yeah, if you go overnight.
Mhm.
That's what he wants to do?
Mhm.
Can I
For right now.
Can I tell you a funny story?
What?
When I was little, my family wouldn't allow me, because this is in the 70s, to eat fast food. So I wanted to be a truck driver because I thought they were the only people that could go to McDonald's.
Mhm.
And then I got my dad back because my first job was at McDonald's. And I went there because they would never let me have it.
Did you get some?
Look at me.
All right, so she's confessing, all that cholesterol put some pounds on her, but she don't look bad. What I mean? She got a little weight on her, but she's not bad. Like weight on you doesn't make you unbecoming or bad because there's nothing wrong with that. It's when you're obese. Overweight is overweight with the four-finger emphasis is what I'm giving you. Overweight is overrated. Okay, it's obese. That's not. You could be so-called overweight with my four-finger emphasis, but you still could look good. But obese, that becomes a health issue in all different ways. Give me a second as I grab this beverage. 1 second, please. Here's the dry air. Sorry. Matter of fact, maybe I won't give you dry air. So I'll give you this. I'll give you this until I come back. So it'll be no dry air, all right? No dry air. So I'll be right back.
there's an abandonment and there's an issue with that. So I'm against that.
Yeah. So the economic blueprint. You want to speak on that? Like
The what? The economic blueprint.
Yeah. Well, why is it so necessary? Yeah, for Black folks to practice.
I think the economic blueprint is very necessary, bro, because we have to learn to redo our own economic social state. You know, money is called currency.
All right, commercial break is over. Let's get back into our daily broadcast. Here we go.
Yeah, that got going right, but now I go to Chick-fil-A and Chipotle because I can afford better food. Did you graduate already? From
Jones High School.
Good girl. You should be in the military already. Why you're not?
The corona was supposed to leave, but everything got bad.
Everything got held back.
Got held back. Yeah, I gotta lose some weight too.
They told you that?
Well, no, they didn't tell me that. They said either that or I gotta see if I could pass the tape measurement. Cause I'm gonna feel like I could run and do all that stuff. But they said I gotta see if I could pass the tape measurement.
So the tape measuring is, I guess, your weight, your height. Well, really your weight. Okay, that's how I took that.
When they tape you around your waist and stuff.
Why do you have a gun tattooed on your leg?
This is an Egyptian lady.
Okay, so she asked her, why do you have a gun tattooed to your leg? And her response was, it's just an Egyptian lady. Okay, I think she's seen the Egyptian lady. She want to know, like, the gun, like, out of all things, you got to, and, you know, in this country, you know, you're a woman and, you know, women, guns, that's not, you know, that's usually as like a militia or aggressive type, you know, image that you want on yourself, and you put a gun in your leg. Yeah, that's interesting. You dig? Especially, I'm telling you, like those little things. The jury are human beings, and little things the lawyers throw out there, which might be objected, doesn't matter because you can't take it back. They heard it. Yeah. Also, you know, I mean, listen, man, come on. We gotta be smart. A gun, you know, it gotta make sense. Now, if she's already in the military, then we get it. The gun. But you know, I don't know. It's just interesting. But yeah, I don't know. It just not going to be a good look, especially if you're a murder suspect. Those little things aren't going to favor you in an interrogation like this.
There's no tattoo issues for the military, though, right? There is.
I'm not doing active. I'm doing reserve.
Oh, you're doing reserve.
Yo, I watched hella first 48 shows. But I stopped watching it because it was, and like all the crime shows become eventually, to me, they become very depressive, right? So I will feel it. I will feel myself like, you know, just in a depressive state, you know, because it's just all bad news for the most part. So I had to like fall back. I used to watch all ID channel shows. I haven't watched ID like since the pandemic started. I didn't watch ID one time. So we're going to like 3 years, I guess. I haven't watched ID one time. I'm talking about like I subscribe, I paid money, I did all that for ID, for the ID channel, Investigation Discovery, and I haven't watched it at all because the pandemic was depressing as it by itself, and I'm not going to double down with these first 40, but the first 48 for me was too depressive, so I just cut ties with that one, and then ID channel kind of bothered me too, because a lot of times I'll watch it till I go to sleep, and it'll like I dream about it. You know, just it put me in good spirits. So I like temporarily suspended for now. But first 48, I can't go back to that.
Reserve.
So they don't really.
So you should just go active duty. Give them the 4 years and let them pay for your college.
So this detective trying to game her on the military. Like, yo, listen. Go active, get everything paid for. Why would you be inactive and got to pay for school and come out with a debt you can't pay for like everybody else and be crying for a executive order on paying for your college debt when you could just go be active and, you know, all that stuff paid for? And, you know, she gonna game her.
You ain't got time for that? What else you doing that's so important?
Work.
Sonny's, really? They'll pay you to go.
I know, but I don't think I'm ready to go after. Probably do 2 years reserve, then do after.
When National Guard, what about National Guard?
I thought about that too.
Let them do it.
So this is the importance of guidance counselors and, you know, people in your home that's very influential, because you're saying, I don't want to do it. I forgot her name, but listen, you are in an interrogation room for murder. This is what, what they say, an idle mind, the devil's playground. Like, this is what happens when you have time to just sit around and just chill with the homies. You dig? Now you're in the room facing murder charges because I don't want to go in the military now. I want to, hang out with my friends a little more. Listen, man, there's a reason why, like, young people never really ask older people, like, yo, how come you don't got a lot of friends, dad or mom? Was it always like that? And then we would tell them, like, no, I had hella friends growing up. But you naturally shut them off because you understand that, like, there's no benefit. Like, they have no benefit. They can't do anything for you in your life. There's no benefit to have them around. They're not good with giving you advice, sound advice. They tell you the opposite. They tell you quit your job. They try to get you drunk, get you high, get you to hang out, call out. They're never really, like, supportive like that. You can't depend on them for shit. If you have a flat tire, they're not coming to get you. If you need a ride to them, any emergency, they're not there. So as we get older, we start to shed them off, and we only keep those around who are dearest to us and who are loyal. So, that's something like, that's a parent and child talk that need to be had. Like, yo, your friends are not really your friends. Like, you might have one or two good friends, but they're just here for entertainment. You entertain them. You make them laugh. That's why they're around. But once that laughing stops, they're out of there.
Let them give you the money.
Anyway, she want to hang around her friends and hang out and smoke and drink, and now she's facing a murder charge.
Let them pay for your GI Bill, pay for the college.
They got good.
They pay your salary.
They pay a lot of stuff.
Go ahead.
They pay for your.
Nah, she don't have any kids. She has no kids. They asked her that. She said no.
Live. They pay everything. No college yet because of the corona.
Well, I got accepted. Well, I don't know.
You ain't started classes at Bethune yet?
No, I didn't start classes, but I'm going to Bethune.
Okay. So you're gonna do Army Reserve and Bethune. Now, are you gonna go to Daytona and go to Bethune, or are you gonna do it online? Oh, you are?
Well, right now I don't know, but I think right now I'm gonna do it online, and then after the first semester, I'm gonna go. Cause they said they doing some restricted, like you gotta get tested, and it's gonna be like social distancing in school. I'm not getting no corona tested.
Will you end up living over there, you think? Once you go?
Yeah, I live on campus. Cause
That'd be easier than coming back and forth.
Coming back and forth.
So you're gonna go the Army or Navy?
Mm-hmm.
Did he tell you that he's a Navy guy?
Honest, it's game time.
Let's do this. Oh, it's a no nap halftime.
Time to pivot. New game plan.
It's over.
It's 9:15.
Both of his sons are in the Navy too.
That's good.
Yeah, he comes from a military family. You currently influence drugs or alcohol?
Nope.
Any mental illness?
No.
Any patients? Been in trouble?
No.
Been arrested?
I mean, I have.
As a kid?
Probably fighting.
Fighting?
Yeah.
So you need to be in the military if you want to be fighting. Yeah.
So she shared the same, ideas I had. Like, if your kids have a troubled past growing up, and you see that your influence is not outweighing the street influence, you should start directing your kid towards the military, right? Because what's the worst to come? They join a gang, they got guns, they're risking their lives anyway, but when they die, it's a dishonorable death. Or if they don't die, they get locked the hell up. That's still dishonorable. No different than a military man, woman going to prison in the military. That's dishonorable. So I would rather, if I'm going to be dishonorable, I'd rather do it in the military than the streets. That's just me.
You ever thought about like, you know, doing anything with military police or becoming a sniper or
Yeah,
detective?
something with the police. Yeah, be a
Yeah.
detective in the military.
So you must think like we do.
I do.
You think so?
I think so.
Are you gonna solve this for us then? He comes, both of his sons are in the Navy too. Alcohol.
Nope.
Yeah, he comes from a military family. You currently influence drugs or alcohol?
Nope.
Any mental illness?
No. I mean,
Or becoming a person?
I'm ready when you're ready.
Please.
All right. Well, we've been waiting all day.
I've been waiting for y'all.
We've been waiting all day for this. You got a phone in that car? What is it?
Okay, so here comes the chess match. Right now, I know chess is boring to watch. Even I can't really watch chess games like that. It'd be boring. But in Grandmaster games, right, if you watch Grandmasters play, you're going to see about 40 moves, and there's probably 2 captures, 3 captures. That's it. And those captures was pre-planned. Like that was supposed to happen. It's like a sacrifice, or what they call a gambit. That capture was supposed to happen for other things to open up. Both players know that. That's something that was supposed to happen, and it's equally advantage for both players. So now here's the chess match. They're going to try to get information for her. She's going to try to extract it for them first. And let's see who folded first. Watch this.
What type of phone?
iPhone 11.
You got a better phone than me?
What kind you? Yeah, I got an iPhone.
You see that? You see in the third camera there, right?
Nope, that's the X.
You got an 11. Sony's must play good.
So she's suspected of killing somebody's innocent. Like they really are vague with the murder, with the murder victim, right? Oh yeah, it was an innocent okay, I remember now. So she was shooting at somebody, but they end up hitting a passing motorist who was innocent of it all. Okay, now let me add this. She went to go buy weed with her friend, her hood rat friend. It was going to buy weed in a very violent area. So when I was explaining stop and frisk, and I said they were supposed to, in New York, stop and frisk only the hot zones. Well, where they was going to buy their weed from will be considered a hot zone. And hot zones are defined by a lot of drug activity and a lot of violent activity, okay? So they were entering a hot zone to buy, weed to smoke, but her friend, the hood rat friend, her hood rat cousin has been interviewed in another room. And that's part 2. We'll get to that one next day, because it's not uploaded yet. They didn't upload part 2 just yet. This is fairly new, I believe. It might have been early as last month, June. So they went to a hot zone to buy marijuana, and I can only speculate. I don't know the second person's, her cousin's testimony just yet, but or side of the story. But I can only assume, like, maybe they women, they try to do them dirty, they try to take the money and run. And then women started busting at him. And an innocent motorist caught the bullet and died. And that's how it usually works. With the kids and little babies in Chicago, you dig? That's how it usually works. A shootout happens, they don't hit each other, but innocent people get hit. Anyway, and this also happens in self-defense states, like where you are legally allowed to carry and defend yourself, and you're defending yourself, but you don't understand that you're responsible for every bullet leave your gun. So you're trying to hit the person who's threatening your life. He's dipping and dodging, she's dipping and dodging, and you don't have good hand control on the gun, and you pop somebody who's innocent. You're going to prison for that. Okay? So just let you know. So you're defending your life against the person who's threatening your life. But because your bullet did not hit the person who's threatening your life, it hits the innocent person, you're going to jail. All right? So let me go ahead and play this.
We get good tips. I mean, they pay good for right now, so I don't have any pay no bill or anything.
All righty, raise your right hand for me, young lady. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to waste any more of your time because you've been here all day and you have been nothing but patient. So I'm not going to ask you a thing. You know why we're here. I know you're not stupid.
No, I want y'all to ask me.
No. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired. Okay? We are tired of playing games. We are tired of going round and round and round. You know why you're here. You know all this stuff. We're just going to let you tell it and see if you're going to keep your word that you're going to be in law enforcement and the military, because you know you can't lie in either. So I'm just going to assume, because of what your future will hold for you, that you're going to do the right thing, and we're just going to listen.
Can y'all tell me what's going on first?
You know what's going on.
I don't know what's everything going on.
You
So as I said, this is the chess match. They're trying to extract information from her. She's trying to extract information from them. And she should have just kept doing that over and over and over. And then she would have forced them, if they want to keep pursuing this interrogation, she would have forced the detectives to just make the first move. But detectives called her bluff, right? They raised her in a sense of poker. And they believed that she was going to crack before them, and she actually did. And she cracked in the worst ways. Watch this.
absolutely 100% do, because your entire family's been down here all day.
I seen them, but I don't know what's
Okay? Your family's been down here all day. Yeah, and we are tired.
I'm tired too. I've been here all day.
So her loving family came down because, you know, they are shocked. You know, she's not somebody who they felt like is about that life, you know, to be murdering in the streets like that. You dig? So, because you'll see, you guys watch First 48, you know, their relatives never come down and check them out because they know that those dudes, they full of shit. And they into criminal activity. But this woman, I don't believe, was living that life like that. I don't think she was in a gang or none of that. I could be wrong, right? But her family came down to, at least her family didn't believe that. A lot of people came down from her family side to see what's going on. So she had a lot of support from her family, and they were very upset. Her mom was very, very upset. Okay.
I know. We've been up all night.
I got them to the ground. I want to know what's going on too.
We're not gonna play games with you. Okay? Okay? This is your car. So just
Okay, I got picked up from my boyfriend's house like 12 o'clock.
All right, now I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at the tactic. It worked. Okay, so now she just, okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna talk. And she talked, like she really just told the story, like some Nas, like the female Nas, you dig? She gonna go all the way in the whole story. And they're gonna try to pick it apart. So in other words, they're acting like a prosecutor or defense attorney. They're gonna try to cross-examine what she's gonna say on the record. And this is how they get you.
Me and my cousin go. I told her I got to work at 4. This yesterday, right? I told her I got to work at 4. She said, okay. I said, what you finna do? She said, no, I'm really just chilling. I said, you want to smoke? So we go get some weed from cross town. We look for over there in that area. We seen some boy running. He turned back around. And I said, look, why he running? So I know where we start hearing gunshot. So I told her to keep going. The only way we could go was on a one-way street. So we ended up turning on a one-way street.
All right, so let me just catch you up. When she said the only way we could go is the wrong-way street, she meant the wrong way. The only way we can go is the wrong way up a one-way street. So she's not complying with the one-way street directions to go one way. She's going the opposite way, oncoming traffic down a one-way street. But obviously there was no traffic or any cars coming, but she's going the wrong way. Let me just make that clear, okay?
So while we turned on one-way street, I told her to keep going. We got back on our street to go back to where I stay on 315 West Con.
So with that being said, to a detective or a jury, if gunfire was the sound of the day and cars are fleeing because the gunfire came from somewhere, and witness said it came from a car. So if it came from a car and you see a car going down a one-way street, it's obvious that that's the car to the people looking at the crime as it's happening. It won't be the people that's innocent. They're gonna pull over, but they like nobody. I don't know innocent people within a car who decide to go down a one-way street. That's you pull over, but I just don't see that. I just don't see that. That's not my first reaction. Is unless they're coming my way and then I go that way. But just to hear gunfire don't mean like how you know the one-way street ain't where the gunfire is coming from. You dig? So I don't buy, y'all don't buy, and the detective not buying it.
Concord Street. I go get my work clothes. No, I get my work clothes out of the car, took them upstairs or whatever, tired to get them washed because I had to go home and get them washed. So after I get them washed, me and her, we go smoke by, what's that park? It's on Pink Apartments. It's a park.
So after the shooting, they go smoke, right? And young guys today, young women today would say they smoke in a pack when they're dead ops. So could she be doing that? I don't know. But that's what they do in the streets. They kill somebody and they go smoke a pack on them. You dig? So I don't know if that's just a coincidence or they was going to do that.
I forgot.
And probably not because the person who was hit was innocent. So I'm just, you know, filling the void.
We went over there, we went to smoke or whatever. We was in the car, we went smoking. After that, after we got done smoking, my cousin, the one with purple hair, she had to work at 3:30 yesterday. So she called me around like 3:15 and she said, Bill, I gotta go work at 3:30. You gotta go work at 4, come get me so we gotta make multiple trips. So I said, okay, I left.
All right, just a side note. If you got to work at 3:30, you shouldn't be calling your ride at 3:15. You dig? You should call your ride like at 1 o'clock. That just, you know, grown folk advice. All right, just that's all it is. Oh, I got damn mosquito. I'm gonna get that. God damn mosquito, fast as hell. Damn, can't get him.
Left there, went to go pick up my cousin. Me and my cousin went to work. Then, do you want to keep going from this morning?
Go ahead.
Then this morning, my cousin had to work at 11:30. I had my car. My mom was gone visiting her mom in the hospital. So I had my car and I took her to work. And there was a car following me the whole time. And I kept asking, like, who is this? Who is this? So we getting off the exit, a car hit me from behind, made me hit, a car hit me from behind, so I'm in the middle. And then.
All right, so I'm not rolling out the panic button on one-way street. But now she just talked about an accident afterwards. A car hit her from behind. So she's no longer on a one-way street now. She's on a regular street going the right direction, but a car hit her from behind because she's fleeing. Okay, she's fleeing and she's stopping abruptly. And this is how a car hit her from behind. She got sandwiched. That's why that happened. She's fleeing. Let me go on.
And I guess the car in front of me, the other police officer, stopped. So I ended up hitting them. I don't know how it happened. But I'm in the middle while them one behind me, and they drew their guns out, told us to get down.
Mm-hmm. We're familiar with all that. What happened last night? Anything?
I actually scratched that from the record. This is a whole different day. So they were a whole different day. So after that incident happened, so they were not, at this point, they were not fleeing. This was the second day when the witnesses pointed out her car, wrote down her tags, and they called the cops, and the cops ran the tags and found out who it was, and they was following her. So she's going to say that she was noticed she was being followed. She, I guess, was trying to elude whoever she thought was following. It's probably an unmarked car. Maybe she thought it was get back, from the ops, and she tried to elude them, and that's how the accident happened.
No. I went to my boyfriend's house for a little bit.
Didn't you say you worked?
Last night, yeah. After I went to work. After I got off.
Okay, so if you don't know how I do on the channel, I give commentary, right? And I give commentary. So I do the same thing with DUI stops. I become the defense attorney if you've been following. So normally in interrogation rooms, I don't click on videos. I don't share videos where the person is innocent. I share videos where the person is actually guilty, and I point out what they're doing wrong. They shut up, and I become the detective, right? And then when I share a video on a police stop, I don't become the police. I become the defense attorney, if you follow me. Okay, so I am going to play a character because I do have to talk during the video or I get flagged like before, like last time. I got flagged 2 days ago. So I do got to talk and entertain you guys as I talk and kind of narrate. So yes, I got to become somebody. I got to become her or the detectives, right? Because I got to talk. I can't be silent or I get flagged. But I got to pick one. And this one, I know she's lying. So I'm going to take the easy side, the winning side. I like to win. So I'm going to, this is why, if you ask me, my football team is going to be a winning team. It won't be a booty team. or even basketball. I don't roll with losers in life or in sports. Okay, I roll with winners. That's it. All right, that's why I got my strong mentality. I only hang with winners. So I'm gonna take the winning side normally. What I'm trying to say. So I know she's lying, so I'm gonna take the winning side right here. But when the cops pull over drug traffickers, I know the cop is wrong for the initial stop. So I'm not gonna ride with him. So I'm gonna ride with the winner. And in that case, I believe the winner is the drivers, right? The people being pulled over who rights are being violated. So that just let you know like where my mindset is at when I narrate and give commentary during these videos. Here we go.
At 9 o'clock.
How'd you get home?
My cousin picked me up.
Who's your cousin?
Jaria, she had my car. She picked me up.
She picked you up at Sunny's last night.
Mm-hmm.
And then she took you where?
To my boyfriend's house.
And you stayed the night with?
I ain't stayed the night.
You did?
No. We stayed at my boyfriend's house. We was about to smoke for a little bit, but he had to go pick his mama up at work at 12 o'clock. So we left and we went to my house.
I'm paying attention. Are you paying attention?
At the 315 West Concord Street. We all
just the two of you?
Just the two of us. We all stayed together.
So just you and...
Well, I already watched this.
Jaria.
She picked you up in what car?
My car.
From Sunny's?
No.
And she took you, Brandon?
She picked me up from Sunny's in my car and took me to Brandon's house. Me and her was in Brandon's house. We stayed at Brandon's house for a little bit. We was about to smoke, but he said he had to pick his mom up at 12 o'clock because she had on the Salvation Army and she got off around that time. So
he had his own way to go get her?
He had his own car.
Own way to go get her?
Yes, he do. He had his own car.
So Jaria's little sister was not with you guys?
Jaria, she was not with me. That's why.
How late did she work last night?
She got off like 7:30.
What'd she do to get home?
Jaria picked her up too. Jaria picked her up and them two went to the hospital. Jaria and Jemiah went to the hospital. And I got off at 9:30.
So what happens is that they already got the cousin in the other room talking to her. And I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe they talked to the cousin first. And they say that, somebody got to go last. And the person who go last is already in trouble because they already got full stories from witnesses and your co-defendant. So when they come to you and you give a contradictory story from the witnesses and your co-D, you dig? Like they know how to get you back in line. Okay, well, who picked up Johari? How'd she get home? And then now she got to explain that because she knows how she got home. So they putting her back on the train track. She tried to run off. They putting her back on the train track.
I called Jari and I said, y'all done at the hospital. She said no. So that's when Maya came and got me from Sunny. So Maya came and got me while Jari was at the hospital.
Correct. Which hospital?
Winnie Palmer.
And why was she there?
I don't know.
You guys talked about it in the car.
Talked about what?
Why she was at Winnie Palmer.
Yeah, she thought she was pregnant.
And she is. Okay. These aren't difficult questions.
They're not. I'm asking her a question.
Okay, these aren't difficult questions.
So we went to the
She didn't have any physical injuries. She just thinks she's pregnant, or she is, or whatever.
Yeah, she thinks she was pregnant. So we all
went to the. She was having
some
abdominal pain.
No, I was at work. So I got up at 7:30.
So they already had the full story, okay, from her co-defendant, I believe the co-defendant, but definitely witnesses. But because they so sure in the details, I believe that because she was complaining about how long she was sitting. If I played from the beginning, she was complaining about how she'd been there for 4 hours. And they was talking to the cousin first, I believe. Okay. So this is why, when you go last, you're in trouble because your lies, they're going to really, really, counter. And again, chess moves. And chess moves, the watcher know if you play chess, there's weak moves that we just ignore them. We just blitz you. And there's good moves we got to address. So, these mosquitoes on fleek out here. God damn, I might have to move to the front. They come in like, yo, gang. Please, guys. All right, let me fight. God damn, they attack.
So I was telling her, wait, I want to go to the hospital with you to make sure everything okay. She said, I need to go now, and they're not going to let you go anyway. They're going to let one person back there. So Maya came and got me. We make it back to Palmer, and then we had to sit outside because, like he said, we can't both go to the... So we sitting outside, we wait. She finally come out. After that, we dropped Maya back up. We dropped Maya off at home. Me and Jari went to go buy some more weed, and we went back home. Me, Mariah, and my brother and my sister went to go smoke.
Okay. Who went to go smoke?
Me, my brother, the one with the red shirt, he only stay here. We went to go smoke, and my other sister, Mariah, she's at my house right now.
So Mariah, Marianne,
Markia.
Side note, man, like I just don't know as a collective if we are in a position to be at young ages smoking and drinking. I just don't know if that's a wise move in your life. At a teen, young age, I think that the age requirement should be higher, for both. I just maybe 25. I just don't. At least you should have some working experience, or a career already ended, and you could kick your feet up. I just don't believe, walking into life, finally being a new adult. Those are some good choices you should add into your life when you're trying to figure things out. That's just my opinion. Let's go.
Me, that's me. And
Jaria. And Jaria.
Was working
Last night. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go back to this little incident where these gunshots were. What happened? Be a little more specific.
So.
Which way did you drive?
I wasn't driving.
Who was?
Jaria was driving.
Jaria was driving. All right. Which way did she drive into the neighborhood?
I'm not familiar. Okay. All I know was the slang word. So we was buying the weed from Molly Road.
Which is where?
It's all Paramore. I'm not sure direction wise, but it's all called Molly Road.
So after this, I'm going to show the mental breakdown of Brother Polight after this. And it's sad. It's sad because he put it on display before the world.
So as we turning, I guess we coming up here. As we turning, we see somebody running. So I said, "Look, Jari, somebody's running." So we turned back around and we kept going. It was a white truck in front of us. And as we was going, I hear the gunshots and I tell her to keep going. But she was finna hit the white truck, so she had to turn off. That's how we ended up on the one-way street. And once we was on that one-way street, I told her to keep going. You got to go back to get us back to our house because we was on the one-way street. So after we got there, we went back to the house and got my work clothes and stuff.
How many gunshots?
I'm not sure, like 5 to 7.
Where were they coming from?
I can't tell what direction.
Who shoot?
I can't tell.
What the boy look like that was running?
He was chubby, tall. He was
Black, white, or Hispanic?
He was black, but he was black, but like dark skin.
He wasn't?
He wasn't dark skin.
How old do you think?
Could have been from 17 to 21.
Now, here's the tricky part. Yeah, I wouldn't even say that much. You know what I mean? Yeah. Of course, the murderer would know how to do look that was running. You dig? So if I'm trying to beat a murder case, I'm not trying to give too much testimony on the details of what actually happened. You dig? I'm denying all that shit. I don't know, man. I had my eyes closed. I was so scared. My eyes were closed. I was praying to Jesus, as we were driving away. I couldn't see anything. I just see somebody running. Man, he might have had a gun. I just ducked down and got low. I ain't see anything. I'm not giving details to anybody, especially the victim. Not doing that. He won't get me like that.
Which way was he running?
Like he's running upwards. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
What was he wearing?
A white tank top.
Did he have a gun?
That's a funny fact to watch it.
Did he get shot?
I'm not sure.
Do you know him?
No.
You ever seen him before that?
No.
Does that look like the guy you saw?
Can you zoom me? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
That's all right.
The boy he seen. What color is he? I can't tell what color he is.
Yeah, I can't even. You mean his skin tone?
His skin tone, yeah.
You think that guy's too dark?
I think he's too dark.
Was he that heavy?
He was about that same size, probably a little bit smaller, but he had on, I think he had on long sweatpants.
What color?
Black, I believe, or gray.
Who's Jaria dating? Who's Jaria dating?
He not in her life.
What do you mean? Is that the father, do you think, of this child?
Oh, you saying who is?
Jaria dating. Who's she dating?
Who she's dating? Oh, I don't know his name. I don't know his name by heart.
Go ahead. What were you about to say?
Okay, so you don't know your cousin's baby daddy or her boyfriend. Like, stop. But okay, come on. Like, of course the detectives known that, like, they're piecing something together and they want her to know that they know what she knows. You dig? So come on, stop it.
Say it. Your lips were about to say it.
No, at first I thought you said who was Jaria daddy.
Dating.
I don't know who she's dating.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if the guy's running the victim or the shooter. I'm going to say the victim because I'm just guessing, and I think he could have been a shooter. But if he was a shooter, he had to be with them, and that's why they probably trying to get him to name the baby daddy, because maybe he was the one shooting as well. But the women are the ones that are locked up for the murder, not anybody else. That's why I automatically assumed that the guy running was probably the victim, but he could have been a shooter as well. So good point, oh man, or good question.
I don't know his name. I know she talked to somebody. She talked to multiple people.
Who she stay the night with when she takes your car?
I don't know. I'd be at home. I'd be at Brent's house. I tell her, drop me off. I don't come back out. She dropped me off.
So when you told your mom to go get the key, where'd you send her today?
I sent her Motown, I think. Yeah, Motown.
Where'd you send your mom to get the key?
I sent her to Motown.
Okay, to who?
I didn't send her nobody. My mom called me. I said, Mom, can you get my key from Jari? She said, where's Jari? I said, I'm gonna have Jari called you. From there, me and my mom did not talk. Jari called her. They met up and got a key. Where I physically know Jari was, it was in Motown. Where? I don't know. With who? I don't know. I called my mom, told her to give me my key from Jari because Jari had the key in my pocket.
Why do you think that we were coming after your car today?
My car was probably, somebody said, a white two-door car. To a scene or something.
Shooting?
Possibility. I don't know how, but probably.
You don't know how? You're going down a one-way street, fleeing from the scene, right? If you're on a one-way, your car gonna stick out the most. Okay, if you were innocent, your car would still been, reported to the crime, as possibly connected. I mean, come on. All right, but okay, you don't know anything. You're a teen. You're oblivious. I got it. I get it. All of a sudden, we're not street smart. I get it. We're nerds all of a sudden. Okay.
Because you ended up turning, going the right way on a one-way street, but then you made a couple of loops.
Say that again?
So you're going, the one-way street that you went the wrong way on.
Yeah, so no, ma'am, I really couldn't answer any of your questions because this is just one interrogation. They got the second one from the cousin, and it's already, they're gonna upload it soon. So until we get that side of the story, I really can't even conclude anything. We just going off that these two were arrested for murder, right? Doesn't mean they actually committed the murder. That could be a ploy to have them turn to each other and actually point out maybe the guy was the baby daddy who was running, shooting. So I'm just speculating. So at this point, I'm just speculating. So what you're listening to is, the real testimony. My commentary is like really speculation sometimes. Sometimes I'll just go off what I know.
I'm talking about the one, right when the shots were being fired, you were going the correct way on a one-way street. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the correct way. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what road that is?
No, I do not. I wasn't driving.
Okay, where is Molly World? Where were you headed? Had you already bought the weed?
I was heading home.
Okay. Can you swap with me and show her a map and kind of straighten out which way they were, which way they went? which way it turned.
So also what I know is that they look at body language experts. They look at body language. Like they know a comfortable position and they know an uncomfortable position. So I failed to point that out earlier. So because I wasn't really looking at her body language. So I, like the last guy, I was looking, but this person I was not looking. So I can't even begin to tell you if her body language changed, if it's uncomfortable, comfortable. I don't even know. But you guys, hopefully you were paying attention.
Just so I understand how you got into the neighborhood and how you got out.
Okay. And
Yeah, so she's saying her cousin picked up her own car. I mean, that happens. That happens. You know, because I think they're really, really close. I think they're like sister cousins. And I think her cousin sometimes drop her off and she takes the car and do her thing. So I think that could be their relationship. Because according to how she kept asking for her cousin before they even interrogated her, it looks like they're more like sister cousins.
And
I got cousins who are like sister cousins. So I understand that could be true. That the cousin had the car, they just tight like that.
so where were you at when you saw the guy running?
I believe I was still on drinking.
Okay. And then the guy just run and that stopped you from buying weed?
No, he started running. Like he was running on his pants. So I said, look, and we turned back around.
Dudes always running, holding their pants.
And then that's how we ended up going like that. From stopping to look.
Okay. And when you left, though, you you told us that you were going the wrong way down.
We was on I know we was on a one-way street and we was on the wrong way.
Okay.
We ended up turning up on the wrong way street.
So would you say that you were driving pretty fast?
No. I wasn't driving too fast.
What made him running and holding it? Why was that unusual for him?
Okay, so I wasn't driving too fast. All right, so were you driving or not? Okay, maybe that's a slip up. I don't know. But were you driving or not? Because now you're saying you weren't driving too fast. All right, now I'm getting confused on who was actually driving.
For him to run and hold his pants. Like, why did that freak you guys out?
You see somebody run holding their hand, they pants, 9 times out of 10, they got a gun or something.
But you said you didn't see him.
I didn't see, no, I did not see no gun.
With him, because he was just holding his pants?
He was just like running and he was just
Was
like.
he running fast or something?
Yeah, he was running pretty fast. And he was just going like this.
Was somebody shooting at him?
I heard gunshots when I got to the next thing, but I ain't see nobody shooting at him.
Did you girls shoot at him?
No. No, I ain't that. No. Got the ball to shoot at nobody.
I thought you wanted to be a sniper.
Not shooting at somebody for what reason? To protect myself. I don't know.
It's great for your country.
Can't y'all do fingerprints or something?
All right, so you're not helping your case now. Can y'all do fingerprints? What the hell they gotta do it again? Innocent? I don't know, man. You know, this generation is a little different. But my generation, we ain't talking about no fingerprints if we're innocent. I'm innocent. You got the wrong guy. Screw you. Fuck what you talking about. I don't care.
Fingerprints for what?
She just asked me, did I shoot somebody?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't shoot nobody.
All right, so you're up there. You see this guy running around. You tell her to do a loop-de-loop, and you come back around. You hear gunshots, and the gunshots in front of you.
They more over this side way. They not in front of me. I don't think it was in front of me.
The only way I'm going to understand this is if we take her over there and she.
So she pointed to her right side that the gunshots were we're coming from, and that's the passenger side, the passenger window. I don't know, man. Sound a little suspect.
Tells us where they were and where they drove. That's the way, I mean, maybe you're getting this, but I can't picture it.
I mean, because you don't know where you're at, and you said you got to see it, so we go there.
I'm telling. I don't. You can ask my mom. I don't gotta get sense out of directions. Everywhere I go, I use my GPS. Everywhere I go. If
But
it's
you're
not-
more visual, like I am.
I'm more visual, like I said.
Like I am.
Yeah, no, ma'am. I said that earlier. I said that if you are going to talk to police officers for any reason or detectives for any reason, if you're going to do it, take that risk. You should make sure that you're absolutely innocent of the charge or charges. If you're going to gamble, you got a strong alibi. You're not actually drunk. You never drinking beer. This officer is mistaken. That's the only way I can co-sign you talking to a police officer for that length, because you're absolutely innocent. Okay, that means innocent means you didn't do it, and also you know nothing about what was done. You don't know nothing about that liquor. You know nothing about a shooting. If you were with the person who did the actual shooting, and you're still innocent of the shooting, you should not talk, because the only words you have is to just snitch. You dig? Because if you're actually innocent, but you know who did it, your words can only tie you, because you actually were there. You dig? With the shooter. So you are better off not saying anything, because all your words is going to pinpoint you. Don't forget, you're there. So your words are going to make you the shooter now, because they know you're there. They just don't know if you shot or not, if you're the shooter, and your words would just put you as a shooter. So I wouldn't say anything. Yeah, I was there, and I need a lawyer, because you guys trying to make me the shooter, and that was me. I'm not gonna make your job easier. So that's the only thing I can say. That's the only I can co-sign somebody talking to a police officer or detective. You're just 100% innocent. You never touched alcohol that night. If it's a DUI case, or if it's a drug smuggling suspect or suspicion that you have no drugs in your car, those are the situations where you could roll the dice. But if you actually got drugs in your car, or I don't know, I just wouldn't say anything. I'll be good. I'll be more clinging to my rights at that point. And then you gotta convict me on what you got now. But I'm not assisting to your evidence. I ain't doing that.
And that's what I think. Why is it that folks are telling us that the gunshots came from your car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now here's the major problem. Eyewitnesses. Okay, so it's one thing for the detectives trying to piece the puzzle together. They need your cooperation. That's one thing. But the eyewitnesses, when they have everybody saying it's you, like literally everybody saying it's you, you might want to fish for that in that interrogation. Like, yo, but some people, not everybody's, I don't know how you would fish for that, but I will try to get clarity. Is everybody saying I'm the shooter? And then I got nothing. That's it. You got to just shut up and ask the lawyer at that point, because you're done. When you got eyewitnesses pointing to you, you're done. Only a lawyer can help you from that, and they are limited. Those eyewitness accounts are brutal against you. So, man, once I hear eyewitnesses saying I did something, that's enough for me. I'm good.
That all of the gunshots, and believe me, there was more than 5 to 7, came from your vehicle.
Never owned a gun, never touched a gun, never even shot a gun.
Did you loan the car to someone?
No.
Did you?
I can't tell you what she did.
No, because y'all were there. I mean,
yeah, we was together. But
you can, because you were with her, right?
Yeah.
So unless you're lying about being there when the shots were fired, and somebody else had the car, y'all had it.
We
right?
had the car.
And what time was this?
She picked me up around 12-ish, 1 o'clock, like around.
From Brandon's?
Yes.
Now, I believe this is the afternoon, by the way. I don't believe this is late night. This is broad daylight. This is why there's so many witnesses out there, eyewitnesses. All right. Yeah, eyewitnesses counts can fall apart, but that's for your lawyer to pick apart. You can't do it. And a public defender ain't doing that for you. Right. So just keep in mind, when you're the one being suspected or even charged for murder, you can't rely on the eyewitness accounts being challenged and cross-examined. That's not happening with a public defender. All right, a good lawyer, okay, but don't forget, this is also under the guise that you actually committed the murder. So when you got eyewitnesses and you actually did it, you kind of like, you're not thinking about, yeah, nah, my lawyer gonna pick apart their testimony. No, you thinking like, damn, I'm done. I'm done.
I had text her and I said, cousin, come get me. I had to go to wash my clothes.
Do you know where she was coming from?
No, I do not.
Because she had your car all night.
I don't know where she was coming from.
We work for the people who could no longer speak.
Who's
Okay?
silent?
And I'm yawning because we have not slept since yesterday. We've been up for well over 24 hours. We are exhausted. The reason you are here is because the people we spoke to yesterday told us the gunshots came from your car.
I'm telling you, I ain't-
And that the front seat passenger and the driver are the shooters. And that's you girls. That don't make a lick of sense, though.
So there you go.
I'm not
Did she just smirk when they said that? Oh man, I wish I could zoom in. Did she just smirk when they said that?
Front seat passenger and the driver are the shooters. And that's you girls. That don't make a lick of
Okay, yeah, she's done. Like, they know she did it. Believe me, she'll be crying at this point. This is a murder charge, man. This is probably first degree because they went out with guns on them. You know, it probably won't be charged as first degree because that's hard to prove, but it's going to be some other degree. It's going to send them to 25, 30 years.
sense, though.
I'm not shooting no pistol. I never shot no pistol. It was only me and Jari in our car. I don't know why they said we was the one shooting the cars.
That's what they told us. Oh, everybody out there.
I never owned a gun, never touched a gun.
Well, I'm as puzzled as I can be. And I don't know if Detective Overfield will have more questions, but it would help me if we could just ride around with you and take you home. We're going to give your car back to your mom next week. We're going to execute a search warrant on it. We're going to see if you told us the truth. We're going to execute a search warrant on phones and see if you told us the truth.
On the phone.
On the phones, they're
So
in the
I'm not
car.
getting my phone back till next week.
I'm not sure how long it's going to take, honestly.
So now, just keep in mind, I cannot let this escape your mindset. Keep in mind that she's been told that she's tied. She was a shooter in a murder investigation, and she's concerned about her damn phone coming back to her. You know, not that there's evidence in the phone, but more so that it's just an inconvenience to not have her phone. She's looking at life in prison, possibly. And she ain't worried about that. Nigga ain't worried about nothing. Nigga ain't worried about nothing. Ain't worried about nothing. Nigga ain't worried about nothing. She ain't worried about nothing. Okay, nothing that ties herself to the case. She just is hung up on small stuff like her car coming back to her, as though like they're like suspending her or they're eliminating her as a suspect in his murder. Just keep in mind that this is a murder. They told her like, yo, you're facing murder charges. You're a murder suspect. She came there in handcuffs, all right? She ain't come there on free will. She came there in handcuffs.
What's gonna be on the phone?
That's our question. That's our question. I don't know if there's photos, video,
We can go through it.
discussions. No, he's gonna have to do it legally.
Well, you know the password?
That's what I was gonna ask you.
It'll make it faster. I'll tell
12,
you.
11, 16.
It'll make it.
Again, I'm no expert. Don't take my advice. All that stuff. But I would never get the password because I watched another case where they're going to get in your phone anyway, right? But when they get into your phone without a password, they are compromising possible evidence, right? It's a chance they can lose evidence or lose information, not just evidence, but information. So even like their pictures to you, they might lose, or applications, or, you know, but they can lose some valuable information if they get into the phone their way. if they get into the phone your way, they're not gonna lose anything. That's a guarantee. So I wouldn't provide them with a password. I let them do their way and hope that they mess something up and some evidence is damaged. Some incriminating evidence is damaged.
It's faster, that's for sure. There's nothing in your phone or in your baby cousin's phone that is going to indicate to us that you guys had anything to do with this murder.
No.
Jaria is your cousin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's over at her boyfriend's house. Jaria has been told by your family to come down here all day, and she has refused.
I'll get it down here.
Huh?
I'll get it down here.
Why is she acting like she's guilty?
She's not that. She don't.
Okay, so there you go. That the cousin is next. So she was not interrogated prior. She's next. She refused to come down. Okay, so that's not a good look. All right, like the detectives know they got the two best suspects. Just say that.
Because your aunt sent her best friend to go get her to bring her down here.
That's what I'm saying. I'll get her down here.
And she refused to come down. She acting like she did something wrong.
I'll get it down here. When y'all need her by today, tomorrow? I know today be better, but I'm going home. I'm going home.
I think we'll go over there.
You're accused as a murderer, and you got no tears, no pampering, no sighing, no deep breaths, none of that. But the only emotion you have is no anger. The only emotion you showed this entire interrogation was joyful laughing expressions. Interesting. All right, let me give me commercial break. My alarm is going off. Let me check out commercial break.
Without a currency, there's no life. So if we're not controlling our own currency, we're not controlling our own lives. So the economic blueprint is I think that's one of the biggest parts of the teaching that we should be trying to follow. We should be trying to understand it. That I would say that's the second biggest part. I think the first biggest part is how to get to live. That's the biggest part of the teaching which we should be trying to understand is how to get to live. The second one would be the economic blueprint, because we have to learn how to build and socialize with ourselves. But we got so much self-hatred. That's killing us. That's one of the things that are really, really a hindrance to us as a people.
So, of course, you would say separation is probably the first step towards self-love, but we are in the state of integration. So separation, if that's going to happen, that's no time, in the near future, right? So now that we are integrated, but what are some solutions for that can combat against self-hatred in the state of integration?
That's very, very tricky. That's a hard thing to try to understand without separation. I think that's very hard to try to explain without the separation. I don't think it would be possible without the separation.
Because I say that because you don't believe every Black man in America has self-hatred. Like some of us got self-love, right? So that means that it worked for some people. So why not re-engineer that?
I think it works to a degree because we all had that little kernel of corn that's just ready to pop. No matter how long we've been in these teachings, no matter how long we've been, that we always got that little kernel of corn that's just ready to go. It's right there, bro.
Yeah,
it's right there. So I think it's too easy to really do a self-evaluation, to be alone, till we really get to where we're alone, it's gonna be something else. Till we really get to where we're able to separate and stay away. You know, in the message to the black man, the Honorable Muhammad said, I believe that separation is more important than prayer.
Yeah.
He said because you can make your 5 prayers every day. You can make your 5 prayers. As soon as you get off your prayer rug, you're going right back into the realm of the devil. You're going to be dealing with that devil.
Speaking of devil.
Someone. Yes, sir.
Speaking of devil. That might be one of the controversial teachings of the most unbiological.
Yes,
that could be, along with pork, the reason why a lot of black folks didn't cling on to, definitely around the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you know.
I don't know what we're gonna do. She driving the car. She driving your car when this happened?
Me and her was.
She was driving.
Yes.
Me and her was.
You know what I'm saying? Me and her was in the car together.
This makes no sense.
That's what I'm saying. Shots fired. No. We was.
Do you know how many shots were actually fired out there? A shit ton.
How many?
I can't tell you exactly. We ain't counted them in CSI, so I have to. But a lot more than 5 to 7. Somebody died.
I see it's homicide.
Mm-hmm. It's the real deal. It's just like watching the first 48. You in the thick of it right now.
Crazy.
I never thought you'd be accused of murder because all the neighbors out there said that them girls were shooting at that boy.
They ain't say them girls.
Au contraire. Au contraire. That's what
them girls.
That's what threw us off.
They gotta put a picture.
That's what threw us off. They absolutely, and that's why I asked to look at your hair.
I mean, I just wouldn't understand the they didn't say them girls. Like that wouldn't be my response if I'm innocent. I'm like, they said that? Oh my God, they're wrong. What the hell wrong with them? Nah, it wasn't girls. If it was, well, definitely wasn't us. Go get the girls then. But I won't say they didn't say them girls. How are you gonna say what the witness said or didn't say? That's weird. That's just goofiness, just teenage stuff.
You can see it. It's long black hair. Like me and my cousin got the same thing, but I was taking mine.
Mm-hmm.
I was fixing mine, so I had to go to work tomorrow.
But it's straight. You do have braids, but that's how they aren't long, right?
You're not gonna see the braid. You will see. Mm-hmm. You're gonna see this. You'll see this. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna see the braid.
Mm-hmm. Did you have on a different wig yesterday?
No, I didn't. It's not.
Oh, don't worry. They're gonna check your phone. They're gonna see those selfies with the braids. Don't worry. They're gonna check your IG account and your Twitter feed and all that goofy shit. They're gonna see the braids. Don't worry. You took them out, but they'll see it.
Wig. Oh. Just the front part is the frontal, but you can't take it off unless it's sewed on.
Okay.
The back part is glued on.
Right.
And I have my hair done like this since.
What's Jari's hair look like?
It's the same thing like mine, but hers
is it long?
Hers a little bit short though. Mine takes like right here. Okay. Hers like 24 and 22, 24.
I mean, our youth, man, that 16 to 23, 24, busing in broad daylight. I mean, I just don't understand, man. I just don't get it.
Okay. Who else did you see out there besides the boy in the white tank top?
I seen the truck.
The truck? The white truck? But not the little truck that y'all almost ran that over.
I don't know if you two all the same.
No, I know the white work truck you're talking about.
Yeah, that's.
Because it was stopped. It wasn't stopped on. Let's just drive. I can't. She can show us where that white work truck was. I'm confused.
I'm going home.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to go to jail for driving without a license?
Of course not.
I'm just asking.
That's petty.
If you'd rather do that than go home, we can unarrest you and.
Peace, Juju. So you said, what is this? This is an interrogation. So sometimes I show interrogation. I don't show a lot of them, but I show interesting ones where the more they talk, the more they incriminate themselves. The more they give the detectives a case to charge them for murder, and the prosecution has a stronger case, right? So I show that to say, as an example, like, listen, if you are guilty or you know a lot about what just happened, and you can be placed and you could be mistaken as the shooter or the killer, the murderer, you shouldn't talk at all, zero. If you are absolutely innocent and you got strong alibis, then talking won't really hurt you. It'll definitely eliminate you from the suspects list. Okay, so that's where we at. But she's being interrogated, suspicion of murder, her and her cousin. They're like twin sisters, right? I mean, I'm sorry, cousin sisters, sister cousins. And their witness point them as the murderers around 1 o'clock p.m., trying to gun down somebody, but they end up hitting an innocent motorist, killing that person, straight bullet. So she's been interrogated. They're trying to get her to incriminate herself to build a stronger case. And her cousin is next. But this is so new. I think this is last month, because they said on a Thursday, the 23rd, and that was June. And this upload right here is this month. You did July. So I'm thinking that this just happened. So they're going to upload the cousin's interrogation sometime soon, and I'm going to play that back. But this is part of the show. I'm going to get to Polight next. But this is just, keep everybody entertained.
My cousin.
Oh, I think she's in the other room. I doubt Auntie's still here. She might.
You want me to check real quick?
Yeah. Unless you prefer to go to jail for driving without a license.
So, when I get my phone back?
I don't know. Whenever it's done being processed.
Okay, so this interrogation is pretty much done. They got what they wanted, and that's it on this one. So I'll keep her updated with what's on the interrogation of her cousin. I'll play that, and let's see if the cousin contradicts her or incriminate her or themselves. You dig? With her interview. All right. So now I'm gonna go to Polight. So I read that yesterday. Okay, so blah 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 blah. So these right here are just, I believe, child support lawyers or something like that. Because I might get into that child support. That seems controversial. Here we go. Here's Brother Polight.
Peace in the family.
Yeah, so when I watched this today, it looks like he's having a mental breakdown of what's like things that's in his life. Maybe the criminal case against him. Maybe he's trying to sell his package to his viewers, and they're not buying the package at the rate he believes they should be buying them. So he's having a mental breakdown. You'll see it. So I'm gonna skip around.
We're here for another installment, and what we're talking about is making sure that you become a millionaire in real time.
So he's gonna teach you how to become a millionaire when under the notion that he is a millionaire. All right, I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know. Like, I don't think that's like realistic or like common for a millionaire who is just like, he just want you to be a millionaire with him. Like, yo, man, I'm a millionaire. So I want everybody to be a millionaire. I think that's a scam in itself. If you are truly a millionaire, I just don't think their goals set out to make other millionaires, because you can imagine a millionaire became a millionaire from time, years, but you're going to become one less time than them. All right, whatever. Let's go.
A millionaire in real time. So inside of a year, you'll have it. So first thing let's talk about life insurance. What most people won't tell you, particularly in our community, or what we're not aware of, is that you can make money off of life insurance. And it's understandable because a lot of times when you think of life insurance.
So I gotta pause it because he has about literally 25 different ways you become rich. And he can't stick to one. He'll bounce around. So he'll talk about life insurance, and then he'll do real estate, and then he'll do, when I say real estate, he'll do tax liens, tax deeds. Loud ass cars, man. Then he'll do tax deeds, tax liens, real estate, and then he'll go to stocks. He'll talk about option trading, and then he'll leave from there, and then he'll go to credit repair. You dig? And then he'll go to, he just bounces around. He got like 25 different ways how you can become a millionaire. And and when he first claimed he's a millionaire, it wasn't from any of those opportunities. It was from he claims his counseling to the rich, things like that. I don't know. Advice to the rich, his book selling. It wasn't anything he's talking about. All right, commercial break. The raccoon's outside. Let me get from in my area. Hold on, commercial break. I'm looking right at him. That type of language and the pork.
You're right. Right.
So do you think?
I agree with.
Do you think that was the best strategy, or you think like he could relax on the language and just like how the Bible says grace on certain people who can't keep the law? It's a grace period. Do you think that that he could have probably relaxed on that type of language and gave black folks a
I think not. I think not, because we can't be always babysitted. We can't always be catered to the way we want to be catered to. And the separate, in the Quran, it talks about Iblis and Allah had a conversation. And Iblis said, I'm gonna get all of it except for your purified one. Well, Allah said, that's all right with me. Go ahead. You get all of it except for my purified one. He said, that's okay with me. Go ahead. And we have to learn to purify ourselves regardless of what. We can't be catered to like babies all the time. So if he relaxed the language of that, we'll never be able to grow up. We'll never be able to take it. But by not relaxing the language, that shows who really want it and who don't. Some people just don't want it at all, bro. But by keeping that language, it really shows who want it and who don't want
it. Okay, so why the Nation of Islam and not Orthodox Islam?
When I never really knew anything about Orthodox Islam when I came in. I was introduced to next to the black man. that was the first. Well, it wasn't the first. It was Dr. Naeem Magbar. You familiar with Dr. Naeem Magbar?
Nah.
Dr. Naeem Magbar was a student of the, well, I wouldn't say was, I say he still is. He was one of the top.
Oh, I am familiar with Dr. Naeem Akbar. I just understand his the way he's talking. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I know who that is. He wrote books. But anyway, yeah, the raccoon. What was separating me from the raccoon was just a fence, but a gate's not even a fence, a gate, and we were literally like 10 parts, 10 maybe 10 feet apart from each other. He looking right at me. He trying to. So I don't play that. I'm hopping in the car on that one. Yeah, so we got a raccoon next door issue. That's probably in this damn car. But anyway, so I had to get out the gazebo and get in the car. So let's get back. Where was I anyway? Oh, Polight. I didn't even realize.
It really seems like death insurance, because you don't really benefit in this lifetime. It's really someone after you is the benefactor. That's our traditional understanding of life insurance. We believe that it's not worth it, technically, because if we're struggling now, it's great to leave some money and assets for someone in the future, but if you don't already have the resources nor
Yeah, so I'm getting bit up by mosquitoes, and I ain't trying to get bit by a raccoon, but I don't know. Maybe you guys can agree with me, but it seems like although I'm getting attacked, I'm getting bit up, but it seems like I don't know if it's because I'm older, where the bites don't last as long. It might just be for tonight. Like, so they'll eat me up tonight and it'll be an issue tonight, but tomorrow it won't be an issue. I will have no bumps, nothing. So I don't know if that's because I'm older and, kids' immune system is a little worse. Because when I was a kid, the mosquito bite lasted a couple of days. But right now, if I get bit up tonight, I really won't be I won't really have a problem next day. And definitely not 2 days later, like zero problems. So I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe we can Google that and see what's up. But that's why I don't mind getting bit up, because I'm like, I just, for right now, it won't be there tomorrow. You dig?
the assets, why invest in something like that when you yourself have not made a significant sum of money or accumulated enough wealth? But contrary to this belief, that's the application of what I like to call death insurance. But when you're talking about actual life insurance, like let's say you invest in a whole life insurance policy. If you invest in a whole life insurance policy, you can leverage what you make from the whole life.
So I'm going to skip around because I don't want you to be miseducated from this fool. So I don't even want you to hear all this goofy shit. I'm going to skip around, because I don't want you to be miseducated because you'll end up emailing him for his services.
100,000 followers. All the other fake pages don't. This has over 300,000 followers. I'm talking about the Instagram people that's here on IG on the other phone. You can email me at brotherpolight45@gmail.com. Leave your full name, your phone number right now. That's right. You can also just have hundreds of thousands. The $2,000 payment gives you over $100,000 to $300,000.
All right, so he wants you to pay him $2,000, and you're gonna get access to minimum $100,000 or more. Now, what he's not always confessing is that it's a loan. Like, he's gonna finagle a loan application and get you approved for a loan of this is his claim. He could finagle some documents and get you a loan for minimum $100,000 to $300,000. Something you can't get on yourself, because if your credit is bad, you're not getting that type of loan. You kiss that shit goodbye. All right, you tried it. If you didn't try it. You're not getting it. All right. So he got to lie about how much you make. He got to lie about a lot of stuff. And he's probably using a CPN. All right. I did shows on that already. And if you don't know what it is, I could do a show real quickly to let you know what it is. But he's probably using a CPN, which is illegal, to get you access, and you're going to jail along with him, by the way, federal, if he uses that. And you're going to jail right along with him. I can't see him. I can't see it unless he do it. The sister went to jail or she got locked. She got charged with the jail for false documents, police reports. So, but whatever it is, to get you these loans, it's going to be illegal activity. It's going to be criminal, and both y'all going to jail, or you be called to testify against them in court, and you become a quote unquote snitch. You know, I guess that's niggas be making up shit in the hood. But that's what he's talking about right now. So give him $2,000, and he'll get you a loan, and then he's going to teach you how to turn that loan into. Not here. I'm quiet. I'm in the car and I hear the raccoon somewhere else, like where I was at. I think the raccoon's in the gazebo. I'm not even sure. I just hear something coming from that area. So I'm glad I'm in the car now because he would have been in the gazebo with me. Like, yo, what you watching? You live?
Payment gives you over $100, the $2,000. Hey, leave your full name and your phone number when you're ready to purchase. The $2,000 payment gives you over $100,000 to $300,000 in credit, and then we'll also show you how to turn the credit to cash. And because I'm closing the program,
so he admitted it's in credit. It's not cash. You're not getting, a grant, something you don't have to pay back, or liquid money. You're getting credit. You're getting a credit card with a balance of 100,000 to 300,000 cash, because he didn't lie and probably use a CPN most likely. Okay, so that's how you getting that money, right? And then he gonna show you how to turn that credit into cash, and now you believe you got cash now. You dig?
I'm giving people the opportunity to be mentored by me, so when they get their cash, I'll share the plethora of opportunities that I'm aware of, and you can always double back and check with someone who is credentialed before making any decisions with your money. Thank you for making that clear. You made $24,000. Yes.
So somebody commented, probably his wife, one of his wives or his daughter with a fake account, has commented that they made $24,000 from his services. And so of course, out of all, because he claimed there's 2,000 people viewing him, and it's probably comments like hell on IG. So somehow he's able to read the comment of $24,000, conveniently. But he missed the other comments that was going on. So somebody made allegedly $24,000 using his services. I mean, how do you make $24,000 if he's telling you 100,000 and more? Whatever. So he don't even want to know. Like, yo, if I got a service that I'm pitching, right, and I'm claiming that it increase your wealth, right? I'm going to want to interview the people who actually made money. Especially when people are doubting my services to be legit or authentic or legal. I'm going to have I'm going to have a person call in live, and they're going to tell you their experience with me and how they made. I'm going to first screen them, make sure they ain't a troll. And then I'm going to make sure you screen them, make sure they actually made money from me. And then I'll be pleased to have that person on my live call in, FaceTime, whatever, and have them explain how they made the money. But he's not interested. He's just interested in the testimony. That's it. All right, cool. That's enough to trick people, I guess.
Yes. So those of you that's out there.
And let me know if I'm choppy or breaking up. I'm in a car and I'm not outside. So, I don't know if it's blocking the internet Wi-Fi. So let me know if I'm choppy, because last night I was choppy and you guys couldn't hear me. So and I was sleepy. I was dozing off anyway, so I didn't realize. But let me know if I'm choppy so I can, adjust.
Understand this. Inside of a year, if you just follow these instructions, set you up a trust, then you can set up an LLC, and then
I was stashing in Idaho, and now I'm here in LA making a movie. Unbelievable.
Then what you do is a UCC1 financing statement, and you make your trust the creditor, and you make your LLC the debtor to the trust, and you make yourself an employee of your own company. Have your company pay you as an employee. This is very important. It'll also retitle your properties to the trust, and also put your phone bills and your gas bill, your light bills, and your cars under the company name.
So he talks about the trust a lot. So I went to Barnes and Noble's internet to like look up on trust, right? About trust, irrevocable, all type of different trusts. And that's not an easy find. Okay, let me just say that that's not an easy. The way he's explaining about a trust, that's not an easy find on trust. Everything else you can find whatever you want. You can find that thing, and you can get the information specifically to that, subject. But the trust one, I mean, not an easy find. And when you do find it, it's very, very expensive, and it's like more than one book. It's a series of books. So, so I like, all right, well, maybe at this point I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I said, maybe this brother maybe he compiled a book because he claimed he got a trust book. So maybe he compiled the information in one book where I ain't got to read 2, 3, 4, 5 to get it. Because I do got a book on like trust, but it's like very basic. It's really hard to find one that goes into depth, at least for affordable price. So I contacted him. Like, all right, well, let me. I'm trying to buy your book. Can I get your book? And he responded with something about payments, like how they taking payments now. And he was like, 'cause I bought a book from him before, so this time he was telling me that the way something wrong with their payment, like how they collect payments. So he gonna need me to give him my information over the phone, something like that. And I just banged on him, and I never like solicited anything from him ever since. So I do know I was trying to buy a trust book from him that he claimed was a trust book. Because again, I had there's limited information like that out there like that. I just couldn't come across anything. Not in Barnes and Noble, even the internet. It wasn't that easy to like just get a book on trust, especially where he explains it. So I said, all right, well, maybe he got some information and he put it in a book. All right, let me just try it. It's only $20. And I dig, okay, fine. I buy the book. It ain't what I expected. $20, whatever. Don't worry, I just shelf it, no big deal. But the dude was like, nah, because he's supposed to have a website, information, but he said his website was down, something like that. And he's going to need to take the payment over the phone. Like, nigga, are you serious? Like, stop.
It's going to save you money on your mortgage. It's going to save you money on your light. It's going to save you money on your gas. Because if your house is considered a business, there's going to be concessions made onto you and certain subsidies. If your house is just considered the liability that most people's houses are, then you're not going to reap the benefits that you can as a CEO or as an owner or as the business controls. So there's another thing too. When we're poor, we want to own everything. We get a sense of pride when something's in our name. We want the car in our name. We want the house in our name. It feels good because we never really.
All right. So I'm going to skip this part because it's just pointless. To deal with a trust, from what I know, like you want to have significant money for a trust. So a trust protects you against like liability claims. People suing you. That's what a trust is for. You won't do that. I don't think you'll get a trust other than somebody just being wealthy. Secondly, to get things out your name, you'll start a business. But everybody doesn't own it. Everybody's not. Dude, the only access to wealth is not through LLCs. Like people who actually work at a company and they do good in life. Like everybody don't have to own a business. Like this whole idea of the entrepreneur, like, stop that shit, man. It's people who work for themselves that gets paid shit less than people who work for a company. So this whole idea of that everybody gotta be an entrepreneur is ridiculous, man. It's just goofy and stupid. So but if you want to get things out your name, you don't own anything, you put it in your business name, but it has to be a legitimate business. Like you can't just believe he gonna say it in his live. You can't believe 10th grade dropouts and take their advice. All right. I mean, like you got 10th grade dropouts, you got college graduates. Like pick your poison. Like which one you want to take advice from, a 10th grade dropout or a college graduate on said subject. So the college graduate, he he don't got a history degree in teaching finances. He actually got a finance degree or something close. So I'd rather go with that person, trust that person over a 10th grade dropout. But that's just me. But I'm gonna skip along because I want to get to the breakdown, which I know the time where he breaks down. I want you just to experience some of the buildup.
We had nothing for ourselves, but when you get older, we've jeopardized and desecrated our name because of that type of application, that type of thinking. Actually, you want to control everything and own against the insurance policy. How about that? When you use that terminology, borrow against the policy, they'll go, whoa.
Get the job you want by getting your resume in shape quickly and easily with Resume Now.
Whoa. They're using insurance and they're using credit to do what they got to do. So, bro, it's just that it's a lot of money. I understand that. $2,000, I get it. $2,000 is a lot to get $250,000. I get it. But I totally understand.
So this is his plea to his viewers that believe $2,000 is too much money to invest in his program. So this is his comeback to make you feel like SHIT, so he can get you to pay to in his words. Again, I got the 4-finger quotation emphasis that he is telling you that this is an investment. So he's going to plead and try to convince you that this $2,000 investment is worth it. Okay, it's worth the risk. That's what you're going to talk about right now.
Like, yo, bro, it's just that it's a lot of money. I understand that. $2,000, I get it. $2,000 is a lot to get $250,000. I get it, but I totally understand.
Now let me just remind you that this guy was supposed to be a millionaire before this business opportunity for his viewers, right? So I said earlier, I don't know a millionaire who can just start, who makes money, right? Okay, a millionaire generates income from somewhere to be a millionaire. I just don't know too many who would go this low to offer these type of services. To me, that's just like, they might set the business up and they will appoint certain people to run it and hopefully grow it to significant cash. But I just don't know millionaires or anybody close who would just voluntarily go stoop this low for pennies when there are other businesses that generate real income. But he wants $2,000 from his small viewers, well, from his viewership who will actually pay the money, which is a small percentage. But okay. So he's going to plead to them about how this so-called investment is worth the risk. And don't forget, this 10th grade dropout is going to tell you that this investment is guaranteed. Right? Now, professionals will tell you there's no guarantee in investments. And any book you ever going to buy about money, anything to do with money, I don't give a damn what you buy. Okay? Those books are not going to ever tell you that an investment is a guarantee. They're going to say only crooks will say that. Only crooks will guarantee. The Wolf of Wall Street, check his interview on the Breakfast Club. The real Wolf of Wall Street. So, anyway, let's go.
I understand what he says by a lot of money, but here's where things go south. What if it don't work? It's your legal right to get access to this amount of money, but I'm listening. But I'm just saying, put that money out there, then I gotta wait 2 months and I don't know. Shit got me, it's a little scary. And I'm looking at my brother with all due respect, and I'm saying, you're a gang member. That's scary. But investing is more scary to him than gangbanging.
So he's trying to put his opportunity, right, to make money in the investment category. It's like, nah, dude, like your opportunity is in the scam category, my guy. And that's why they are hesitant to give the money. You're not in the investment category.
Stripper friends worry about the investment, but you ain't worried about somebody following you home and trying to kidnap you. You're not worried about some overzealous, sexually out of control, undisciplined dude accosting you.
And why do black scammers, the white scammers, the first red flag is that they appeal to the lowest of society. Now, I'm not saying a stripper is a low person. I'm just saying, like, from a community perspective, they're not viewed as the same. You dig? They're not. They're viewed lower, but they themselves don't got to be lower. So I'm saying, but definitely a gang member, guaranteed, is viewed lower. So, but why do scammers? Well, not why, but they're going to appeal to the people who they view as low, the low people of society. So they're gonna name strippers, drug dealers, gang members. Bruh, if you got legit business, why is that your target audience? Why are you speaking to the low end of society, the perceived low end of society for an investment? Like, what if you got legit business? Wouldn't you be soliciting the best of society? Like, I got a small business. I don't man. Believe me, I'm bougie as hell with my clients. I don't want nobody that's not making six figures. You dig? Because six figures can afford me for years. I got a client. Man, I'm shocked they still with me. Like, they supposed to have been did something else. You dig? Like 4 or 5 years. Like, that's like way too long to be with me. But they, for their own reason, they with me. Like, I don't know their own personal reason, but they with me. And maybe I'm like a father figure, bigger brother, a big brother type guy. I don't know. They love, or I'm a babysitter, whatever it is. And they keep soliciting my service, so they keep paying me. And if they was to ever ask me, like, my opinion, should that somebody would still be with me, I'll say no. I'll say nah. I think he should have been like, was more focused on his, like, you dig? What do you want to be in life? Like, my program is for kids, elementary kids, and maybe middle school kids, but definitely not for high schoolers like that. Like, not a something you have to have. But anyway, so I appeal to a larger, like, I appeal to the best of society for services, because they're going to be more consistent. They're going to pay on time, and they're going to be consistent with payments. They're going to last longer than those who are going to live and pay paycheck to paycheck. So the red flag for me is, like, why is your targeted audience are the perceived low people of society?
The drug dealer don't want to invest his money, but he's out here getting locked up. So I find myself in a conundrum when I really start thinking about what's really going on with our people. And you got the other people who just work year after year after year, day after day after day, and are afraid to invest in the opportunity to stop working year after year and day after day. Our people are wild. So what we do, you email brotherpolight45@gmail.com. Brother Polight, POLIGHT45@gmail.com. You leave your full name and your phone number when you are ready to make the purchase. You don't have to tell me you'll be ready next week, 2 weeks from now, a month from now. When you're ready, email us. If you email us now, I'm gonna throw.
So as he in his pitch, right, he's gonna read the comments, and he's not gonna like what he's reading. Like, so many doubts, so many questions, and he's gonna spaz on those people. I hope I don't skip past it.
Throw something extra in for you too on the strength, because I actually got some free time. Email us now. I'm gonna throw something extra in for you too on the strength, because I actually got some free time. But
now we were on a live. I think the watcher was on a live with us. I think No Man was here. Listen, man, if you throw some free stuff to a high-end client, they're gonna look at you as like you're not legit. All right, like, they pay for a service, and they expect to have that service, right? And they expect the service to be legit, A1. When you start adding free stuff that you can, like, literally charge for, but it's just free for no reason, nothing is not earned, is unearned. Like, that high-end client gonna look at you like, all right, why am I getting this free service? Like, what are you messing up that you're covering up for, or you're trying to smooth it out? That's what I would do. Like, oh, wait, why am I getting a free oil change when I just came to get my tire fixed? You dig? Or whatever it is. I'm gonna feel, yo, I'm gonna be more concerned than elated. you know, but everybody's different. That's just how I feel about that. You know, you're throwing in stuff that's free that's supposed to be a charge. I understand business to a degree, right? Life experience in business to a degree, and that's just not, again, all like, not to say my experience is the end all be all, but I hang with a lot of entrepreneurs, business men and women, and I don't know any of us that gives free services or like throws stuff in there for no reason. Like, we really, it has to be a reason for me to throw, like, maybe if you referred other clients to me, I'll hit you off in incentive, you know, something like that. But I'm not, I just don't know people who own a legit business that just throw around free services, because especially if you got employees, like, dude, like, shit, are you know, you can't afford free stuff at that point. You got to pay them. So you need all your money. A single member from an LLC maybe can do that, but I don't see somebody with payroll doing that. It's just not wise, unless there's a bigger upside to that, and this guy don't have no bigger upside.
Email us that you're ready, and you leave your full name and your phone number, and we're gonna get straight to work. Just think about this: your life will change inside maybe 3 weeks, maybe 45 days, maybe 2 months. But if I'm coaching you, by the time you get access to these funds, and like I said, always double check and verify that I'm not misleading you and the information checks out. So while I'm doing the service for you, now I'm adding mentorship in with the credit restoration before I close it. Now I'm adding it in. Now I'm adding education. So that way, when you get the money, you don't mess it up. And trust me, I got a multitude of things to tell you as far as what you can do to make money. Make sure you share the video as well.
Yeah, I don't doubt that he had a multitude of, different ways to make money. I just don't believe they're legit. they actually make money. That they're actually profitable.
Especially you guys on Facebook, because
it's an act. Peace.
You know, they make it difficult for me to make connections. Make sure you share the video.
So yeah, he's drinking healthy, I guess. He got a Dr. Sebi drinks right there.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Not bad. I'm sorry, Dr. Sebi. He's not a doctor. So you got Alfredo Sebi drinks right there that he could drink from. So he's reading the comments and he's not liking what he's reading. All right. So he has one phone recording him go live, and the other one is focused on the chat.
Let's get to it. brotherpolite45@gmail.com. I'm gonna pin it to the top too. Brother Polight45@gmail.com. You'd be surprised what the powers that be will do to stop me from being able to communicate with.
So what he's alluding to now is that the powers that be is stopping him from this service, as though this service is exclusive and unique just to him. So let me switch my devices, because this is on 10%. So I'm going to end this audio and I'm going to switch to my other iPad. I got, in my hand. So hold on, give me a second. Switch iPad audios. Okay, cool. I successfully have done that. I'll charge that later. Okay, so yeah, no, ma'am. He's gonna throw him. I mean, like, if he's only asked for $2,000 and you get 100,000 or more in return, and he's gonna throw in more free stuff. It's like, dude, like, yo, the $100,000 for $2,000 investment is already like OD, and you're gonna throw in mentorship also. Like, dude, you are cheapening yourself, man. and the red flag goes up. You know, like certain places I even want to, when I go to like internet to buy something and I look for the average cost. When I see something way too high, way too low, I don't even consider that. That's out. That's out. I mean, this car burning up. That raccoon around here somewhere though. I can't. Oh my God, I'm burning up, man. It's like, damn, it's like, it gotta be like 90 still. What the hell's going on, man? I mean, yeah, I've never been burned up before in this car. It's the first night I'm actually burning up. I do have a long sleeve on though. I got a long sleeve and long, you know, sweatpants on to protect from mosquitoes. But damn, yeah, this got to come off. Man, I'm burning up. All right. But if you're new, outside of No Ma'am, outside of The Watcher, outside of Revolutionary Me and other regulars, hit the Cash App if you can. You dig? Because the other ones I just named, like they already done enough, you know. And outside of A Mitch, you dig? Anyway, so let's Stu P. Yeah, so Stu, I'm gonna drop the link, Stu P, but I want to finish this first because we start the dialogue and I never finished the video. So let me finish this video and I will definitely drop the link. Definitely drop the link. All right, but I want to finish this video.
It's my people. I want to make it about them. And it gets weird and spooky, but there's so much words between sharing the video, you being able to see it. Sometimes the volume disappears. And I even think they put bots inside here to go against you. But with all of that, I still do what I do. When you say, what if your credit isn't bad? See Newark, see Jersey. Understand this. If you got so-called good credit, but
all right, so I'm going to now jump to the breakdown where he exposed that this is bothering him mentally, right? Something is really deep. Something is bothering. So I'm going to skip. All right, I'm done with everything else. I don't need to play the rest of the video. I'm going to skip to the mental breakdown where he just had enough. Like he's not getting support he believed he should get from his viewership.
The only thing they are slightly is with copy, but not with
To those dedicated to making an impact in the lives of others.
As you can see, he's clearly looking towards our right, right? We're viewing him. So our right, he's looking towards the right. That's where the other phone is at. So he's clearly reading the comments. He stopped talking. He's reading the feedback because according to him, he dropped some expensive jewels, right? Valuable jewels, so to speak. So now he's reading the comments. He's hoping for positive responses, right? Positive reviews. And he's not going to like what he's reading. And this is where you're going to see the mental breakdown. Watch this. Because like, and look at his views right now. This is like, this ain't his page, but he should get, I guess, more views than this. His views, I've been looking at his views, and people has not been buying into his character, this millionaire guy, this guru. People have been like losing faith in his self-proclaimed, accomplishments. So anyway, he's reading the comments. We're looking at it from our perspective towards our right, his left, and watch his response.
let's get to it. Nope. That hustle has met its expiration. Polight, can you spend $2,000 on me and I give you back the money when the money comes in? That hustle's over with. Because first of all, people get the money and they don't even throw me nothing back. Which is
Yeah, I was dying when I heard that. Yo, hold on. No, man, before you have a heart attack. So you paid your $2,000. He's promised you $100,000 or better, up to $300,000. So his range is from 100,000 to 300,000. So you'll have access to that. So the fact that, don't forget, he also read earlier that I played that, so for some people that $2,000 is a lot of money. It's a real hard sacrifice for them. Okay, so but if they're gonna do that real hard sacrifice, to them it's worth it because they're getting back at minimum $100,000 in credit that he's gonna teach you how to turn to cash. So it's gonna be liquid somehow. Okay, so that's enticing for you to spend the $2,000. That's gonna break you if everything goes wrong. Okay, so now he just said, after you take that risk with that type of money, and you get the $100,000 worth of credit, it's not again, you got to pay it back, and somehow he can like liquidate it for you, where you can turn it into cash. Still got to pay it back. Now he wants you to drop him something off from the loan you're getting. You're getting a loan, a credit loan, and he wants hardcore liquid cash for the loan you got to pay back. Now you already paid him $2,000, but he wants a tip, and the tip is more than a $2,000 investment. Watch this. I'm gonna go backwards for you. Watch the mental breakdown. He read the comments. He doesn't like them, and look how he responds. Somebody said, "Yo, man, spot me the $2,000. You rich, right? Spot me the $2,000. I get the $100,000, and I hit you off." Which, if what he's doing is legit, wouldn't that be a good scheme as well? So yeah, yo, man, let me just use you to fill out this. Let me falsify these documents on your behalf. I get you $100,000 to $300,000. Just throw me back $10,000, $5,000. Right? That's more than $2,000. That's like better if he's doing it for free. Like, yo, listen, everybody, I'm gonna do it for free. Just throw me $5,000 back, $10,000 back, because you're getting 6 figures. Like that would be more compelling and more convincing and more enticing than you giving up $2,000 up front, in my opinion. Look, check it out.
He comes in, that hustle's over with. Because first of all, people get the money and they don't even throw me nothing back, which isn't cool. People get a quarter fucking, part of my language, people get $250,000 and can't throw me a little 10%, $25,000. So I already.
Yeah. He's saying, so you already paid $2,000. Like you thought your expenses, you thought your expenses were done. He then gets you, falsify your documents, gets you the money. You're probably going to jail for that soon. And then he tells you, yo, man, you got all this money, yo, throw me $10,000. Like now you didn't even get the mentorship at this point on how to invest that money to make more money. And he wants the cream off the top. Hey, yo, you can't make this up. Hold on. Let me go backwards.
Then throw me nothing. You know what I'm saying? Polight, can you spend $2,000? Nope. That hustle has met its expiration. Polight, can you spend $2,000 on me and I give you back the money when the money comes in? That hustle's over with. Because first of all, people get the money and they don't even throw me nothing back, which isn't cool. People get a quarter, fucking, part of my language, people get $250,000 and can't throw me a little 10%, $25,000.
That's not cool. So it's cool to give them more money. Man, this guy is crazy. Yo. Hold on. It's more.
So I already made the price low, and that's one of the reasons why I'm stopping the program. Because from people to go $0 to $100,000, $0 to $200,000, $0 to $300,000, and then they wouldn't even throw me so much as $5,000, $10,000. But it's okay. You pay for the service. You do your.
Yo, He said it went from 0 to 100. No, they did not go 0 to 100, brother. It wasn't free. Remember? That hustle's over. That hustle's over. So they don't go from 0 to 100 grand. They actually go 2 grand to 100 grand, allegedly, right? So they don't go from 0. They're definitely starting off with 2 grand because you said that hustle's over. That 0 hustle's over. So they're actually starting from 2 grand. And that's not light for these people because they're like reluctant to give it to you. They just don't think that your selling point, like they don't your salesmanship, they don't believe in it. I'll go back and keep going. He gonna flip out, bruh. Watch. You already see it right now. He's flipping out. He wants the money. He wants that extra big tip. So the tip he wants, it's not like he's asking for 500, 100, or 250. He's asking for G's, more than your initial investment. Like, where they do that at? What investor does that? Hey, yo, give me so-and-so, and I'll give you some money back because this investment is a new inventive wave, is technology, is science, is blah, 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 blah. But when you get this large money from investing with me, I want something off that too. Yo, no, and man, investors be like, man, kiss my ass. What the hell wrong with your ass? Look at this guy.
Throw me a little 10%, 25, quarter fucking, which isn't cool. Which isn't cool. People get a quarter fucking, part of my language, people get a $250,000 and can't throw me a little 10%, 25 grand. So I already made the price low, and that's one of the reasons why I'm stopping the program. Because from people to go 0 to 100,000, 0 to 200,000, 0 to $300,000, and then they wouldn't even throw me so much as 5, 10 grand. But it's okay. You pay for the service, you do your thing. But if we build it and you like, hey, I'm gonna give you this, I'm gonna give you that. When this money come in, they find everybody else to pay, everyone else to purchase from, and the person that put them in that position, they ignore them. So that's one of the reasons I'm done, because it's corny. It's corny.
It's corny not to give him 10. Don't forget, that was the minimum. He first said 30 grand. He first said 30 to 40 grand, right? And then he said, well, as so much as 5 to 10 grand. So that was like the worst you can do. That's the least you can do is 5, 10. The best you can do to be a happy customer is 30 to 40. Okay? 30 to 40. Man, damn, I should have fed that raccoon something. And become friends with it. So I don't have to be afraid of it. It was close as hell. I could have fed them. They like grapes. They like chips. They like certain things. They're scavengers. They like sweets too. You can give them like a donut. Damn. I'm gonna have snacks next time. I'm gonna try to feed them through the fence. But anyway, this guy is funny. This is the breakdown I think he's having.
It's real corny. It's real corny. So I'm like done with it. I'm over it. I'm over it. So that's one to repurchase from, and when this money come in, but if we wouldn't even throw me so much as 0 to $300,000. From people to go 0 to 100,000, 0 to 200,000, 0 to $300,000, and then they wouldn't even throw me so much as 5, 10 grand. But it's okay. You pay for the service, you do your thing. But if we build it and you like, hey, I'm gonna give you this, I'm gonna give you that. When this money come in, they find everybody else to pay, everyone else to purchase from, and the person that put them in that position, they ignore them. So that's one of the reasons I'm done, because it's corny. It's corny. It's real corny. It's real corny. So I'm like done with it. I'm over it. I'm over it. Tired of it. People be greedy as fuck. People be broke and then they get 6 figures, but they can't throw no bread back.
Yeah. Hey, yo, are you hearing this? Can't throw bread back. bruh, you got your $2,000 up front. They're only getting a loan. And you want more money? You want liquid money while they got to pay back theirs. Yo, they got to pay back that 100,000, that 300,000. Why would they give you more off the top? And look. I'm not gonna cap. No fairy tale over here. No fairy tale. If somebody said, listen, unbiased, it's going to be a loan, okay, and it's legal. It's not illegal. So keep in mind, it's legal. But if you give me $2,000 right now, cash, liquid cash, I can get you 300 grand of a loan right now. Shit, I might go for that. But it can't be a scam, and it gotta be the guaranteed. You dig? I might be like, all right, yeah, all right. I might go for that right there. That's a great sales pitch. I'm going for that. But if it's a scam, I ain't going for it. But if you could guarantee legally get me 300 grand of a loan for my $2,000, my liquid $2,000, I'm going with that. I'm sorry, I'm going with that. You dig? But I'm not giving you more liquid off top of the loan. No. Where that raccoon at? I might show him. I hear him walking over there. He's real close. I see him. There you go. He just having fun over there, man. Damn, what happened to throw over there? Yeah, but he's running around like crazy. All right. Anyway, let me go back a little bit.
Part of my language. People get $250,000 and can't throw me a little 10%, 25 grand. So I already made the price low, and that's one of the reasons why I'm stopping the program. Because from people to go 0 to 100,000, 0 to 200,000, 0 to $300,000, and then they wouldn't even throw me so much as 5, 10 grand. But it's okay. You pay for the service, you do your thing. But if we build it and you like, hey, I'm gonna give you this, I'm gonna give you that. When this money come in, they find everybody else to pay, everyone else to purchase from, and the person that put them in that position, they ignore them. So that's one of the reasons I'm done, because it's corny. It's corny. It's real corny. It's real corny. So I'm like done with it. I'm over it. I'm over it. Tired of it. People be greedy as fuck. People be broke and then they get 6 figures, but they can't throw no bread back. Don't get me started. That's one of the main reasons I don't want to deal with it. And then they F up their credit again and then come back and hope that we do it again for them.
Wait a minute. Last time I checked, in my Nipsey Hussle voice, last time I checked, right? You got a song, last time I checked. This is a capitalistic country, right? When somebody mess up their opportunity to come back to you, that's like the dream. The dream is they come back. I don't give a damn why they coming back. You know, if I'm selling something or offering a service, let's say I'm gonna name 2 things. If I'm selling cell phone cases and you bought a cell phone case, like I think you're not gonna need a newer one maybe a year later, right? Or close. If you come back 2 months later, I don't give a damn why you coming back here. Yeah, I got another one for you, right? So that's an actual tangible something. Let's say if I service mosquitoes because I hate them and I know the process. So what they do is the mosquitoes come from bushes, by the way. They don't come from grass. I know the laymen, the laywomen, they think grass. They come from they are in bushes, not grass. Right. So any bushes around, that's where they at. So the pest control, the mosquito company, they come and they spray the bushes. And that only lasts like, first of all, you can never get rid of mosquitoes. That's temporal, but it's definitely gonna improve the infestation. And you usually do it when you have a big event, pool party, cookout. You want to get that service then. But that service is useless if it's gonna rain. I mean, absolutely useless. So if you get service today, Sunday, and you didn't know it's gonna rain Tuesday or Monday, you got to get them back after it rains because that chemical is washed away, and they'll tell you that. So whatever they did, that treatment is not. You're no longer protected. So somebody who's wise that get that service, they're gonna make sure they check the calendar or the weather and make sure that it's not gonna rain anytime soon during that duration. Then you get it then. So you got to be strategical when you get those services. Okay, but regardless, if that customer, that client doesn't look at the count, doesn't look at the weather, and it rains the next day, you're like, yes, I get double the money. It come back. He's complaining about getting double the money. He's complaining about people taking the money, running, and not giving him cream off the top, and then messing the credit back up and coming back to him for another round. It's like, dude, that's what business is about. Chick-fil-A, they don't want you to be done with their sandwich forever. They want you to eat it and come back and come back and come back and come back. Like, what type of business model he's representing where he's mad that you come back for the services? They're not free. They're paying $2,000 over and over and over. You should be happy they ruined their credit.
There is no messing it up twice. But yeah, little ginger shot. What the hell? Ginger shot, alkaline water. Get into it. Yeah, shit's corny. Man, I just had to literally cancel somebody out. My circle being so greedy. I feel you.
All right, so he's reading the comments right now. And you know that because looking towards our right, the viewer's right. When he looks towards the right, he's reading comments.
And then the thing is, you don't think you're gonna make even more money from the person that put you in a position to get more bread? But anyway, when you
So I agree with Indigenous Black man. It's like, all right, but dude, charge that from the beginning, or say look, say my services are $10,000, but I'm allowing you to put down a down payment of $2,000 liquid cash, and then when you get your loan, you owe me $8,000. So now I'm gonna make my $10,000 altogether. Like, just say that from the door. Like, listen, you're getting back $100,000. All you gotta do is give me a down payment of $2,000. That's it. You're gonna get minimum $100,000. Some of you will get $300,000, depending upon like your background, right? What's going on with that? All I'm asking for afterwards is to pay me out of that money what you owe me, which is the $8,000. So now you made $10,000. That's the best way to go about it. But to sit there and tell them that $2,000 is all they owe, and when they get their money, you're asking for a tip, large, 5 times larger than the initial cost of the program? That's just goofy. He didn't think this through. Trust me.
you're ready to purchase, stop pump faking, stop hesitating, stop procrastinating. It's gonna be many people that's detractors and turn you away from investing in yourself, because I really feel, I don't want to talk about government plots. I'm just saying there's a.
All right. So because things are not going in his favor, he goes to the government plot conspiracy theorists. I mean, listen, my boy, if conspiracy theorists, I need you to redirect your attention to the fathers who DNA exclude them from being the father of the kid, biological father of the kid. But the courts are still making them pay. And if they're not making them pay afterwards, those fathers should be able to go after not the mother, but the actual biological father for compensation of all of his payments. Right? So conspiracy theorists, you should be talking about that. That's something that's effective. That's something you'll get hella support. You'll get people behind you, all races, nationalities. You'll get donations if your efforts are genuine, and you might be able to reason why a bill is passed. You might get your name attached to the bill, and that's real work. That's boots to the ground. No, you'll rather talk about goofy stuff that nobody cares to talk about, and that's your focus. But if you are serious, I'm giving you guys layups. On the live, I give you real conspiracy theories to follow up on, and you'll have hella support because there's merit behind them. And one is the father, the non-biological father, who the mother, which we've seen from the story, I'm not making this up, the mother out of her own mouth says she could not get welfare benefits unless she lists somebody as a dad. So she any mini miny mowed the potential fathers, and one guy had to pay, and he owed as much as 30 grand. His license was suspended because he refused to pay because his DNA test says he's not the dad. You dig? That's something you could pick up, guys, but you're never going to pick it up. And you weed smokers are never going to research Dr. Weshi Muhammad research behind the weed plot, the weed conspiracy. So you guys are very, very, very cherry picking on your conspiracy theories.
Concerted effort being made to stop our people from investing in themselves. Real talk. A concerted effort is being made to discourage black people particularly from investing in themselves. Black people do so much risky shit on a day-to-day basis, but when it's time to invest in themselves, they will wait in line for sneakers that cost $500 and up, that somebody might want to kill them for and take it off their feet before they would invest some money to get.
Good things come to those who work. So let's get to work. Get going. Get hustling.
Let's go get this money, man.
Let's get paid. Not later. Now. Because there are things we want. Now.
Get back enough money to open up a damn sneaker store. Because anything you like spending money on is worth you creating a business about.
Man, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that right there, what you just said. And that's what I do. The things you like to spend money on, that's the avenue to make profits, right? You can get skin, you can get skin in the game. The things that catch your interest, you can get into that market. So I like that advice. That's what I actually did. Everything I like to do, I told Extra Architect, who you call Double X, I said, my boy, everything I like to do in my free time, I tried to make money off it. Wasn't successful on most of it, only one thing, but, well, two things now. But everything I like to do or I find like it's a necessity, I try to make money off it. So I was never, until I was like really, really young when I had that nice car. But outside that, I was never into like my car being spotless and clean, and I didn't give a damn. But I said, okay, if I'm going to keep my car spotless in 2022, shit, I might as well charge you to keep your car spotless. So everything I'm going to do, I try to make money off it. All right, well, how can I also keep my car spotless? So therefore, it's free to keep my car spotless. Like, you're paying for that. Like, so that logic, I'll go with that logic. The things that interest you, why not try to make $1 off it? Where it is not really work at that point. Because I want to wash my car anyway. So that right there, that advice he slipped in there was pretty good, but he doesn't stick to that advice. He throws it out there as because he's frustrated, and then he go back to his scamming ideologies. You dig? But stick to what really makes sense the most.
You feel what I'm saying? If you love sneakers, invest in the sneaker business. How about that? You love cars, invest in the car business. I rent out my cars because I like cars, so I got.
Now, for the record, I'm not under the influence that this guy's rich at all. I don't believe he has cars. I don't believe he's rich. I don't believe he has a mansion. I don't believe none of that. Okay, at one point I did, but after following this guy for a long time and looking at him in great detail, I'm convinced he's not successful or even close. Okay, so he has no cars in my mind. He's not rich. He has no mansion. Because when you watch people on YouTube, like the people on the YouTubers who are really rich, you can see their lifestyle. You can see their day-to-day lifestyle, and they're consistent year after year after year. And not only they're consistent, they are also with other people who are successful and that can vouch for them. You know, and that's it. It just for me, there's certain things that can stamp you, and that's what you got to show for me. To be convinced that you are who you say you are. And if you can't follow, in my opinion, those things, then it's red flag and I don't believe you. And so for that, I don't believe this guy. Like nobody stamps it. Nobody successful actually stamps this guy.
Myself into the industry to afford my habit. But people addicted to the struggle. Couldn't say it better. I'll talk to you guys again on IG again, probably sometime today, because being that I won't be able to save the video and keep it up. We're gonna do some more knowledge, but again, you email brotherpolight45@gmail.com. You leave your full name and your phone number when you're ready to purchase the $2,000 service that gives you access to anywhere between $100,000 to $300,000. Provides removing negative items off your report, adding positive items to your report, boosting your credit scores, and then leveraging your newly found credit disposition so that you're approved for anywhere between $100,000 and $300,000 inside of 45, 60 business days, maybe a little more, give or take. Let's make it happen. And only contact us when you're ready. You don't have to let us know you'll be ready next month. We won't even be doing it next month. Or at the end of the next month, we won't be.
And don't forget, he's not doing it next month because you won't give him extra cream off the top. You won't give him 10 grand or 30 grand. And that's why he's not doing it. So the initial 2 grand that he asked for is not good enough. It's the 10 grand and the 30 grand you're not giving him. Is why he's not continuing with the program.
And again, you can always make sure in the interim of while I'm teaching or mentoring that you verify everything that I'm saying. Look for any critique you can find. Talk to the people that's credentialed. Definitely speak with a CPA. And definitely talk to his.
Or why not have a CPA with you to vouch for you that what you're saying is true? That's what I would do. That's just me, though.
Many people that are credentialed and educated before making any critical decisions with that money, because that's a large sum of money you're about to have access to. Just make sure you put in all the footwork so you never go back into the same position you was in prior. The credit, boosting your credit is easy, and getting you access to the money is easy. Maintaining that money and amassing wealth is not difficult, but it takes discipline. So I don't want you guys to make those mistakes. So get as much knowledge that you can from as many places as possible. Also, order the newspaper Barron's, Barron. You know what? On my next stream, we're going to talk about some really good reading material that you can get to grow your thinking when it comes to wealth. Let's do that. Really.
And his recommendations aren't bad. They're actually good in the finance world. The problem is none of the information in those magazines is going to come remotely close to what he's suggesting here, what he's offering. It'll contradict what he's saying at the very least. Okay.
Great reading material. Change the reading material as well. I'm gonna block you for being dumb. Talking about me skipping over questions, but the thing is, I have to speak about certain points in particular. The way I talk, I'm answering things as I see them. I have 2 phones here, and combined between the 2 phones, there's almost 2,000 people watching me live. I can only imagine how much people are actually commenting at the same time. So I'm picking my spots for comments and making sure I don't have to stop and stare in the screen and read. As I see them, I respond. So you may not realize I'm responding to comments, but those who are asking the questions can tell. Okay? Yes, it's possible if you currently don't have credit at all. And that's on this phone, Mark Williams. It's not Barton's, it's Barron's. 123_Andre. I'm just showing people, I'm catching it, I'm reading. But I'm responding to people who are talking about what I'm talking about, so it makes sense as I'm flowing, so I'm not all over the place. I got 2 phones here. That's why you see me going here and see me going here. Made over $19,000 with brother. Thank you. Ola Dio Spirit. I appreciate you. And we still got more money to make together. Thank you guys, because you see, people don't like reading those in the comments. They want to read.
So that person who made $19,000, I mean, if I had legit business, I would love to. I mean, again, as far as YouTubers who offer programs that's supposed to bring success, every last one of those guys and women, the people who actually make money from their programs, they got them on their program and interview them. Okay, they interviewed them because that just shows that your thing is authentic. Like you're the real deal. But to sit there and allow somebody to phantomly just say I made this much money, which is probably his wife or daughter account, and you don't want to talk to them more because don't forget, he's in the business to convince his viewership because they obviously are like not sure if this works. So why not get somebody who made money on there to tell how it worked for them? He just, oh, thank you for the testimony. That's it. That's weird. I'm like, yo, oh boy, sis, email me polight45gmail.com and let's get you on here where you can like talk about your experiences. And I will screen them first, make sure everything's good, and then I'll do it.
Read people who are detractors or probably planted here to speak evil of me or whatever the reason is. But we're going to act like we don't see the people in here constantly saying, I made 19 grand, I made 30, I made 100 grand, I just got my loan. We're going to act like we don't see these things in the comment section, and then you're going to write stupid shit like, has anyone benefited? So if you could trust the negativity in the comment section, how come you don't trust the positivity? The positivity in the comment section is suspect, but the negativity is definitely true. You see how we think? Because I've seen plenty of them. Plenty of them. But this is how people spend their day, to destroy other people. But anyway, email your full name, your phone number to brotherpolight45@gmail.com. That's POLIGHT45@gmail.com. When you're ready, if you're ready, change your life today. Ready right now? Let's get to it. Change your life. Let's get the job done. Let's get the job done. Oladeo Spirit, thank you again. Because they would like to ignore the fact that somebody's putting how much money they've been making. Okay, if you guys hit us up now, we're going to get right to you, get to work, and put us on clock. You invest today in yourself, do the countdown to your life changing, because you're also going to have a mentor in your corner, which is something I'm adding to the closing of this. When you pay $2,000, you get access to 100 to 300K. I've added mentorship to it. So you want to be mentored, you pay for the $2,000 service at the same time. I'll give you a lot of insight. And we can deviate a little bit and talk about health here and there, but idealistically, I'll go.
And I started having a breakdown because he flipped out on his viewers and he really was upset that they wouldn't give him back. The ones that he finagled a loan for. He was really upset that they didn't give him money back. So now, going back to something, okay? So this is actually a traffic stop, okay? So a white male was pulled over by a police officer, white male police officer, and he's asking about his DUI, suspicions. So check this out.
No, okay. No or no? No, I said. Okay. Do me a favor, just follow my fingertip with your eyes. Do I have to do this? Yes, you do. By law?
Okay, so he's trying to have him now. This is crazy. He's trying to from the driver's seat. He's not even outside the car. From the driver's seat, he's trying to have him do a field sobriety test. Yeah. Now, officer tried that with me, and I actually did it. And the guy was like, "Yo, why aren't your pupils dilating?" I'm like, I don't know. Like, why should they? I don't even know. Nick, you would want to educate it. Oh shit! I'm just a regular nobody. How do I know what my eye people should be doing? You dig? But because I ran a stop sign and he was the only car that was coming. You dig? So he put me over for running a stop sign, and he's trying to figure out why I ran a stop sign. I get it. You run a stop, but I don't get it because we're in Newark where everybody runs the goddamn stop sign. So all of a sudden, I'm the crackhead. I'm the guy who's intoxicated. Okay, so anyway, he put the flashlight in my eyes. I followed the instructions. You dig? So he's like, "Why aren't your eyes dilated? Whatever." I'm like, I don't know. Like, you tell me. Like, yo, are they supposed to? So I'm like, dude, if you think I'm a crackhead or intoxicated, you're bugging, right? And again, like my confidence to that officer that I'm sober, he didn't pursue that any further. Okay, so he just stuck with the initial traffic violation, which ran a stop sign. But he dropped that accusation really, really quickly. So again, it's sometimes it's about confidence, how you where you can confidently object an accusation. Some people might be like, yeah, let me leave that alone and continue on with what I initially stopped him for. So yeah, but he dropped that shit fast. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? So anyway, so right here, this guy is doing a field sobriety test from the car. But this white guy is at that time, I didn't know what I know now. But this white guy sounds like he's a little young, maybe 25 or younger. And he's aware of a field sobriety test, and he knows his law. Like, he knows his rights. He knows the law, and he knows his rights. So here we go. Now I notice it's not playing. Oh, I don't know why. All right, so let me go back. It's not playing. I don't hear the audio. There we go.
You had anything to drink tonight? No. You're not taking any medications or anything?
Okay, so I'm noticing it's a little choppy. I don't know if it's the original audio choppy or if it's my internet. Again, if my internet is choppy, let me know because I don't know. Last night, you guys said it was choppy, and it was, but I fell asleep anyway. So when y'all was complaining, I was lights out. All right, so read these subtitles, please.
No or no? No, I said. Okay. Do me a favor, just follow my fingertip with your eyes. Do I have to do this? Yes, you do. By law? Yes, you do. I don't think I do.
Okay, so at this point, this officer is blatantly lying to the motorist. He's blatantly lying to the motorist. Don't worry, the motorist won a lawsuit of 70 grand. So, and I was trying to tell you guys, man. So please pay attention to this example. Just because you know your rights doesn't mean a police officer can't violate them. Like, they are human beings. So when I say for Black males specifically, the best way to avoid getting shot is to comply with the laws and your rights, and the police, if the police is demanding something or giving you a directive under arrest, under arrest, you got to do it. Okay, and you could fight them in court, right? Not on the streets. You lose on the streets. Okay, you fight them in court, not the streets. That's the problem with us. We fight in the streets and we lose in court. Lose in the streets, but win in court. Okay. So, but I'm not saying that this is guaranteed to save your life. I'm not Brother Polight. I don't give guarantees. I'm just saying that this decreases the chances of you getting shot. And if you do get shot, the public, right, will be more sympathetic in your death and will riot or protest because they could clearly see from your video. You should always video your police stops. I got a picture showing how my setup is in my car. I got two vent posts for a phone. So I got one showing my window where the officer's going to approach, and I got the passenger window for the second officer. So I'm prepared for a police stop, right? Because sometimes it'd be one cop, sometimes they call back, it'd be two cops talking to you, observing your car. So both gonna be on camera. All right. That's me. You do what you want. But if I get shot by a police officer, I bet you that it's gonna make the news gonna be controversial. I'm gonna have my own surveillance on what happened. My hands, don't reach for the gun. My camera gonna show my hands are on the steering wheel or in plain sight or out the window. So ain't none of that on me. Ain't no Philando Castillo on me. I'm gonna have my hands in matter of fact, out the window so his police car can get it. So his police dash cam can get it. So if you don't have a body cam, at least his police dash cam gonna see my hands out the window. And if I got a gun, if I'm armed with a gun, if I'm in a state where I can legally carry, I'm gonna say, officer, I'm gonna have my hands out the window. So whatever you ask for, I'm gonna say, no, I'm not doing it. I'm gonna say, I feel more comfortable if you take this gun off my hip. And then I'll reach for whatever you want to reach for. I'm saying I don't feel comfortable reaching for anything. As I'm saying this, my hands be out the window, so that both the hands out the window, so the dash cam can see I'm not reaching. So he can't even lie. I'm gonna say I don't feel comfortable to reach for any documents until you disarm me. Okay, so I'm allowing you to take me out my own car. Okay, so officer, can I step up? Can you get me out my own car? Can I get out the car? And you could take the gun off my hip, and then I can comply with all your directives. That's what I would do. You dig? I'm not gonna leave it on this fool. So this officer right here, he's giving directives, and he's telling him it's the law, and it's clearly unlawful. But the white dude understood the law, and he knows that it's unlawful to do a field sobriety test, to be forced to do a field sobriety test. And a field sobriety test, for the record, is when an officer suspects you of driving under influence of something, right? And he have you step out of the car and bark like a dog, hop on one foot, do the nay, do all these the soldier boy dance just to prove you're not drunk. You should always, according to a lawyer, according to a DUI, a defense attorney, he said, and I'll play it later. He said you should never take any test on the site of a traffic site. Never take a breathalyzer or a field sobriety test on the site. If they take you in, he had different advice. But at the traffic stop, he said you should never accept any of those things, field sobriety test or breathalyzer. Now, a field sobriety test, if you reject that, that's not a penalty under arrest. But every other thing you reject that can prove or disprove you're drunk, it will come with an arrest. But that's an arrest you're supposed to just eat. Be prepared to eat that, because you will be in big trouble if you agree to those tests on the site. You'll be in big trouble. All right, that's coming from a defense lawyer whose expertise is defending DUI case for his clients. All right, so anyway, let me play it.
Want me to take you to jail for DUI? I haven't done a thing. Exactly. You're required by law to submit to a field DUI sobriety test? No, I don't. What's that? I said I'm not required by law to do a field sobriety test. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Says who? Well, can I get? Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
So that's their favorite comeback. Are you a lawyer? Right. So he did a little too. I mean, like he did talking. But if you're gonna do that little bit talking, then you might as well say, officer, do I have to be a lawyer to read English? Right? He gonna be like, what do you mean? I have constitutional rights. They're written. Okay. I think 1787. They were written. I can read that. And they say the fourth one, the fourth Bill of Rights says it protects me from illegal searches and seizures. Okay. And I know that a field sobriety test is not a lawful act. Like I don't have to do it. I don't gotta be a lawyer to do that. Also, that's written in plain English. Can I use my phone to Google it for you? I could Google it. You know, you can be a little sarcastic since the officer is being sarcastic. Are you a lawyer? Also, I can Google that this is not legal, but this officer has an agenda, and there's nothing you're gonna say to get out of these. There's nothing this brother's gonna say to get out of these handcuffs. This officer was hell bent on locking him up. So I'm saying that to you. Sometimes there's nothing you're gonna do to stop somebody from violating you, and that's just what it is. And you just hope that violation isn't death, because that'd be unfortunate. But anyway, let's go.
That has nothing to do with this. I don't by law have to do a field sobriety. Yes, you do. No, I do. You signed it. You signed the paperwork. I would like to speak with someone and tell me.
Okay, that's the lie about. So now some officers, I don't know, like I think they Google some polite information or some Morse information where you signed it back your driver's license, so that means you agreed to field sobriety test. That's a lie. All right. So like that's something that they're gonna try to get you to that's a lie. They're gonna try to get you to believe them that they're right. You gotta take a field sobriety test. And again, let me say for the record, for those who are new listening to this, or not new, but for the first time listening to this, you cannot pass a field sobriety test. You can only fail it. What I mean is that they already suspect you drunk, right? You can't, there's no way around it. They're gonna lock you up. Okay, so or give you a ticket, either way. So now they just looking for more evidence so they can stick in court. So the prosecutor can stick that charge on you in court, where no defense lawyer can be successful in removing it. Okay, that's why you need the field sobriety test. But so there's no pass, because once you so-called pass it, he's going to say, okay, take a breathalyzer. So he's going to go to the next step, which is breathalyzer or lock you up hospital blood test. Okay, but he's not going to stop, because they're not going to give up. Once you so-called pass that to them, they just think you just did good while you was drunk. Like, okay, this guy's good. He's somebody who's drunk. She's somebody who's drunk, but can pass a field sobriety test. Okay, all right, next phase. But that doesn't, to them, that don't mean you're not drunk, ever. Okay? So anyway, carry on.
I'm telling you I do not. That's incorrect, officer. Okay, so you want me to take you to jail then for refusing to do a field sobriety test and for drunk driving? Yeah. So if I can't examine you, so then take me to jail. If I can't examine you, then I'm gonna say you're drunk. Okay. Okay, step out of the car. Do I have to? If I'm gonna take you to jail, yes.
Okay, so when a police officer, whether he's in the right or wrong, when he says step out your car, that's always under the threat of arrest. Okay, so don't ask a dumbass question about do I have to? Is this legal? They're gonna snatch your ass out the car. They're gonna break your window. They're gonna violate your car. Okay, so don't be one of those guys. So again, you fight it in court and you beat it there, but once they say step out your car, you got to step out. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It don't matter at that point. Nothing matters, but you got to get out that car. And if you don't, they will get you out of it, and they will love to violate your car to do it. So don't do that. Get out your damn car.
So I'm going to jail right now? If you're going to refuse to do a field sobriety test, yes, because I have nothing else to go on. So I'm assuming you're drunk based on your appearance.
So your lawyer gonna beat that up. So he admitted that he has nothing else to go on. So that means all he can rely on that you're drunk is a field sobriety test. Okay, so that works in your favor. That's his only evidence because he doesn't smell liquor, he doesn't see liquor, he weren't swerving, none of that type of stuff. So you know, so he's looking. I told you he's looking for evidence, and because he didn't give it to him, he doesn't even have that much now. So now you just go to jail. It's weird stuff.
I assume I'm
Your
drunk.
bloodshot, watery eyes?
My bloodshot, watery eyes?
Yes. It's a simple test, sir.
Now, don't fall for that. The field sobriety test is not simple. It's so difficult that sober people fail it. I think sober people are like sober people got a 50% chance of passing it. It's like 50. It's like rolling dice. So if you're drunk, there's no way you're passing it. Okay, and that's why I say that there's no pass when you take it. It's just only a fail.
That I don't have to do by law.
Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Where the hell did you learn that from?
Well, that's the law, officer.
Says who?
That's the law. Says who? I don't know who writes laws. I'm not I don't know.
So you're refusing to take tests for me?
A field sobriety test.
Yes.
I'm refusing, yes.
You are refusing?
I'm refusing a field sobriety test, yes.
Okay, step out of the car for me.
For what?
For drunk driving. I'm arresting you for drunk driving because you're refusing to take any tests, answer any of my questions.
Can I park my car?
No, you can't. I'm going to be towing your car.
But, can
Step
I
out of
call?
the car.
Can I bring anything with me or no?
You're going to jail.
Do I bring my wallet or no?
Sure, you have it on you.
My
Step
phone?
Out. No.
I leave that phone?
Step out of the car. Step out of the car.
My dogs are in the car.
I'll kill me. I'll take them to the kennel shop.
So they're going to go to the pound?
Yes.
Why would my dogs go to the pound?
Because they're not going to be left in the car where they'll end up dying. So they'll go to the pound until somebody can pick them up. And if nobody picks them up, they'll get adopted. Hopefully. Obviously, they're handcuffs. They're not supposed to come.
I got you.
All right. So to further humiliate him, he called for backup, and they had him like in handcuffs where the public could visibly see him for who knows for how long. But he became entertainment for oncoming motorists. They're looking at this guy in handcuffs, so he looks bad, right? So anyway, he was able to recoup 70,000. He sued for about he was able to sue for $70,000 after this. So it doesn't come from the police department or the police officer's pocket. It comes out of the city's budget. Okay, so let me get rid of that, and let me get rid of that. And let me get rid of that. And let's go here. Okay. Yeah, the puppy's gone. So now I'm going to drop the link. Okay, I'm pretty much with the most important stuff I'm done with. I dropped the link. And I'm going to play what I fell asleep on last night over. Okay. So I don't got to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play because we play videos on, suspected drug traffickers. And they will ask the motorist, right? They'll pull them over for doing 3 miles per hour over the speed limit. They'll ask the license, they'll ask where they're coming from, but you should be really short on that. Where you're coming from, look, work, and I'm going home. That's pretty much it. You don't got to say that much, but you could say that much. Work and go home. And then, hey, man, so any drugs officer, you pull me over for speeding. Can you just give my speeding ticket so I go home? I'm tired, and I don't want to answer more questions about my lawyer being present. Because from there, they're going to find a reason to search your car. Okay, so I just want to play real quickly. So what they'll do is, okay, I can't search. Then once they leave your car, they'll radio in a K9. And it's usually because you are driving on a highway that has a lot of drug trafficking uh, activity, right? So this is the whole point of getting a K9. So after you was pulled over for speeding for 5, 3, 10, 15 miles over the speed limit, they're once you refuse them to search your car, they're going to say on the radio, "Hey, I need a K9 unit." So now when we did these lives, I'm like, that gotta be illegal. That gotta be an infringement on your Fourth Amendment rights. Illegal seizures and searches. That can't be right. So what I did was I said, okay, let me see if it's right. Let me see when and why and when they can't get a K9. So now this lawyer, the DUI lawyer, is going to explain when a K9 can be used and when you can't. So this is very quick. I'm just going to play it, and then we could talk about everything I played today.
The very first case that dealt with canines that I could find that's pertinent and relevant to our topic here today is comes from 1976 from the Fifth Circuit. It's United States v. Race. And Race basically said that if a police dog, this basically sets the stage for police dogs. This probably was the first time the use of a police dog was ever contested. The defendant probably tried to argue that a dog does not belong in the field. They are not sufficient for detection of drugs and so on and so forth. But the court said that after a well-trained, this is the key. And now remember, there are two phrases that will be pretty much repeated throughout. Well-trained, another one you will hear is without warning or with warning. Warning is very crucial for purposes of finding the absence or presence of constitutionality when it comes to canine use. But a well-trained drug detection police dog, if one of those indicates after a sniff, so a well-trained drug detection police dog indicates on a particular vehicle or object or person, that is enough to establish probable cause. That's it. That's the main takeaway from that case. That's United States v. Race. Pretty much set the stage. If the dog is well trained, no problemo. You got probable cause, officer, and now
there's really no problema, right? So you say no problem. I know people add the O there, but in Spanish there's an A. There's no problema. But yeah. So there you go. Just a well-trained dog. But let him finish, and then we'll have this dialogue.
now you can you don't even need to search anymore. You can begin the process of arrest. That's no longer reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion could be a search, but probable cause could be search and arrest. I'm sorry. Reasonable suspicion is not first search. I misspoke. So it gives you probable cause to search and arrest an individual if they indeed have contraband on them. Now, the next case comes only 7 years later, 1983, and it's a United States Supreme Court case called United States v. Place. That case said that the sniffing of personal items, okay, now we're in the territory of...
So I'm going to stop it there because going somewhere else, and as we have this dialogue, I might go on mute just to skim the video to other things that's important, but he's going somewhere different now. I just want to deal with the K9 unit in a traffic violation. When they stop you on the side of the road and they go get them. I don't care about the luggage or airport, that's a whole different ballgame. That's rare, and that's for the drug smugglers, but people for driving, they need to know that. So Stupies, I'm going to, you can take it away. I'm going to just use the restroom real quick, and I'll be back, to listen to what you got to say. But because I'm not, usually I call in from the phone, but I'll take the phone with me, but I got my iPad. So I got to charge one iPad. This iPad is the one I'm using for the audio, for the microphone. So I put the link in there, right? So you clicked it. That's for anybody else. And I will add the phone number in case those who want to just call in can do that as well. But Stupies, you can take it away.
All right.
Oh, wait. Hey, Supi, before you start, I'm actually mad at you, bro.
What did?
I'm mad at you because you had a lot of information I never knew you had before. You know, I had to pull it out. I had to piss you off to pull it out about. Well, I didn't know you knew world history, especially from a European side. You know, a white side. Yeah. So, but that's why I call black allergy, because you got history from black side and white side, but I only ever heard you say the black side. So you're blackwashing history. So that is that. I mean, I was kind of actually mad at you because you even knew about physics and you even knew about law of thermodynamics. I didn't know you knew that stuff. So you even like stumped me a little bit, like, oh, you caught me off guard. Like,
I was going to school to the engineering, and then I stopped because I got broke and I went and did public health. So I did public health for most of my life.
Yeah, so I didn't know your bag was that.
Originally in my 20s, I was going to the engineering.
Yeah,
so I do physics and the chemistry and the biology.
Yeah, I didn't know your bag was that deep. Like, so you got a deep bag in like various subjects. I didn't know that, and you kind of ambushed me, because had I known that, I wouldn't have asked you those questions, assuming you didn't know. You know, I would have just respected your wealth of knowledge, and we would have had a
not so wrong. It's years since I went into that bag, so it was good. But European history, I love European history. I enjoyed, one of my favorite books is the Iliad Odyssey by Homer. Right? I love that book. Right? I love Julius Caesar by Shakespeare. I want to read and enjoy it. But that is it. But the first thing, when you come up, we need to talk about Polight.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use the restroom, but right now we can hear you, but you're breaking up slightly, but we still can hear you clear. But it is a slight robotic breakup. So as you go in, allow me to charge the other iPad up and use the bathroom. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes, but you can proceed.
Okay. Polight is a gem. $2,000, you can get $300,000. Get that money and use it to buy a house. Your credit can go into shit after that. They can garnish your wages, but how much can they garnish your wages? Less than what the mortgage would be. So use Polight service to figure. That's what I would say. No, I'm kidding. That's the biggest set of garbage. You know, at first I didn't understand why Unbiased was stressing this credit fix. And then I started watching YouTube and started looking at the people who insist that they can fix credit. And I came to the realization that these people are scammers. They are scammers. They're selling a lie. They're selling a lie. Who is that wanting to? Somebody want to come in? Or Unbiased on a different thing. Yeah. So these people are scammers. And Amber is in. Hello, Amber.
Hey, Stupies.
How are you doing? How are you doing, girl? How are you doing? How is life? I'm in the credit repair business. For just $2,000, Amber, I can get you $300,000. What do you think about that? Just send me $3,000.
So I'll give you $2,000, and you're going to give me $300,000 back.
I'm going to show you how to get $300,000.
Are you going to show me how, or are you just going to flip it for me?
No, I'm going to show you how to get $300,000. I'm going to clear your credit, and I'm going to increase your credit line. As a result of that, you'll be able to get credit cards for $100,000 on American Express credit cards. And
So
then,
what?
and then you can use that money to flip that money for cash.
I can use that money to flip it for cash.
Yes.
How am I going to pay that type of debt though?
No, when that time comes, I'll fix your credit again.
Oh, so you're going to fix it again after I fuck it up again?
Right.
Okay.
And then you borrow 300,000 more, and you'll fuck it up again, and I'll fix it again. So within a 3-year period, you'll have 900,000.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a plan.
Don't know how you're going to pay it back, but we'll fix your credit again.
I'm back.
Okay, so you're gonna fix my credit again?
Yes.
But why you gotta fix it if you taught me how to fix it the first time?
No, because it takes credit fixing is an art, and I'm Michelangelo. I'm going to pay the 16 chapter on your credit.
Okay.
You know, you are a new artist. I cannot trust you with a 16 tracker.
So where I'm gonna get the next $2,000 from after I done fucked up my credit?
Remember, you have 300,000. So you know, if you want to shoot me 30,000, I wouldn't be mad at you. When you get that first 300,000, if you want to shoot me 30,000, I wouldn't be mad at you. And then we fix your credit again, and you borrow 300,000 again. Do you make 300,000 a year?
I do not. So, but my question is, you mean to tell me you figured out a way to get me? I pay you 2,000, you give me 300,000, but then I have the option of giving you 30,000. So you figured out how to give me 300,000, but you haven't figured out how to make it profitable for yourself?
No. What that is that. Have you ever been to a 5-star restaurant? Have you ever been to Sobeys in Miami? The steak that I'm giving you, that 300,000 represents the steak. It will be so tender, so delicious. It would melt in your mouth that at the end of dinner, although you're paying for dinner, guess what you'll believe in? You believe in a tip, and a generous tip to show that you appreciate the meal.
But I might need that 30K for legal fees.
No,
because
you
I'm
don't
pretty
know
sure.
We'll fix your credit again. It's a cycle. I fix it, you fuck it up. You tip me, I fix it, you fuck it up.
But who
You
gonna pay
tip
for
me.
my lawyer though when I get indicted on fraud charges?
That's in the future. Will you make in 4 years, in 4 to 5 years, you'll be making 1.5 million. Right? So if you make $1.5 million and you spend 5 years in the prison, you're still ahead. Imagine if somebody gave you 1.5 million and said you only have to spend 5 years in prison. A lot of people take that deal.
Yeah, if you give me 3 years, I might take that.
Well, I might only have to do 3 years in prison, but it's gonna be hundreds of $1,000s in restitution. That money gonna have to get paid back.
But you don't have to pay back. You don't have it. They can't check what you don't have.
Yeah, but that means I'll never be in a position to get ahead. I'll never be able to own property or businesses because everything is already kind of
Don't you
taken
have
before I get.
Do you
Just
trust
put
your
in my
grandma?
mama name. You said
Do
just
you
put in my
trust your
mama name.
grandma? Do you trust your grandma? Do you trust your mom? You buy a house in mommy's name. You buy a car in mommy's name. You have $1 million left. Imagine you have $1 million left, but you have a house that is paid for in a nice neighborhood. Let's say something for 350, 400,000. You still have $1 million left. Right? You'll be all right. You know, you go down to the Walmart and work $10 an hour, part-time, $200 a week, just to look like you're working.
So you mean to tell me all my assets not gonna get seized?
No, because you don't have any asset in your name. It's in
because they all in the trust.
Yeah. It's in the trust. It's in the trust.
Okay.
Right? And just 3 to 5 years in prison, 1.5 million. Who wouldn't take that deal? In the chat, if you would take that deal, put a 1 in the chat. 3 years for 1.5 million.
Yeah, I'm doing that one.
I could die in prison though. I might not even ever get an opportunity to take advantage or enjoy that wealth.
You could die walking across the road. Let's not worry about that. You could die walking across the road.
I mean, once
Yeah,
motherfuckers figure out I got 1.5 milli, I might be in some trouble.
Oh yeah. Hey, don't be a pessimist. You gotta be optimist.
Yeah. Don't worry.
It's not that I don't believe in you and your program. I just don't think it's the right fit for me.
That's a soul.
And that's why I'm shutting the program down.
Right? That's a soul. I am showing you the opportunity to make $1,500 for every day that you're away. That's 1,000 days, 3 years. Every day you're away, you will be making $1,500. So the end of 3 years, you have $1.5 million.
So you're gonna give me an opportunity to make money off of me being in the system versus the white man making money off me being in the system.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We need to get back at the banks that be getting the money from is the white man bank. We're getting back at the white man. This is our revolution. This is revolution.
Reparations.
Bloodless revolution.
It's like
Yes. We are going at the white man. We're using his credit system to take his money. If we get 3 years, it's 3 years. That's what Polight selling people. Yeah.
Going to jail ain't part of my ministry.
And
I don't like
the beautiful thing about it, when you go to jail, you'll have a captive audience. There are thousands of women in prison who would love that opportunity. You can now sell that idea to thousands of women. That's $2,000 a piece. If you sell 100, that's $20,000 while you're in jail. If you sell 100 a year, that's $20,000 while you're in jail. Every year. So you'll be coming out with money also. You're not in jail sitting down. You'll be showing people how to
then
get
I can turn
their
around and
money
sell
from
the
white
story,
man.
sell the program and the story.
Yeah.
About my struggles in jail.
Yeah. When you come out, you can write a book.
Yeah, Joe Rogan or Vlad TV or Say Cheese to interview you.
Yes. How I made millions.
Or Man Papa.
Yes. Don't you want to rock with the stars? Floyd Mayweather.
I really don't like them like that, but I mean.
Hey, Polight sell the biggest bullshit in the world. The biggest bullshit to people. Telling them that. Because my thing is, when these dudes get 300,000, how are they going to pay that money back? How are they going to pay that money back?
First of all, can we talk about how they ain't gonna get 300,000? How they ain't gonna get shit? Baby, you get that nigga $2,000 of your money if you want to. Shit.
No.
I'm not even finna talk about this hypothetical 100,000, 300,000.
Right.
You ain't getting none of that. You ain't even gonna get your 2,000 back. Shit.
Right. Your initial investment ain't even coming back.
Yeah, I mean, if people believe that, then listen, I got swamp land.
Yeah, well, apparently it's not a lot of people. It's just a few people, because you could tell by his disgust and his viewership. There's not a lot of people taking advantage of his opportunity. Just a few people.
No, people started to move away from him, especially
Yeah.
after the whole child abuse situation. How's that case going in Florida? Was it thrown out?
Well, we don't know, but I'm gonna say that the dismay came before then, because there are other people online who are with the same jargon, but they have more tangible things to convince people they're actually successful that Polight doesn't have. And so anybody can get a Turo account, get a Lamborghini. That's the easy part. But to keep a house, a consistent house, that's the hard part. Or a consistent condo, or one of those places where you up in the sky. One of those places, the condo where you're not. That's kind of hard to keep. That's harder than a goddamn rent a car. And then jewelry, to have real ice on you. All right, because the jewelry ain't gonna fuck with no broke nigga faking. Like, you gotta have legit money to get the ice. So like the viewers became a little smarter. Like, okay, this guy don't really have the things that the other guys have, the other women have, to convince us of his success. And he has never had those things. He don't have the ice, he don't have the watch, the rollie, and he damn sure ain't got the the view, the condo with the view looking down at the city.
No, you know what happened? There's this dude online, Mr. Organic. You need to check him out. He's another fraudster. He says what he says.
What's his name? What's his name? I ain't hear you.
Mr. Morganic. Mr. Organic.
Oh, Organic. Okay, I got you.
Organic. NIK. Hold on, I have a call.
I see it. He called him scammer already. Okay, go ahead. I see him. Go ahead. What you gonna say? Oh, my bad. I forgot I'm sharing the damn screen. Let me stop this. All right, go ahead.
He's another fraud. He's another fraud, but he doesn't do it like them. Like, they have shows and they're telling people all kind of bullshit about the program.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into him next. I never heard of him. I'm gonna look into him next.
Like, look at him, Mr. Organic fraud, a fraud. Where's the other people? These dudes rent the houses, rent the cars, and sell a lifestyle image.
What program does he actually offer? Do you know what he sells to his audience? Do you know? Other than this fake lifestyle?
Is he muted?
Maybe his connection.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he might be trying to talk, but his connection is pretty bad.
No, I'm watching the woman 400-meter relay. I think.
Yeah. So, what services or product does he offer to be an actual scammer?
Get rich quick scheme. I think. Give me a minute.
Yeah, but what in specific is he offering, right, to get rich? Because I'm looking at titles, right, of him claiming he's rich, but I don't see it just yet. I don't see just yet. So I'm asking you, or something he's saying that you can do to be rich. Okay, so I see that he mentioned cryptocurrency, but he's saying he did it. I'm trying to read something where he's offering a service so we can really, really get on them.
He said, "Give him a minute."
Okay, yeah, because I'm seeing him. He look older. He got gray beard, so he's probably my age or older. Okay, he's about 44 or older, guaranteed. And most of his videos is just his lavish lifestyle and the things that he's buying and the things that he possessed. He mentioned he got some money for cryptocurrency. So I'm just trying to, and these are all relatively new videos. So I'm sure his older videos will be the get rich scheme where he's offering some type of program. Yeah, but luckily for this guy that he's not that popular. I'm seeing his views. I mean, they're good views for you and I. But for No Ma'am, for Stu Peas, for myself, if we had these views, this would be very, very good for us. But these views aren't really successful views for people who are actually killing YouTube or IG or yeah. So he's not killing the net. So as he get his thoughts together, so what do you think about the interrogation of the sister, the young teen? No, ma'am.
Well, I'll say this. I think that there's reason to be suspicious. I don't know what role she played in whatever the murder that was committed. I do feel like there's reasonable reason to be suspicious, especially if her vehicle has been identified as the vehicle where shots were fired from. She has placed herself in that vehicle at some point during that night.
Yeah.
And in the area of where the crime was committed. However, I don't feel like I heard anything that sufficiently was like a smoking gun. The fact that because I came in later on, the interrogation had already kind of been underway. But it seemed like I caught all of the interrogation where they had actually started questioning her about the crime itself. Like I came in when they were still talking about what she wanted to do in the future and her plans and all of that. So I'm not sure if they ever kind of gave her a brief overview of why she was being questioned. It appeared that they hadn't. But what was kind of crazy to me, and I don't know if maybe she threw it out as a throw off detail or if she actually kind of snitched on herself a little bit. But when she said, "Oh, I don't have the balls to fire a weapon. I'm not finna shoot nobody with no pistol," and I was like, "Pistol? Where the fuck that come from?"
Right.
Ain't nobody mentioned no pistol. So if the man was actually shot with the pistol, you just kind of snitched on yourself.
Yeah.
Like that's a little
exactly.
weird.
Yeah, because it could have been an AK or Uzi. It could have been something like that, and you narrowed it down a pistol. And I'm sure the detectives might have missed that, but the prosecution team is not going to miss something like that, So yeah, but other than that, they really only have eyewitness accounts, right? So they don't really have a smoking gun. They don't have a gun. So now they just need them to war at each other at this point. They need each other to point fingers or come up with stories that just contradict. And then they'll go with circumstantial evidence and bring it to court and just bluff and just hope the jury bites on that. But the co-defendant, the cousin, that's like a sister cousin, that I think this is relatively new. I can't tell you exactly when this happened, but it looks like it could have been last month because it fits the week of the day. It was a Thursday and it said the 23rd, and I looked at my calendar. June had a Thursday 23rd. So, but it could have been maybe January. I don't know, or last year. But I'm gonna go with June simply because they don't even they haven't uploaded the co-defendant interrogation video. So I can't wait to see that one. And that's when they really get you. So the person who speaks first or cooperates first usually get the break. But you're gonna be a snitch. Go ahead.
I was gonna say initially when she started talking, because I didn't really know like the details of what was supposed to have occurred, I actually thought that she was starting out kind of smart, like okay, she's been a little more strategic. But she fucked herself up because it was kind of like if you establish that yes, it's my vehicle, but other people drive the vehicle. My cousin came to pick me up, this and the third, but then you put yourself in the area, which is, and I seen somebody running and I heard gunshots. So now you put yourself kind of around that time frame, and when you didn't really have to, you know.
Right.
So it was a little crazy to me, but at the same time, I think that in her mind, she probably believes she was doing a better job than what she actually was. Like, you're going to tell enough truth where it sounds somewhat, you know, convincing, but then when it's questioned and, you know, criticized, or, you know, they really kind of challenge the answers that you're providing, then you kind of start adding more detail that kind of don't line up and make sense. Even when they said, now see, to me, just because they say they have eyewitnesses doesn't mean they actually have eyewitnesses in my mind, because they can lie. Like they said that your cousin is refusing to come in. Why is she refusing? She's behaving like she's guilty. Me personally, I don't believe that, because then later on they say, well, I think she's here. Go check. Like, it was kind of like, okay, wait a minute, is this somebody completely new? Because they used the J name, Jari or something.
Yeah.
And they were saying that she refused to come in, but then later on they were saying that she was there. And it's like, hold on, y'all being a little inconsistent, you know. But I think they also maybe was trying to frazzle her, where it's like, okay, you said all of this under the idea that we haven't spoken to her yet, but so we want you to believe that she's not here, so you can give your definition of what happened, and then later on throw out that she actually is here. So maybe you become unsettled or uneasy, and I can see kind of how you respond and react. But either way, though, I honestly, I didn't think the interrogation went that well. I felt like there was more that they could have done, said. I don't know.
Yeah, and no, that's correct. And this is why, you know, this is real life. Like, you got you got great detectives, you got you got bad ones, you got great lawyers, you know, whether it's the defense attorney or prosecutor, you got great ones and you got ones, you know, and that's just what it is. And you'll, you know, when you see interrogations, like, you could tell, like, even the last one I played, those detectives in my mind wasn't that good. It is that, you know, the suspect just do a lot of talking. It makes them look better. It makes them look better than what they actually are. But I haven't seen the two examples I played. I haven't seen like good detectives who are good at extracting and convincing, you know, their suspect that they need to talk or they're in big trouble. I haven't seen like too many skilled ones up to this date, and I can't wait to find, you know, one that's actually good at their job.
Right. And I do believe that to some degree now, because of a lot of publicity around the different tactics they use to make people kind of admit to guilt under duress, or, you know, things of that nature that have kind of been, I do think that they're taking more of a softer approach, so that they don't be perceived as coercing a suspect into, you know, admitting something that they may not necessarily be guilty of. But I do feel like, as you stated, like, a skilled detective is able to bring that out without necessarily coercing or forcing or being too, you know, too aggressive with it. Whereas, okay, well, I'm just uncomfortable and I'm gonna just admit to whatever, because I just want this to be over. I don't think that. I still feel like there was just more there. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that, okay, maybe this is just they trying a new style of interrogation and they haven't really found their rhythm yet. But it just seemed like, child.
Yeah, they didn't seem like they were great at making their suspects talk, and even last person even worse. He barely even spoke great English. So I can't wait to come across one where detectives are actually good, like we see in the movies. Who's actually good at, or she's good at what she does, and they got somebody to crack. I can't wait to see it. Like, we've seen better detectives in First 48.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, but now I came across like other no ma'am, I came across other interrogations where you got serial killers, you got guys, you got a police officer who killed this chief, but I just don't believe black people give a F about white people on white people crimes. And this is why I just play the black, because I think we don't care when it comes to white on white. So that's why I came across a bunch of them.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I actually like crime shows, and it don't really matter, who the victim or the culprit is.
Right.
I just find them kind of interesting to watch. But like you stated earlier, kind of consuming too much of that, it could kind of, send you into like a depression. Like, damn, people is really fucked up. Like,
right.
But at the same time, I mean, to me, a lot of those are interesting because of their motivations for why they did it, and how they achieved it. Like a lot of our shit don't be strategic. It be really kind of knee-jerk reaction, spontaneous, or even when it's like planned, like they didn't really plan for different scenarios and outcomes, like if the person, tried to fight, like what the plan was going to be, like it just be kind of sloppy. But a lot of those crimes committed by white people against other white people be a lot more strategic because they know someone's going to look, they know someone's going to inquire. They have to be strategic because it's not like a black person on a black person, whereas they're going to pretend to care, but not really, they're not going to do a whole lot of investigation. It's a lot of cold cases, versus a white person that kills another white person. They know this. At some point, somebody's going to look, investigate, kind of try to, tease this out and see what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. With that. As far as the planning, right? Because you have, if you watch ID Channel and then Cold Case Files and all those different shows, like people try to stage it, right? They still get convicted for murder, the white people, but it'd be a little harder to crack them. Like, matter of fact, sometimes they got to come 20 years.
Yeah, it typically be years later.
Yeah, because it'd be a cold case, right? It come back and they finally, what they do? Especially if his wife or girlfriend was involved or knew, what they do is they'll wait 20 years until they divorce or separate, and then they'll knock on her door, especially if it was like some domestic violence. Then they'll come and get her. Now that they're no longer attached, right? They'll come get her, and she will typically tell the truth about the guy because there's no attachment now. So yeah, that guy definitely did it, and that's pretty clever.
But not only just that, though, a lot of them, I will say, when white people commit crimes, they tend to be really outgoing, active. They like, so when the investigation comes up and they come up as a suspect, it ain't like a whole lot of people like, oh yeah, they definitely did that shit. For the most part, people like, oh no, they're a great guy and they do this and they do that. Like they sell the narrative that they're this good person, and even if they come up as a suspect, the police are really careful with how they handle them because of their reputation and them not wanting to, be perceived as, assassinating their character or harassing them, unwarranted.
Yeah, and business, what you got on this?
Peace, IBM.
What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, so any video I play, any video.
Oh, no, I was going to go with the young girl we were just talking about.
Yeah.
And it seemed like, I don't know, to me, I mean, this is my opinion, but it seemed like she was going in there trying to fool the police, which is stupid. I mean, if they had all this video and all these eyewitnesses and stuff, and you going in there and, you don't have your braids no more, you have the long hair now, and, oh, that wasn't me, I was at work, and, somebody else wasn't, it wasn't the girl shooting out the car, it was just like, if you got all these people going against you, you should have went in there with a lawyer, period, if it was all that. I mean, you just gonna walk in there and act like you can just fool the cops and they gonna let you go? You think your ass is gonna come up out of there if you want it for murder?
And let me add this real quick to Indigenous and fam. Also consider the fact that all of her supportive, like a lot of family came down to support her. Or I don't know about support her, but they were concerned about what she did. So according to the detective report, the mom was pissed off at her. So it wasn't like the mom believed she was actually innocent, according to the detective. So when people came, and then you heard it from her own mouth. I didn't play this part, but before the interrogation, she went to the door, eavesdropping, and somebody that knew her, maybe a friend or a cousin or something, was by the door, and she yelled out to her because she heard her voice. And then that person made a suggestion or remark that she's actually like, "Yo, you bugging, yo. What you do, girl?" And she said, "Nah, I ain't do nothing. Like, I'm good." She started laughing and stuff. So it looks like the people that came down were not convinced that she was actually innocent. And this is why probably nobody suggested she got a lawyer. That's just how I got from what I was watching.
Now, I'll say this as far as her being comfortable. First off, I think that's kind of crazy. It appeared that she knew to a degree what she was there for, you know. Like when later on when the lady's like, okay, well, she was like, well, y'all tell me, I want y'all to ask, I want y'all to say it, you know, like she already knew, but she wanted to hear it from them. But either way, if you know you're suspected of a serious crime like that, I just don't understand thinking you're going to talk your way or explain your way out of it. Even if you didn't pull the trigger and you were simply in the car, like, do you not know that can send you to jail? Like, what we talking about? But
all in one law.
Yeah, but one thing about me that for me looking at it, I'm like, okay, if they got all of these witnesses, why haven't they suggested a lineup? Like, that's typically how that goes. If you haven't been, like, y'all kind of putting 20 on 10, and the fact that she's like offering all of this information without knowing what they have, you know, or what, you know, it's kind of like they're letting her say stuff, and then they're throwing stuff out there. Oh, well, you know, a lot of they said it was girls, but they ain't see no girls, which kind of lets me know, if you know for a fact that it wasn't no girl shooting, then you know who the shooters was. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to say they didn't see me, or, you know, I don't know what they seen because I wasn't around when that happened. I heard gunshots, but I can't tell. I never seen the car or the vehicle. Like, it's one thing to say that. It's another thing to say, well, they ain't see no girls. How do you know that?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And she had alluded to like the powder things on her fingerprints. So she was comfortable with her hand fingerprints not being on the gun, the weapon. So it looks like she was with the actual real suspect, and she know a lot, and she's like keeping it within, like trying to protect them. And it's funny because when the detective asked her about her cousin's baby dad, all of a sudden she don't know his name.
I mean, but even with that, like, I didn't think that was like, because there's a lot of people that don't know who their cousin fucking with, or, you know, like, I ain't never met the nigga, I don't know him. But like, at the same time though, you've made it clear that she know who your boyfriend is, like, because she came and picked you up from his house, correct? Like, so I'm pretty sure y'all smoke together. You know, you've named several people that you were smoking with the next day. And that was kind of crazy too, where she kind of went, she kind of like told a lot of detail about that night, and then she tried to go to the next day. Like, wait a minute, what happened when you got home? Or, you know, like, or when you went to work, you know, like, what time did you leave work? If you actually went in, because all of this happened during the day. You was pretty much saying this happened on your way to work. You was just trying to smoke on your way to work. Did y'all ever smoke? Where did y'all smoke? You know, what time did you get into work?
There was a lot of, I mean, they started getting hoes there at the end when they started asking her all the questions, and that she couldn't basically, I mean, she didn't want to answer. She could answer them probably easily, but that she didn't want to answer. And then, you know, when she hit him with the, am I in trouble? I was like, shit. I mean, like I said before in that other case that we watched, they ain't gonna have your ass up in there like that.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, he told her,
If-
I'm a homicide detective, and you're in for a murder investigation. She going, am I in trouble? Like, come on.
Yeah, your car's in trouble. Your car's impounded.
Right.
You probably spend the night. You know what I'm saying? we having you come down being nice. We didn't have to. We could come jerk your ass up out the house, but we trying to save. See, this is a business. We got to remember too. Jail and prison is a business, so they're trying to save from having to use as many of their resources as they would have to catch you by getting you to admit to the crime in the motherfucking interrogation room.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's big business. So if I don't have to take the detectives and go out here and search the house and do the fingerprints and all this shit, because I got you to say, yeah, I did it, then guess what? I save a whole bunch of money, and the state makes a whole bunch more money off your ass being in that prison. We saved money on our end and making all kinds of money off of your ass while you locked up.
Right.
Yeah. You know, and that's like $250,000 a year. So, you know, if you got a business and you can make $250,000 a year harboring one person, you know, I'm sure a lot of people out here would be tempted to do it. It's big business.
But I'm not gonna lie. So I think a lot of her stuff, a lot of the stuff she was saying towards the end was her fishing to see how well she did. Like, so how long y'all gonna keep my phone? I think that's like a throw off.
Yeah.
That was like a throw off for them to assume that there's something in the phone. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
To me, if it's something there, I don't really want you. I think she knows well enough to know not to, you know, be super nervous
Amber,
about the phone.
We're older. We're older. And you know how them kids love them fucking phones. I mean, they got to have, I mean, they can't live. It's like, you know how they say that they're trying to integrate us with AI? And I told y'all, you know, that they already have, because they gave us these fucking cell phones that can't nobody live without, and they got to be right there on your hip. You know, it's almost like another appendage now to the kids. You can't live without you. That's artificial. That's artificial intelligence. They are connecting you with AI, starting with the phone, and then integrating it to the chip in your arm and then the chip in your head from Neuralink that Elon Musk owns.
Wait, hold on. But indigenous, what I would say to that is, like, they already admitted that. Like, so. Okay. So what these technologists would say is this. They would say human beings are already AI. It's a simple fact. Because from using a calculator and a typewriter, we was already becoming AI. All right. And they're saying that's just what humans are, you know, and what they're going to be in the future. Like that, and that's how human life is going to just go to the next level and be able to survive these climate controls and different things. Like, so they've been already projected. That's where human beings are going, and they accepted it. So now you say Neuralink. What you know about that?
No, just the brain thing. They were saying they were going to use it for like disabled people to help their limbs come back, so they can like brain frequencies or whatever they're using or muscles, and then something is connected to the brain to where it can move that prosthetic arm and stuff. And it's set up for that type of stuff. But you know how I go with it. But me and my son, that's exactly what we was talking about, unbiased. It's like he said that we're already, he was like, yeah, we're already AI because we can't live without the cell phone and stuff. I got one more thing to say. Just let me finish real quick. Yeah. We integrated with AI, and then we also got to remember that anytime you have the artificial intelligence is no good without the programming that's made up of, and we're programmed just like they are too. So I agree with you. I was just agreeing what you were saying, that they say was already going on because they know what they're doing and they telling you, but we just got to know where to look to find where they're saying
So
it.
I only asked you about Neuralink because obviously, if I ask you a question, it's rhetorical. That's because I looked in depth about Neuralink, and I even watched the dude from Tesla, Elon Musk, actually interview on Joe's Rogan. I watched the entire interview because one of my friends misrepresented it, and he was acting like it was scary. When I watched it myself, I'm like, what the fuck? Like the way he represented it, it was totally fabricated and false. It's just some conspiracy, spooky shit. So I'm like, wait, this is a great finding. This isn't some spooky, bullshit. So anyway, so you gave me, you said you could use your arms, but like more specifically, do you know who they're targeting? Like, okay, so let me say this. What people actually benefit from Neuralink? Is it all humans or is it a particular human being in a particular circumstance? Before we go back to the cyst.
Well, I mean, it would be all human beings because, like, if
No,
say
stop.
you're
No, I gotta stop. That's wrong. Okay, so you have not listened to Elon Musk himself about his own invention. Okay, so what I would so we can move on. So we can move on. So I'm not going to challenge you anymore and try to make it look bad for the people. All I'm going to say is, brother, I wish you just go watch Elon Musk interview with Joe Rogan and listen from his own mouth, the actual inventor. Listen to what who is designed for, and you're going to come back to his live and you're going to apologize and say, "Yeah, I was wrong. It's for this particularly." No, so he was actually addressing a problem, and it's not for a healthy human, by the way. So that's a hint for you. So you should go back.
I said people with disabilities, man, and prosthetics and all that. Yeah, that's what I said.
But just now you said
all. I said that at the beginning.
I got you, but just now you said all human beings. So you're wrong. So I want you to just look. I
bring up the topic, and then now I get coached on it.
Right. But because But
I mean, this shit is getting, man. That's what I say. It's every time. Everybody else can rant and rave about whatever the hell they want, and if I bring up something that nobody was talking about in here.
Okay, if I mean I'm wrong, dude, because you mentioned a talking point doesn't mean you're the authority of it. Okay?
I didn't say I was.
Okay,
I was just bringing up.
Okay, cool, but
a point.
I got you. I got it.
They're trying to integrate us with AI. You're going off the topic now. You're trying to teach me something that I already know about. Okay, and I can give you a couple quotes that Elon.
Won't do it right now. Can you unmute? All right. So just because you bring up a topping point don't make you authority on a topping point. You could be wrong. So I brought some things the other night with Stu Pease, and Stu, I wasn't actually correct, and Stu Pease was well informed of certain things I didn't know he was, and he gave more clarity and made it make it sense to the layman more than I did, and I had to just swallow that. You dig? I was upset because nobody likes to be wrong. But sometimes you got to.
I don't like how you tried to charge him up about it either. Like you tried to blame him for you underestimating his knowledge.
Yeah.
And got mad.
Right. No, exactly. So in the moment, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like human beings don't like to be wrong, and in the moment, we probably won't admit we're wrong right away. So I don't expect him right now to say he's wrong. Indigenous. That's why I say go back and watch the entire interview. And then come back and you'll see that you were wrong about who Neuralink is targeting. It's not targeting healthy people. You and I, Amber. It's targeting. Nah, I'm not gonna say it. I want him to go read it. I mean, go back and watch it, and listen to the inventor himself say who is targeting. It's a specific people. That's all I'm gonna say. So when he goes back and watch it, he can understand and just say, "Yeah, I was," like I'm saying that I didn't do the best job when I was talking to Stu Pease. I'm admitting that it wasn't the best job I could have done. I undermine his knowledge on the subject, and I'm like, okay, wow, he knows a lot about this shit. As a matter of fact, he knows a lot about more stuff that I didn't know about. So like, okay, cool, no problem. Because I try to ambush scholarship. I try to ask a question and then say, I got you. But he actually knew that question too. That shit pissed me off even more. So anyway, so when he was explaining about the closed system, really explained, like Haskell said, really explained it all, but that's neither here nor there. But all I'm saying is that, so I'm admitting that. So I'm saying that sometimes in a moment it's justified. You're not going to admit on the L's. Cool. We're humans. We like to be wrong, but it's your duty. It's your duty to go reanalyze what was said or the evidence, and then come back and be honest, like I just did. That's your duty.
Well,
So, go ahead.
I just want to say, I do want us to get to the point where we can just have a discussion, and it's not about who's right or wrong or proving someone right or wrong, but just, discussing it. Like, I'm not even really sure where the contention just came from with IBM and yourself. Like, I'm not even really sure why this is becoming competitive about who knows more in a particular area. And I'm not really sure why it has to be that and just not a dialogue. Why it can't just be that and you learn as you go, why it has to be what no, you wrong, I'm right.
Right. So
I don't really.
Right. So let me explain that. So the reason why I asked him, because again, like he been on here a lot of times. Sometimes it's me and him, and sometimes me and him talk when it's not online at all. We're not live. We're talking either on the phone or we're talking on Facebook Messenger. We're not live. And I'm like, yo, dude, like try to be as honest as possible. I give him advice. I give him tips. And I say, bro, you don't want to, especially my show. Like I don't want misinformation here. Like I don't even certain presentations he want to give. I'm like, dude, I can't really allow that presentation because I just disagree with it, and I got too many questions for it as why you're doing it. So just now, I just wanted him to see, like, yo, did you really put the effort in to understand Neuralink, what the inventor was saying it was going to be, or did you just go to conspiracy routes? That's all I'm trying to get to, right? So when he says for all people, I'm like, okay, brothers, there's no way you watched that full interview and came up with that conclusion, because he tell you exactly what people is for. It's not all people. That's all. So it was no competition. I just wanted to see that, bro, you're misrepresenting information once again.
Well, no, you're not letting me finish once again.
Now you actually did finish. That's why I came back. You actually
didn't finish.
Now you did finish. Look, you did finish, and I came back and asked. I said, brother, I said, what people is Neuralink even for? Like, what people he designed it for? I said, is it all people? He said, yeah. I said, okay, that's false. That's not for all people. But anyway,
can I ask a question real quick?
For that,
all right. You don't see this being the same thing as you did with Moses. Now, I'm not hollering. I'm trying to be, keep it kosher. You don't think this is the same thing you did with Moses West and the same thing that you did with Parthus Secretary Ventrum, and now you're trying to do it with Neuralink? Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. Look.
Okay, no, you asked the question.
I appreciate everything that you've done for me. But when it comes to the information,
did you ask the question?
I'm being serious. I'm asking. I finish.
Right.
When it comes to the information, I have this information.
You asked the question.
I got it.
You asked the question. Let me answer it. Okay, in all those three cases, you misrepresented information.
I didn't misrepresent nothing. You asked me a question to try to trip me up, and what I was going to say is that if they were talking about adding this to kids in school, and you can see it on the back, adding this technology. Okay.
Yeah. You're okay.
They were adding this technology to the kids.
Okay, I got it. I heard that statement. Can you provide a link for that? Because I know you don't have one. Because you're saying kids as is all kids, right? You're saying is this specific? Okay, so my boy.
If you looked at the CRISPR video I told you about 2 fucking years ago, you'd have seen it then.
My boy, I did not see that video, so I'm asking you now.
Okay.
Okay. So cool. Relax. So.
And that was 2 years ago that I told you about, just like Moses West.
I don't care if it's 10 years ago. I'm asking you a question now. You just said kids. Is that a particular kid, right? Would it suffering from a setback, or is it all kids, healthy, disabled kids? Is that all kids or just disabled kids? Which one?
I told you what he said. The technology was for first, but then when I said all people, you didn't let me finish.
All right, so I'm gonna mute you. But Peter Bag, just go ahead, bro. Because my man just he start, and now all of a sudden, if I unbiased sports dare to make an absolute statement, God will ride the fuck out of me. And no, now he just said kids, absolute. So now I'm trying to get him to like backtrack and say, yo, which type of kids? Is it disabled or all able kids, or all kids disabled and able? And he won't commit, to any kid. He just kept talking. But if that was me, you can't make absolute statement. Oh, yeah, I was able to talk.
Well, I did want to hear his complete statement so I can determine whether or not he does need to make changes. He said he didn't finish explaining what he meant by that.
All right, well, he's unmuted. Go ahead. I mean, he did say it just now, and I went back and challenged him. But okay, Indigenous, you can say it again. You can repeat yourself.
I don't have to repeat myself. I'm going to finish it like this. Elon Musk leads a neurotechnology company. It's called Neuralink, all right? Now, you look it up. That's all you got to do, because I'm tired of giving you my information and you running your mouth like you know better than I do when you ain't bring it up. And maybe you didn't even know about it before I said it.
No,
but
I
anyway,
didn't know about it. That's
yeah.
why I know. Okay. All right, so I'm going to mute you again. I'm not going to do that. Come on, stop it, bro. I stopped you. Obviously, I know about it because I stopped you and I questioned you on it. I said, this Neuralink, is it for all humans or is it for a particular human being? Right? And then I went later and said disabled or able or all or mixed. All meaning mixed. And you said all. You were wrong. It's for disabled human beings. Okay? Only disabled. Only disabled. Because I just said my friend misrepresented it and I had to correct him on it because he was with the conspiracy bullshit. So I not only did I follow up on it, but I watched the entire Joe Rogan interview with Elon Musk. I heard the inventor from his own mouth say who it's for, who it's designed for. It was never for all people, all human beings. Okay, so we're not gonna do that, right? So but the thing is, like, people when they come on this show, they roll the dice and they hope unbiased sports have not learned or read about something, so they could like try to and hope that I haven't read about it already. No, I know about that, bro, because I got a lot of friends who are conspiracy theorists, and they inform me and I research. So even like Stupid just talked about this guy, Mr. Organic. So I did a little bit of research. Well, I looked at a lot of his videos, and I see what service he offered. It's bullshit. He's right about the get rich scheme, but I can tell you exactly what he's offering. He's offering crypto, he's offering NFTs, and he's offering real estate. Right? I haven't watched the videos just yet, just what the title of the videos, what he's saying himself. So NFTs, cryptocurrency, investments. You can invest in crypto, whatever shit he suggests, which is bullshit. Because again, if you bought a financial book or anything like that, they'll tell you that nobody can guarantee you your investment is guaranteed. They said once they do that, they violate all the standards of FCC. They're just in violation. They're the Wolf of Wall Street, basically. When they do that type of shit, so you can't do that. And he's doing that. He's telling you that if you buy this NFT, if you buy this particular cryptocurrency, you'll be rich like him, and which is bullshit. So that's the type of shit my man put up, and believe me, I will watch it between today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week. I'll watch these videos, and I can pinpoint exactly his fucking lie. But Peter.
Yo.
What's up, my brother?
Bro, what they do?
You dig? Yeah. Did you watch any of the videos that I played earlier today?
I had caught a little bit of Shorty in the little first 48 type of deal, but I was cooking.
Right.
I was cooking and I was outside.
You were cooking what?
You said what I was cooking?
Yeah.
Curry chicken.
All right.
Yeah,
wait. So let me say this real fast. How you feel about the American women beating the Jamaican women? Finally.
Oh man. that was crazy. The little girl at the end, TT.
Yeah.
Man, she's a little cutie. But
all of them was like packing, every last runner. I'm like, God damn.
Oh my gosh,
Yo,
y'all so goddamn. Can y'all
yo,
talk about their performance and then at least
yo,
do
I
that
ain't gonna
second?
lie.
Oh my
I ain't gonna lie, Amber. Like right after I said it, I felt like real real like what's the word I'm looking for?
Male chauvinist.
Yeah, I felt kind of chauvinistic, bro. Like soon as I saw, I was like, damn, I'm fucked up for that. Cause I'm not even thinking about the performances. But what I was gonna say. Yeah, the you know, it's the baton exchanges. Because if you look at the 4 competitors that ran for the US, now one of them I don't even think made it to the final. I don't think Abby Steiner or TT or who's the other little girl with the braids?
Jefferson was the lead off.
Yeah, I don't think now one of them made it to the finals. But it's just the baton exchanges, you know, they had cleaner exchanges than
Yeah. Yeah.
Jamaica,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's just how I go. But you know what? It was a hell of an upset. I was actually a little bit more happy for the was it the German women that got third?
Yeah. They got third.
Yeah, I was real happy because you know it's gonna be USA or Jamaica. So you know,
bro,
whatever, you already know how that's gonna go. But the Germans, you could tell they were just like ecstatic, you know? That was like a feel-good thing to see. Like,
I gotta share this with you, man. For some strange reason, when I watched that race, I just was filled with tears, yo. Like I was crying and shit. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with me? I can't cry.
that's TMI, bro. You come on, man.
Yeah, that time of the month.
Y'all let him be emotional about it. He don't really understand why. Y'all let him.
I was, I had tears. I was crying. I was happy. You know, I don't know why. Because maybe women like more of like great sports, and like they was like just happy for what they did, and that made me a little emotional. Like they weren't so angry, you know. But man, like especially like the last Jamaican anchor, like she damn near walked that girl down, bro.
Yeah. She was what you could see the girl, TT, the American, she was running with her head in the damn sky. she was running so damn hard because she knew that hoe was on her ass. Boy.
Yeah, that girl is fast for Jamaica, yo. Yeah, she did, yo, 10 more feet, that Jamaica would have won that shit.
She'd have walked it down. But I'm telling you, them Germans, you know, I felt a little tingle too. You know, I'm a real nigga. I don't cry.
I told you, yo, it ain't just niggas. I'm telling you,
damn. So real niggas don't cry, huh?
Real niggas don't cry, man. You feel me? I'm just telling you what it is, Amber. But
you be crying. You be crying and shit.
Nah, I'm too real. My tear ducts don't even work. Them shit's malfunction.
He's a cold look into his eyes.
But yo, the Germans, I'm telling you, even more than the Americans, right? Because it was a great victory for them, complete upset. But those Germans, seeing them, I mean, because think about it, most of the times when people win third, right, people will say, oh, 2 is not a winner, 3 nobody remembers. But these women were just absolutely over the moon for coming in third. And I was just like, you know, that shows you, man, like the things you get out of life, like happiness is really happiness is a decision, bro. I realize that more and more every day. It's a decision, bro. You decide to be happy, bro.
Great point.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and that's why.
When was the last time they medaled? When was the last time they medaled?
Man, them hoes probably ain't medaled since fucking Joseph Goebbels and them niggas, man. Heimlich, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Let me point out, they was in third.
When they was putting motherfuckers in ovens and shit, bro.
Yo, they were in third, no man, but they got blown out. They was nowhere near in the camera view, and they was still happy with their accomplishment.
Hell yeah, they was crying.
Yeah, and yo, that's why that shit bothered me. I was in tears, like, oh damn.
They got one of the most beautiful. Well, I think she's from Sweden. One of the most beautiful women that I've ever seen in my life on the long jump crew.
Here you go with the chauvinism, bro.
Fatima. Fatima Diami. Fatima Diami. She is
but
beautiful.
She's a long jumper.
That's what I said, man.
You did? Oh, my bad, bro.
Yeah, long jumper from Sweden.
Mixed breed.
Don't you tell me about my woman. Oh man, no, she ain't. No, she is not.
She black as a
No, she is not.
Wait.
I mean, gracious.
Hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
I'm biased.
Fatima, it's Fatima. Fatima.
I'm asking a whole question. I said, which runner?
Look her up real quick.
Look her up real quick.
Okay, I got it. But I'm asking, was she the leadoff runner or the second?
No, she's a long jump.
Long jump.
I don't know how IBM's just injected long jumping into.
I said she's a Swedish long jumper first, man. And you gonna rewind this shit? Because see, that's what y'all gonna stop doing. Because y'all can rewind it, and I got timestamps on the shit that I said.
You
don't
right.
keep on playing. Nah, I'm just kidding what you asking.
No, matter of
but
fact,
you know what I'm saying? It's that easy.
I had came on the panel to say, bro, like I do, unbiased do be buying your shit, bro. Like they don't be giving you your flowers, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
man.
You do be putting niggas in unbiased. He is a shark, bro. He do be buying your shit, man.
It ain't just him. It ain't just him. That's why they won't mess with me. Like I said, they won't mess with me. I can talk all the shit that I want, and they will not mess with me because they know that I can put that shit to rest quick. So I don't know why unbiased plays with me. See, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But
it's just jealousy, bro.
Yeah, he's helping me out. He's helped me out, and I'm helping him out. So we helping each other out. So I keep coming back around, but I'm getting tired of it, Tasco. I'm getting tired of it.
Nah, I feel you, bro. You greatness personified, bro. So
thank you, Haskell.
Dog.
When you're talking about Fatima.
What's up, Stupid?
Hey,
we were talking
about Amber. We need you to get into the discussion, right? Because we don't want to go all locker room because it's crazy how men are, right? We could be the most studious, the most nerdy, the most gangster, the most whatever. And it's amazing how all men can connect on that level. Like, no man gives a fuck about no motherfucking long jump, right? But how the hell does nearly every man of every nationality and ethnicity know who this obscure
right I mean bad
yo, that shit is so
ain't
funny,
no question,
bro.
Ain't no question.
Oh my god,
she's perfect for her side, and then she cute in the face.
All right,
Oh my gosh.
Let me look at her now.
Look at her jump.
Wait, what's her name?
Stu-Peas, you know who we talking about, Stu-Peas?
I'll say this. There are people that care about long jump, but normally it's people that are really into the field of, into track and field. Like the typical person that may just watch the races, yeah, they're not gonna care about the field events. But for somebody that has that has really been in it, they're typically gonna watch them because at some point they've had to do some field event.
Long jump of Fatima. But at the time, left the game to 2 gold medals in the relays.
Oh yeah, what 4x1 and what else?
And 4x4.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And trust me, when Sanya was talking,
yo, yeah, chip out Stupid.
Is that her right there?
Oh yeah, that is her.
That is her. You need to look at her top.
Lord Jesus.
Lord.
Hey, but you
In the time
know
team
what though?
performed
Look at those
the jumps
doe
that we've
eyes,
seen,
man.
most notably in this.
That's what I'm saying.
She looks like a little friggin' fawn. You know what I'm saying?
Beautiful.
Just fluttering about on
Like
the
a gazelle or a deer.
Oh my
Yep.
goodness.
Yeah, look how thin her upper body is and how thick her bottom part.
Oh my
Lord.
goodness. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that delicious
I love the dancer
flesh,
body.
bro.
That's the dancer body right there, boy. That's the dancer's body.
Oh my
Look at that.
God.
Look at that delicious flesh,
God.
man.
Oh my God. Hell yeah. I love it.
Y'all niggas are being such creeps right now. Like y'all really being creeps. It's fucking
I'm
ridiculous.
about to follow her on Instagram.
All right, take that off. Take that off, unbiased, bro.
Unbiased. What do you think about it? Is she deserving of the praise?
Yeah, definitely. She definitely my queen.
Hey, but you know what's crazy, Stoopies? Niggas' hearts gonna be hurt when motherfucking Gunther, or goddamn what's another German name? I can only think of Gunther or motherfucking Slavadenko, nigga. Slavadenko gonna be running up in that shit. Niggas gonna be hurt, boy. I know I'm gonna be hurt.
Yeah. That's why I hope I get my crypto money so I can run over there real quick.
You know why?
Put my bid in.
You know why? Do you know why though? Because he pays attention to her accomplishments and doesn't objectify her.
Man,
That's why he's gonna win it. Now, even if he's thinking it, he at least knows how to play the game.
Nah, Amber, the reason why I say that's because she's in Sweden. You know, ain't no niggas over there. So it's gonna be a Gunther.
I'm pretty sure there's one or two.
It's gonna be a Gunther. It's gonna be a Gunther, boy. And niggas gonna weep worldwide. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
When them pictures come out.
In a two-piece bathing suit on a yacht.
Hey yo, I'm
Yacht
the
nigga she
man.
talking to.
I'm the man. I was already following her on Instagram. I didn't know the hell she was.
That's crazy. But yo, what was we talking about before, man?
The detective.
Yeah, the interrogation.
Yeah.
I didn't finish my point before you and IBM got into y'all kerfuffle. Yeah. But what I was saying was I think she was kind of trying to test to see where they was at when she's like, oh, I'm going home, you know, like almost like she was fishing to see if they was going to agree with her or not, or if they was going to say, no, we placing you under arrest. Like to me, it felt like she was fishing to see, you know, did I do a good job? You know, am I going home? But instead of saying, am I going home? Because that sounds guilty, you know, like, oh, I'm going home. I'm finna go home. You know, I can get her up here, but, you know, that's what I took from that.
Did y'all cover Polight? I see him in the title. Was Polight covered at all?
Yes,
that was a little bit of clickbait. That was a little bit of clickbait.
Oh, okay.
I did cover it.
We did cover it, but unbiased. You must haven't seen some of his Instagram lives, because he's definitely went off a lot more than that. Like,
oh really?
Yeah. He's gone in regarding the comments that he get, and you know, like, yeah, he's went off a lot more than that. That was light. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, I've seen him go off way harder than that.
All right, I gotta find those then.
Yeah, Polight been quiet, man. He laying low.
Well, this was probably maybe 2-3 years ago. Probably the last time I seen like one of his Instagram lives. But yeah, he's definitely gone off the deep end and went in on people in the comments that have criticized him.
I ain't heard nothing about his case neither. At all. I know Taharka was covering it real tough, but I ain't heard nothing.
Yeah, me either. I haven't heard anything.
I think Trip C be on it all the time. If y'all know who she is, she be doing videos on Polight all the time. But I don't get where his his business practices, how he ran his business, and you know how he's. If you set a price, then that's the price. You know, you can't go and see somebody's success and then, you know, beg for a percentage of that after you have been paid for your services.
Yeah.
That's bad business practice. You know, first of all, and then secondly, like I said, there should be, like, you know, you said it already, Ambassador, there should be some type of stipulation that, you know, if you get over a certain amount of money, then, you know, I can get 10%. You know, if you get over $100,000, then, you know, then that's when the 10% kicks in.
Yeah. Right.
You know, something like that. But that's
He
the
was
part I didn't
freestyling that
understand.
part. He was freestyling.
Yeah.
That was him rebutting, like, oh no, the reason why I ain't gonna do that is because, you know, niggas is greedy, and they like, it was just a on the fly rebuttal. But if he was really like a businessman, like, that's very tacky to complain that you're not getting what you're worth.
It's gratuity.
Yeah, that's like super tacky.
It's gratuity. The dude wants his gratuity. 10% gratuity.
Well, yeah,
but like
the waitresses do fee.
instead of businesses complaining about the waitresses not getting tipped, guess what they did? They just started charging you as a gratuity up front. Like they just started adding you that and adding that in the bill. They didn't start ranting about people people don't want to tip and this is like, no, how about we just fix that internally? We're just gonna charge gratuity.
Just like the pizza delivery service is charged for. The pizza delivery service is charging for delivery on your pizza. So when it says $14.99 on the coupon, but by the time they get done ringing it up, it's $25. You know,
and then the dude still come after the charge of the delivery. He still wants a tip.
Who is singing?
Honestly,
they gotta be.
Honestly, I don't believe in tipping. I do it and I tip well, but I don't believe in it.
Oh, you are crazy. You don't believe in tipping? You are crazy, bro.
I do not believe in tipping.
Yeah, you are crazy.
I mean, truth be told, to a degree, I don't really care for the idea either. Like, I feel like just charge me the rate. You know, include all of that in your price and I'm good.
Right.
But to charge me something and then, I mean, because as a stylist, I used to do it. And instead of complaining about people not tipping, okay, let me just change my prices. And that way I don't have to feel like I really undervalue the service I was providing and gave you the option as to whether or not you want to be thankful that I gave you this service. You know, like at the end of the day, again, it's gratuity. I'm relying on you to be gratuitous about something that I'm offering as a service. How about I just ensure that I just charge what I'm worth out the gate? So that way I don't have to worry about you being gratuitous or acknowledging my value. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but people don't want to do that because they still end up shorting themselves, so to speak. I don't want to charge you a $5 upcharge if you was gonna tip me $20. You see what I'm saying? Like, people don't want to do that. They just want to kind of leave it open.
They want the $20 tip.
Yeah,
they
now
want the $20 tip.
Now let me explain why I'm supportive of tips. All right. For one, I like to be you know, I don't know, like I like to be held high esteem. So when I come into that establishment, I want the VIP treatment. You know, I don't want to wait in line. I don't want to wait for shit. If I go to Fridays, like, these people fly me a beer. I only ask. I walk in Fridays. They fly me a beer because I tip before I pay for anything. Here. This, matter of fact, I tell them this ain't got nothing to do with the tip. This is because I want to be serviced quickly and fast. Here you go. And when I get there, my man slide me a beer. As soon as I walk in, I ain't even ask motherfucker. I might even want beer. But that's why I like to be treated. I like to be pampered when I go out.
See, to me, that's kind of crazy and backwards, because in the service industry, you're supposed to be serving the customer, which should not. See, to me, I don't mind tipping, and I'm gonna tip, but how much I tip is gonna depend on the level of service. So for me, it's kind of crazy for me to give you a tip out the gate. I'm pretty much bribing you to treat me well, when no, just treat me well because I'm patronizing and I'm utilizing the service. Treat me well off the top. And then, but a lot of times Black people don't get the best treatment because the assumption is they're not going to tip or they're not going to tip well. When, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say that that's like out of the blue, but I've definitely seen instances where white people don't tip or tip well either. Like, so to me, it's like, just provide the service. It shouldn't depend on how well I'm going to tip you, whether or not you provide the baseline quality service that you're selling. Anything above and beyond that is icing on the
Let me
cake.
add this one last part. All right. So when I was bowling heavy, Mondays and Wednesdays were the deal days, and it'd be packed. The line out the goddamn door. I told my uncle, my brother, and them, I said, "Yo, listen, man, this black dude named Kenneth." I said, "Yo, when we finally get our lanes, let's pay him some extra cash that he ain't supposed to get as an incentive to give us a lane earlier." So when that happened, when I get that dude, so we paying for our lanes, like we get no discount, nothing. But I give him like $20 extra, like yeah, that's for you, like that's for your pocket. So when I was able to do that, I'll be home calling on a Monday, like yo, hold 2 lanes for us. And he did that. So for me, like, so those are the advantages I like with tipping. You know, I get that special treatment.
That don't work for all industries. Like for me, I used to, when I Uber Eats, I would tip when I pay, right? You have the option to include the tip. I might spend $25. The assumption is, okay, maybe $8 should be the tip. I'll go up to maybe 12, right? Because for me, I want you to follow the instructions that I have in my application. I got motherfuckers leaving my food outside and it's outside. I couldn't find a parking spot and this and the third. So I had to change and like, okay, I'm not tipping out the gate anymore. So now I'm gonna pay for my food, and if I tip you or what I tip you depends on whether or not you follow instructions. This is your job. Y'all advertise.
Amber,
y'all
you can
advertise.
change your tip, right?
Yeah, I know you could change your tip, but what I'm saying is I used to pay it in the beginning, but to me, if y'all advertising delivery to my door, you're not finna leave my shit outside. I live in an apartment building. Delivery to my door is not delivery to the front door, leaving my shit outside where anybody can pick it up. That's not, to me, delivery to my door. So no, I'm not gonna tip you in advance, and I may not tip you at all if I tell you, because then I'll be like, please don't leave my stuff outside. I'll come and get it. Oh, I had to go. Now you're not getting shit, because to me, and I'm dead ass serious though. Now you're not getting shit. Don't leave my. I'm buying shit from fucking. I'm buying food from goddamn Benny Hanna's and shit and Red Lobster. And you think you finna leave my shit outside? You got me fucked up.
You know what? I don't believe it. This is my problem. The last 2 suits have. The last 2 suits.
You breaking up, Supi?
Huh?
You breaking up?
I'm breaking up?
Yeah. I mean, we can hear you, but it's like distant.
The last 2 suits.
Like you got those skull headphones.
Let me say something while Stu P is getting that straight. You know, anytime you're dealing with tips or things of that nature, or you're a waitress, I mean, one of the things that you do is try to have great customer service, because you're working to try to have regulars. Like Unbiased, I think, spoke towards with Polight. You're trying to have people come back. So you want to give them top-notch service, so then that way, they call you, and then if you're the guy who's driving the Uber, then the guy who's driving the Uber might get that call over the other people, because his service is quick, and and the food's always right, it's never messed up, and he's clean, whatever you look at. But those type of things, as far as customer service comes into play when you're dealing with people like that, and you try to have the best customer service possible, so you can get returning customers or regulars if you're waitressing and stuff like that.
Stu Peas, are you ready now? Is your audio? Maybe not. Haskell? Yeah, Dice Man agrees with me as far as over tipping for good service.
Yeah, I like that about America though, because it's a unique part of American culture. Because nowhere else
But that's
does
for a
that.
good service. Like I'm not gonna tip you for poor service. Like where they do that at? The fuck? Like no. And the thing is, I do feel like the tipping is great, but it's a culture now where people expect it regardless as to the level or the quality of service they provide. They're like, oh, I ain't getting paid. Like Saru Diceman just said, how much you think Uber paying that driver? I don't care how much they're paying that driver. That is your job. If you're not going to do a quality job and you're disgruntled by the pay, look for another option. Like to me, that's just point blank and period. You can't come to me and say, well, they're not paying me enough. So no, regardless as to the quality of service I provide, I want a decent tip because I'm not getting paid enough. That's a personal problem. Sorry.
Am I still breaking up? Do I sound better?
No, you're good now.
Okay, all right. This is what I'm saying. The last 2 suits I bought, I went to Dillard's. Dillard's is a man department store.
Yeah.
And what the kind of service you get in Dillard's is exceptional.
Right.
The suits are slightly more expensive than if you go to JC Penney or Macy's.
Yeah.
But the service is exceptional. If you go to Dillard's, the service is exceptional. Somebody willing to help you. They don't follow you around the store. They're helping you out. You ask them to, like when I buy a polo t-shirt, they'll buy like 6 different colors. And the lady have no problem getting them for me. And she greet you with a smile and they don't expect a tip. Certain places don't expect a tip. Tipping is garbage because these corporations not losing money. Is that they don't want to pay the workers. We're not talking about a mom and pop restaurant. Red Lobster not losing money. Cheesecake Factory not losing money. Olive Garden is not losing money. But they're not paying the workers bullshit because a waitress makes like $4.25 an hour. And most of that go to taxes. So no, you get away with not having to pay your workers because you're saying that the food price will go up. Yet still your profit margin is millions of dollars. Something not right with that picture. Tipping is a way to overcharge you for the food because they're charging you exorbitant amount already. Because as you said earlier, when you buy a burger, when you buy a pizza from Domino's, if I go to Domino's and buy a pizza, a 3-topping pizza, I'm paying like $9 for it in the store. If I'm at home, Domino's is like a mile away. If I'm at home and I order a same pizza, it's $25. Right? And the dude who come in wants a tip. You charge me $10 extra because you're delivering it. And that's part of the delivery fee. Something not right with that picture.
Yeah, like even in like so I used to have a, Black Nail Tech trying to support, because the Asians be reckless with your hands and, they just be really rough on you. So I and don't get me wrong, she took her time, she ain't popping nails off. She gonna soak them off and she, oh, well, let me try this design, this, that, and the third. But I'm always gonna pay for what I got and I'm gonna tip well. So no matter what I got, if I just got a fill in, I'm always tipping $25 plus, period. So for a while, she would be really unprofessional. But I would still, I show up to the shop. She ain't made it there yet. She 10, 20 minutes late. She ain't saying nothing to me about her running late, whatever. But the final straw was I had an appointment to get, my nails and feet done. I show up to the shop. I'm waiting. They're like, oh, well, did you talk to her? Is she coming in? I said, yeah, I spoke with her yesterday and confirmed. They was like, oh, okay. They was like, oh, well, just wait at the front. So I'm waiting at the front. Finally, she started calling me. I'm like, hello? She like, oh, girl, I forgot to tell you, I'm gonna have to cancel. Can you do tomorrow? I said, I'll let you know. She was like, yeah, my bad, girl. I meant to tell you. Now, no, I Ubered there and back. So I've already Ubered there, tipped the driver. Now I got to Uber back, tip the driver. And you're calling me, huh?
No, when you finish. I'm asking that question.
So now you're calling me while I'm there, not before I got there. And you did not offer to say, oh, girl, because she knows that I Uber there. You didn't say, my bad, let me cover your travel.
Right.
No.
Now, don't get me wrong.
I'm going to ask you another question. Do you tip the nurse when they go to the hospital?
No.
Do you tip the nurses? Why you don't tip the nurses?
Because their job. But hold on.
No. Why you don't tip the nurses?
Because that type of profession doesn't require a tip.
Huh?
That type of profession doesn't require a tip. That means equal service. Like the service should be equal, regardless of.
But don't you get a service?
But that service. Yes, but that service is on a basis of the merit that everybody's entitled to equal, treatment.
No, but it's not everybody getting equal treatment.
No, but it's based on that. When you go in a hospital, a nurse really can't favor somebody over you because they got
They can't even accept tips, even if you was willing to tip. They're in an industry where they can't accept it.
No, it's stipulated that they can't accept tip. But all right, another question now. So I'm in the barber shop and 10 people ahead of me.
Right.
And I have to wait on all 10 people for that particular barber.
Yeah.
Is it that he's going to give me a super special haircut? Or is he going to give the best haircut he can give? He's giving to everybody.
Yeah. So the barber is a little tricky because the barber gets paid like without a tip based upon how he follow your instructions, how you want your haircut done or shape up done. So that's a tricky example because he has to follow instructions and satisfy what you were looking for, the outcome. And then it's up to you if you want to give him more than, because a lot of people, believe me, I'm in a DJ Focus, the barber. So I'm in the barbershop more than most people. I'm in like various our barbershop hop. Some people just pay the barbershop exactly what he's asking for. So barber tips are not that common, believe it or not, in the hood. They're not that common.
No, in Florida, here them expect tips. In Florida, here they expect tips.
But I want to address something Saru said in the chat. I'm sure someone tips her more than I do. I'm sure. I would be kind of like crazy to feel like, oh, I'm the best tipper out there. Like, no. But because what I ask for is not anything spectacular. I'm very plain Jane. So for the amount of work she has to do, on me personally, that's a phenomenal tip. I'm not getting no super long nails. I'm not getting rhinestones every fucking where. That type of shit take work. So I'm sure she's getting tipped above and beyond that. But my point is,
do you tip the hairdresser? Do you tip the hairdresser?
Yes. Now it depends on if you actually gave me what I want. Now me, I'm a former salary. So my point was with that whole scenario is that it'd be the expectation of getting a tip when you do a job well. But then on the flip side of that, when you don't live up to the end of your bargain, you don't offer any discounted services. As a stylist, when I was in the salon, if I forgot a client's appointment or I'm running late and I failed to communicate that and they're already there, because I had clients that would show up an hour early because they want to make sure that they shit on time. They don't got all day. I'm gonna go an hour early so I can make sure I ain't gotta wait. I can get started. But if I forgot or if I'm running late and I ain't let them know, I'm gonna let them know, hey, my bad, I'm running late. I don't know if you got the time to wait, but if not, come, rebook and it's free. Me personally, that's the type of shit I did because to me, it's crazy for me to expect them to patronize me over and over again, for me to get a tip or desire a tip when I feel like I did a job well done, but I don't want to take no L's. When I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong. Like, to me, it wasn't the fact that, she doesn't provide quality. It's the fact that you don't have any accountability. I've already spent my money getting here and I got to spend my money to get home. You ain't offered $5 off of the service, $10 off of the service. You ain't offered to compensate me in any way for your mistake. That's a problem for me.
So listen, I gotta read Dice Man's comment. I'm gonna respond. So he responded to Stu P's in the suit store. Yeah, he said why would you tip he said, why would you tip a Macy's worker?
Why would you tip a what? Why would you tip who?
Why would you tip a Macy's worker for body cologne?
Yeah. Why don't tip the person who's selling the cologne in the
but you do know but you do know a lot of those people that work those cosmetic counters, they can accept tips.
Right. But hold
yes,
on.
they can.
Yeah. So because believe me, I got about 40 different or more designer colognes. So I'm well known in these Sephora, these cologne companies, not just Macy's. I'm like well known. I got a lot. Like I'm a cologne collector. Like that's I'm no longer a sneaker designer, sneaker collector, or other shit. But cologne would never go away, right? So yeah. So now, here's it is about cologne. I never tipped anybody in that department, right? But they might go on commission. So this is one sister who I buy from, right? From the Macy's I go, or she's working. I try to buy from her. So, but I do buy a lot of cologne. So I might spend $300 on 3 bottles. You dig? But I'm a guaranteed sell for her. Period. When I come to Macy's, I'm buying cologne. That's a guaranteed sell. So I'm buying one. So I don't tip her because I believe it's part of her commission. So that's why I don't tip when I buy cologne.
Yeah, now I know I'm not really into it like that, but my sister, she has a perfume lady at a particular, store that she frequents to get her fragrances. So for her, she tips her lady because, some stuff be on back order or out of stock, and it's something that my sister really wants. So she goes above and beyond. She'll text my sister, oh, shipping is coming in Tuesday. So my sister can go, I'll reserve the bottle for you, different things like that. So my sister will tip her because of that. Or if they got a new fragrance that's coming out, she might give her, testers for it. Or if it's something that my sister won't and she just ain't, like I ain't really saved up for that yet. So that's a future purchase. And the lady like, well, I can give you, 3 samples that should hold you over until, you able to actually purchase it for yourself. So little stuff like that, my sister tips her for.
And this is, do you buy cologne?
My problem with tipping is, right, is that it started out at 10% years ago. And now I'm in place. And when they're showing recommended tip, it's 18% minimum. And it go up to 25%. Yeah. That's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's optional when it goes higher. That's optional.
No, but 18%. So even if you want to give 10%, you feel like an asshole now because there's a recommended tip.
Yeah, definitely. But that's marketing, So now to Amber, so when I order, like let's say I order Chinese, right? And so Stu P's, when I order Chinese, when I see those same like options for tips, I'm gonna pay the highest one because I'm hoping that means deliver my shit fast. Like when I'm working at office and I pay the highest for the tip, to me, that's dog whistle for bring my shit fast. Bring my shit first. If you got a bunch of drop-offs, go out your way.
But they're not doing it because they don't like you. They don't like you.
Yeah, well, Chinese people are a little different.
I mean, I know we like to believe that that's how it works out, but from a business perspective, they typically have a way that they run their route. Like if you way across town from the restaurant, yeah, you paid the highest tip, but why the fuck would I pass up all of these drop-offs? Like, no, I'm gonna go ahead and go in the route that makes the most sense. It sounds great to believe that your tip is giving you some type of priority, but I mean, a lot of times it ain't. Really, to me, that's like in the salon, in the shop, and that's another reason why I think it's kind of fucked up and crazy. Because to me, people deviate from the way their schedules are, like the way they schedule appointments, whether it be the nail salon, barbershop, beauty salon, when that big tipper comes in, even though they scheduled to be, you know, their appointment is at 4 and you're booked, they slide in at 2. Oh, I got something that just came up. Now you're going to take them over the client that just pays you the flat rate, even though they did everything they were supposed to do. They booked their appointment, they showed up on time, but you're going to now move them down as a priority because you feel like this is more money over here.
You damn
To me,
right.
that's fucked up and that's crazy. And overall, it might feel good in the long run, but your business is gonna suffer because people pick up on that type of shit quick. Like, oh,
Did y'all
so
see the Quavo video?
Nah.
Yeah, that happened with Quavo. He pulled up to some barbershop. And
Oh yeah. I heard about that. Right. Yep.
Yeah, he kicked dude out the chair.
Yeah, that's right. Now, hell yeah. If I'm a barber, and because look. So now let me say this. So now this is different, Amber. This is totally different. So a lot of people that's like YouTubers or Twitter, IG famous, they have that blue check mark. What they do for your business is like far supersede than that regular ass nigga that's in there or woman. When that blue check mark comes to that shop, they give your business exposure that no ad you ever can pay for can do. So he did the right thing. The Quavo appearance is that appearance is more than any advertisement he could ever pay to get his business acknowledgement. And guess what? That controversy is now his shop is known nationally. So he did the right thing as far as marketing, anything business. That was a great move.
It's great until you the person in the chair that's getting kicked out the chair.
Oh well,
Amber, I'm gonna tell you like this. I wouldn't trip, right? Because for one, you know, Quavo, he got dreads, so I already know he really just finna get a lineup, right? They ain't gonna take long, number one. Number two, that's not gonna be a common occurrence. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It just so happened that I was in the chair that day. Three, I'm gonna put myself in the barber's position, like, bro. I'm like, bro, he gotta do that, bro. Like, he gotta do that, bro. Now, I would expect him, especially if I'm a loyal customer, to, you know what I'm saying? When I get back to
that cut must be free. That
right.
cut must be free.
My cut free.
You gotta look out.
But guess
gotta
what?
look
But
out.
even if that cut is not free, it's bullshit. I'm going to tell you something. If you read the book, The Great Gatsby, right? You see, The Great Gatsby was new money. And Gatsby went into a community with old money. And new money, no matter even if it look more than old money, does not override old money. If I was going to that barber constantly for years, and he asked me to get up out that chair, the next time I go to that barber shop, I'm going to a different barber. Loyalty over everything. Your customers come first. Fuck Quavo. Because Quavo comes around once every lifetime. That dude has been patronizing for years. Fuck Quavo.
I don't know about that. That's right.
I mean, but that's kind of the crazy thing about how shit is. Now, it's one thing if he was a celebrity barber and he has a host of celebrity clientele that rotates. That's one thing, because most of the people there are used to him having celebrities that he deal with and that he cut hair for. But what's crazy is a lot of people will be like, oh, this finna put me on. And y'all think that, oh, it do so much for their business. A lot of times, no, the fuck it don't. They give the service away for free because they think that the exposure is gonna net them something. Like, oh, I'm gonna get more clients because I cut, I line Quavo up. 9 out of 10, the shit is not laying like that. Like, it just ain't.
No, your customers come first, especially people who has been patronizing you for years. You have been eating off this dude for years.
Yeah, I disagree. Like I said, I'm in a barbershop more than most people. That happens a lot. Like where even family or just close friends that come in and they put them in a seat before you, and those loyal customers pretty much understand that, and they pretty much allow it.
That's a black people thing. That's a black people.
So it may be so, but we only speak about black people anyway. We normally talk.
Yeah,
So
that's unprofessional.
Right. Nah,
You
but
never
no,
want
but
to
what
call.
right, but what I'm saying is I'm speaking to the reality. The reality is that like that's known in barbershops. Like barbershops, it's known
you ever go
for
to the barber shop and your barber busy and you go to the next barber? You ever been to the barber shop and the barber that you go to all the while busy? Well, you know
I think that's an
so you
East
go to
Coast
the next
thing. I ain't
barber.
gonna hold you.
See? It's like that barber face just get fucked up when you personally go use a different barber after he's been trimming your ear for years. He acts as if you owe him a favor. It works
You
both
disloyal.
ways.
You a chair hopper then.
Yeah. Yes, it worked both ways.
Hey, I never gave a
Pendulum
fuck
swing.
about that. Nigga just gonna have to twist his face up. Fuck that. Especially if I got somewhere to go. And he like, oh, I got 3 ahead. Shit.
But but the crazy thing is, so then they use passive aggressive ways to punish you for shit like that. I used to work in a salon with a nigga that was like that. It was a beauty and a barber salon. So and the nigga actually had a decent clientele, but when I say he used to do his clientele so bogus, it would be crazy. I'm talking about the niggas waiting 2-3 hours. He ain't showed up to the shop. People trying to call and this and the third. So the moment they be like, okay, I gotta go, you know, and just get their hair cut by another barber in the shop, and he walk in the door, oh, he's salty and would make a scene.
Hey, you know what?
Like,
You know what? We need to get Chef on a show like this to see what he says, because
Chef for them $50 haircuts.
Yeah, because I seen Chef work and
that
it's high
nigga
quality.
crazy.
No, I seen Chef work and it's high quality, right? So I got a friend. Yeah, I told you I only hang with successful people. I got a friend who cut hair. That's not. DJ Focus got success too, but I got a guy who's like really beyond success, and my man got a three-story barbershop built from ground up. Like, he's very successful. I know him since childhood, but what I'm gonna say is this. Matter of fact, I can show his Instagram cuts. When you're successful like that, and the crisp cut you receive, that customer might be mad, but you really ain't going nowhere else, because it's not too many barbers that can do what he does. So you might be mad and pissed off, but you're forced, fuck loyalty, you're forced to stay with this barber because he gives you exactly the look you're looking for, as opposed to the alternative barbers.
Nah, fuck that. I'm sliding to the next show. I ain't waiting around 3 hours for nan, nigga. Ain't no haircut that special, nigga.
Well, Haskell,
fuck out of here.
Wait, Haskell.
I'm not on TV or none of that, man. Fuck that. 2-3, man, you crazy as that.
Nah,
and I wish a nigga would come in 2-3 hours later and see me in another chair and say something. You know what I'm talking about? We just gonna have to throw him. You crazy as hell, boy.
But can I say something real quick? Yeah, you got to think. I mean, I see where y'all coming from on both sides, so I'm gonna hit it on both sides, because like what y'all saying on the biased side, as far as the advertisement, you know, that's great advertisement, but at the same time, you know, on the Amber side, you got don't bite the hand that feeds you, because those are your regular customers, and that is your community that you're working in. So you want to make, like you say, offer him something for getting up out the chair. You just don't want to say, nigga, get off the chair, because it's Flavo or whatever the hell his name is, and you know. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that. I mean, you got to offer me something. I'll get up. I feel you on the advertisement. Yeah, I feel you on the advertisement and all that. I'll get up, but nigga, like you said, this haircut's free after this, nigga. I'm gonna wait. This haircut's free after this, and I'm next too. Shit.
Right, like in
I'm
that
getting
industry, it's better to have 10 customers that come bi-weekly versus having 20 that come every once or twice every 3 to 4 months. Like, at the end of the day, if you got somebody sitting in your chair that they hear like clockwork, and a lot of them customers do build relationships with their barbers and their stylists. They buy gifts for holidays and give you gift cards, and like they show above all types of appreciation. So for you to just be like, well, Quavo showed up, you got to get up out this chair. Now, it's one thing if it was like maybe like a new client or somebody that's been kind of sporadic and sketchy, you know, like, oh, nigga, you come see me once every 6 months. I don't really give a fuck. I already know you giving your business elsewhere. I'm not going to prioritize you when I have an opportunity to grow my business. But most times, those little promotions like that, they don't really lead to no long-term clients that's going to be repeat customers. You know, people might come, you know, for the hype to say that they got their haircut there, but is they going to keep coming back? That's the question.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know if it's a man thing, or maybe it's just my personal thing, but if I see my barber have an opportunity like that, of course, you never know how opportunities are gonna pan out, right? But even if you don't get a ton of you know, advertising or whatever from cutting Quavo's hair or some other celebrities, accommodating him may lead to you forming perhaps a good relationship with him. He might plug you in with, you know, some other industry people, and you might end up going on tour. So it's just the opportunity. And I'd feel like I'd be a hater if my barber had that opportunity and I just threw a little bitch fit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've warned him.
I wouldn't say anything. It would have to be the barber's call. But at the end of the day, fuck him after that.
Yeah, it's on far against Stoopies.
Stupid's gonna get beat up by the security guards.
Yeah, fuck him after that. I won't say anything. But the next time I come to the barber shop, I'm sitting in a different chair. Loyalty is the most important thing in business.
So what I'm trying to say is that's why I need DJ Focus or Chef on the panel for this. And like when they come back on, we could reintroduce this topic, right? We can represent it to them. But I just feel like when a barber has a solid clientele, like again, I know a bunch of barbers and they had their clientele, like that one person. And don't forget, when you go to a barbershop, it's more than a haircut. It's the conversation, it's the environment, it's a whole bunch of things. The reason why you're there, not just for the haircut, you know. And like somebody DJ Focus, like he's very interactive with his customer base. So they end up loving. He's like a preacher in there, so they end up loving just him. So whether they like the haircut or not, they love him. So they are just, you know, just fanatics just over him. And I'm sure Saffron probably provide the same service. So, and just like with me and my clients, like these kids, they love me. You know, the parents be trying to teach them the same shit. They ain't listening at all. They love me. So if it was me and my clientele, and like, don't forget, I'm considering the barber master skills, because believe me, not everybody's a master barber, and you would know who's a master barber just by the simple Google reviews. Like you'll know. Like my boy, what I'm talking about, was blessed by the mayor came to his opening and blessed his barbershop. Like, yo, you know what I mean? So these are the type of guys I'm talking about. But for me, like I know that I'm unique in what I do, and I'm great with kids. So I don't think if I lost that one client, that will not reflect anything. Like I won't lose anything because I'm like unique and proprietary in what I do, and you can't really get it anywhere else because I got a natural gift just for kids, period. So nothing else. My lessons could be horrible. The kids just love me. So just off that, I'm going to keep, you know, clients. So I think that need to be factored in, you know, when we're talking about type of business. It's how do your clients perceive you?
I understand all of that, but ego kills a lot of businesses.
I'm not talking about because sometimes when we talk about certain situations, you guys put yourself in the melting pot. So let me put myself in there. So like with my client base, like not only am I good with the kids, I'm good with the clients. Like, you know, the parents, they talk to me and we have a good relationship. So like, let's say one parent, and it's happened before, like some people are going to be unpleased with your services. They're going to be mad, they can't get a refund or whatever. And they're going to try to make an example out of you and make, you know, he's bad. They try that with me. But because I have a good relationship with all the parents, that doesn't work. Because now I'm going to explain to the parents why I did what I did. And then it's over. You're just asked out, just go somewhere for lessons, and my clients just continue to come. You know, so I really got to do some effed up stuff to lose my clientele. If it's in, you know, get up, this celebrity's coming first, I can explain that in a way where my parents are going to be like, all right, well, okay, that sucks for them. And I'm not going to lose nobody.
My thing is this, right? I am paying you for this time. I'm paying you for your time and your services now. And if I went to a restaurant, if you went to a restaurant and you was about to sit down to have dinner, and somebody come and say, we need a table, Beyonce is coming. No, fuck Beyonce, I'm hungry.
Yo, you're delusional, brother. That's
It may be delusional. It may be delusional. But fuck Beyonce, I'm hungry. I know that I might lose my seat. But fuck Beyonce, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You hear the guy? You heard that?
No, you're in a service providing industry.
Nigga, they gonna Uncle Phil you out that restaurant, bro.
Yeah, but even if they do,
But you got real. But
you might
you got to realize too.
This is what you know. Quaver will come today and take me out of the chair, and I'm going to be one disgruntled person. But lightning have a tendency to strike the same spot more than one. The next day when Drake come, he will take the other person out of the chair. Because if he's a sellout for one person, a superstar, you will sell out to all superstar. So that Baba is a sellout.
I think you're taking this thing a little too deeply, man.
Yeah, I would say like
hold on for a
sporadically
second. Hold on.
a one-time occurrence.
Hold on, let me say something real
you
quick,
might not
Amber.
lose a whole
Let me say
lot
something.
behind that.
Let me say something real quick.
Her
When
name
you
is No Man.
you look at, oh, I'm sorry, no man. When you look at it, if you think about it, right, you could say, all right, well, you know, the advertising, like I was saying before, but then if you look at it again, you got your the local, you know, the person in your community you cut all the time, and then he gets upset, and he's got 3 kids, and then there goes 4 customers out the door behind, you know, that action. So that, you know, that could be the way you could look at it too, is, you know what I'm saying, you got to handle it with kid gloves and say, hey, look, man, I'm going to give you a haircut and you next, you know, or the guy look at, you know, like I said, I'd be in the tree. I'd be like, look, man, I'll get up, I'm next, but you give me a haircut, you know what I'm saying? All right, free haircut or half off or something. All right, man, I got you. All right, then I'll get up, you know what I'm saying? Because, like you said, I'm trying to support and let him get his thing off, you know, help him get his thing off the ground.
Like, because here's
you know,
the thing,
Quavo
right?
and stuff.
That type of situation is for the most part going to be a one-off, right? Because typically celebrities, they're going to bring the barber to their house. They're going to have like an appointed time. More than likely what happened is probably Quavo maybe has some sort of impromptu performance or something impromptu happen. And he just, you know what I'm saying? Let me just hit the barbershop right quick. You know, that's not going to be a regular
Recurring
occurrence.
thing. Yeah.
But again, like Amber alluded to when she was talking about the relationship between like barbers and their customers, it's a two-way street. So yes, my ego, there is going to be a bit of a hit that my ego takes, that, you know, I paid for my time and this other human being is just prioritized above me just because he has some sort of higher status in society or whatever, right? But then at the same time, if I have a rapport with my barber, I'm going to put myself in his shoes and like, damn, I want to see Dog win. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to look out. And
yeah, I mean, and typically, but typically too, you know the customers that are going to be cool with that kind of thing, because not all customers, like, even if y'all got a great relationship, some people just, no, I'm here because I got my own shit I got going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I got my own shit going on. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Fuck that nigga.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a fuck about Quavo.
Beyonce ain't trying to hear none of that shit. Fuck
none of that
nigga.
shit.
Yeah, you are.
You know why?
Hey, Stoopy, when you say that shit garbage anyway, that
No.
Fuck that.
This is why I say fuck that shit.
You could be creating a business opportunities too, P.
Hey.
You never know. I mean, Quavo will go from the barber shop down to the family grocery store.
Could have been at least a real musician, like, I'm to see if it was Stevie Wonder or a goddamn Michael Jackson, or the motherfucking hibbity.
But the crazy thing is, even in that scenario, y'all talking about it could lead to better opportunities. But think about it. For the person if it do lead to better opportunities, I could be potentially putting myself at a disadvantage. If this nigga on the road or on tour cutting motherfucker hair and he become a personal barber, now I gotta find me somebody else to cut my hair because now the nigga never available. He always out of
but
town.
you supposed to want to see that for that man, Amber.
I would want.
That's what I'm talking about.
But here's the thing. If we're going, hold on. If we're going by what Unbiased said, this person is high esteem and ain't nobody really doing it like he doing it. Hell no. Yeah, I might want to see you be successful, but not at the expense of my great haircut.
Even if this nigga is the greatest barber ever, and I know that, bruh, it's a chance that this nigga might elevate to the point where he out of my bracket. I ain't even gonna see the nigga no more. He might even see me on the street, don't even acknowledge me because once he get in them circles, he that nigga, he feel like he that. Even me knowing that that potential, I still gotta let that man have the opportunity to possibly get there, man. Like that's real. You know when
that's
you
gonna
know
draw attention to the community.
Hold on.
That's gonna bring attention to the community too.
You know how? Hold on, Stoopies. Hold on.
Yeah,
because
I've been quiet.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm not saying I'm not. I'm not. Wait, hold on. I'm not saying I'm not gonna. Hold on. I'm not saying. I want you to be clear.
Let me wrap up.
I'm not saying.
Let me wrap up what I'm saying. Right. You know how
I want to talk to
in black Americans, like we'll say that's real nigga shit. Real nigga shit is doing something that's like principled, even though you know it's a good chance that you might, you know what I'm talking about? Like you might be on the losing end of it or what. That's just real. Like, yeah, let that man. If he get a chance to make $500,000 a year, I want to see that happen.
Yeah, me
But
too.
I want you to be clear that I'm not saying that I wouldn't allow that person to do that. I mean, really, it ain't even up to me. If you ask me to get out your chair, then I really don't have no choice in the matter. All I'm saying is the logic that, oh, he could elevate and he could do, yeah, that's absolutely true. You take the risk that he may elevate to a point where the motherfucker can't even be your barber no more. You know, he on tour, he on the road, he's not here anymore. Now I gotta find another
shit.
I gotta find another stylist. And even if
I'll be glad for that man, bro. Like,
again, Haskell, you're not listening. I could still even be happy for him. Like that's not like no. Hey, now me personally, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I've always done my own hair, so I don't really care about that. I'm just saying, on the flip side of that, yes, it could open up great opportunity, but that can also leave me on the losing end. That don't mean because I'm on the losing end, I can't be happy for their win. I could just end up being on the losing end long term.
All right, can I make two comments?
Yeah, I'm waiting for my turn also. But go ahead.
After two things.
Yo, you're far away again, Stoopies.
Hold on. My battery dying. That's why. Can you hear me? Please.
Yeah, you're clear now.
This is what. Quavo did a bitch move on that dude. He disrespected his business because Quavo would not go into any fucking white establishment and step that way. Let's be honest. Let's look what Quavo did. Quavo came in and Quavo disrespected the man in the chair and he disrespected the barber also. If he said I have next, it wouldn't be disrespect. But when you tell a man, so listen, you need to get this dude out of the chair because it's me now.
I'm pretty sure Quavo didn't do that.
It's a bitch move. What did he do?
If you're a celebrity, you come in, hey, what's up, man? You can shake me up. That barber off top, he gonna initiate that. Quavo ain't gotta say nothing.
That means the barber is a bitch then. The barber is a bitch.
Quavo
You would never get $1 from me again.
All Quavo got to do is come in. Hey, bro, you can line me up, man. I got to whatever. Hit here real quick, man. You know, that's all he has to do. He doesn't have to say, hey, get this guy.
If Quavo went to Miami, if Quavo went to Manhattan in one of those white barber places, he'd have to sit his ass down.
Hey, yo, so
yeah,
so
because
look,
nobody don't know is
He'd
that.
have to sit his ass down. Let's be
yeah,
honest.
if
If he went to
if
so
Manhattan,
hold on,
he'd
hold
have
on.
to sit his
Let
ass
me
down.
if he
insert.
went in supercuts, yeah, he'd have to wait. But guess
But
what?
I don't
If
even know about
goddamn
that.
if Tom Hanks going supercuts, I bet his ass ain't gonna wait. I bet that.
So look, so let me say this. Like, there's a video of a guy, right, that has a blue check mark on IG, and he was like he was doing a selfie, right? He was showing himself traveling in Miami, and he was like, "Yo, look what a blue check mark gets you." Now they don't know who this guy is at all, and he was going to different places, small places, nothing crazy, cell phone, get a cell phone case, fast food, restaurant. But he would just let you know that what a blue check could do for you. How you don't pay for shit with a blue check. So he went to a cell phone place first. He had the guy price out some cell phone cases, and he's like, he got the prices and he seen what he wanted. He said, "All right, man, look, I got a blue check mark. I can show you on IG right now. I got a blue check mark." And the store owner, all they gave a fuck was, is he got a blue check mark or not? Because he knew that he gonna shout him out, and the potential business boom was worth the free cell phone cases. So he got about 3 cell phone cases, but he was more interested in the guy proving the blue check mark. So then he went to a fast food restaurant with his sister working there, and she didn't risk her job giving him free shit. Like, now she had nothing to gain. The store owner did. So then he went to a restaurant. Like, they have you busy as hell over there. They was booked. So he was like, "All right, man." They had no seats, nothing like that. He's like, "All right, look, I got a blue check mark. What can you do for me? I'll shout your business out." They went and found that motherfucking table right away, and he got a table. So you didn't gotta be Quavo successful. The fact that you have influence and a certain amount of followers, period. Like Terry Nasheed, those guys, if they show their check mark, those businesses are gonna bow down and be like, "Yo, yeah," and show favoritism. Say, "Yeah, nah, work something out," because we believe more business will generate here from this guy than we can do it ourselves. And the last thing is this: I was gonna say this. If you guys own a business and you had a client who was next in line for whatever it is, nails, hair, pest control service, and they said, "Listen, this next client you have, ignore them and I'll give you a free bulletin in a busy city, high bulletin, free." Would you guys take that free bulletin or take that client?
I'm taking the bulletin. I mean,
right.
Business, oftentimes there is some ethical aspect, but I think there is such a thing as being overly moralistic, and that's going to always handicap you in business. You can't just be so principled to where you're, nah.
But I think, so for me, I'm going to continue as I would normally, because this is a tactic. Now, while people may perceive what type of revenue or business they're going to get from sharing a person with a check mark, or, oh, they were here and they're going to shout me out, like, until they can show me you've actually grown businesses, like, I shout them out and their sales are up as a result of my shout out, you can directly correlate that to your shout out. You really just running game on me, and a lot of celebrities do it. A lot of people that are quote unquote verified do
true.
it.
That's
They sell
true.
the perception. They sell the perception that your business is going to grow. Look, I got all these followers, but how many of those translate into actual sales for my business? Like, it don't always equate to higher revenue. It just doesn't.
Yeah, but it's the risk versus reward thing.
It's you're right. It's the potential. Like, you have to take that chance.
No.
You have to.
I just watched a video. People need to go back and watch a video. This light-skinned barber, this sellout, with a big smile on the face.
Why did you feel the need to mention that he was light skinned?
Right.
This fish.
Jeffrey, no.
This fish, this perch, this gully perch. As soon as him see Quavo, he got all wet. But Quavo looked like he's the one who always cut Quavo's hair. Look at Quavo come in and, "Oh, you gotta go, Lex. You gotta go, Lex." Right away he got all wet for Quavo. If Quavo wanted to fuck this dude, Quavo could have. Look at his
Come
reaction.
on, stupid.
Of course he couldn't. This dude got wet for Quavo. I needed to watch a video. This dude got wet for Quavo.
How many followers does Quavo have on Instagram?
It doesn't matter. He has cut Quavo here before.
It absolutely matters. What do
He
you
has
mean?
cut Quavo here before.
Matters.
How
He has
many
cut Quavo
followers
here
you
before.
got on Bias?
He got all wet for
right
Quavo.
now.
The dude got
I
wet for
guarantee the
Quavo.
millions. I guarantee that.
The dude got wet for Quavo. As soon as he saw Quavo, you gotta go, Lex. You gotta go.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
He got all wet.
Yes. Yo, y'all pre this thing.
Play the video.
Hey, wait. Hold on. The results
Y'all
are
pre
in.
the thing too emotional, brother.
All right.
No, man, the dude is a fish, man. He's a snapper.
The results are in.
Perch.
The results are in. Look at my
He's a
screen.
parrotfish.
Look at my screen. His followers.
It don't matter how much fun they have.
No, hold on. I got your opinion, but I want everybody to see.
Watch the video. People,
I
play
got
the
it.
video.
But
Play the
I
video.
want. I look at it, but I want everybody to see the followers that he has, right?
Yeah, he got smitten by a celebrity. He got wet.
Okay, now look.
Quavo turned him on. Quavo should
now
have put him
Not
over
the Batty
chair.
boy. Not the Batty
He
boy.
was a fish. He was a fish. Snapper.
So look.
Purge.
So
purge.
Look, the way marketing works, right? And advertising.
No, he's a fish. He's a gully purge.
I got you. But listen, all of us that was in business at one point or plan on going to business, I guarantee you, there's nothing you could ever do in your life to get 21 million viewers to look at your business. Potentially, even potential viewers. There's nothing you can pay to get that much. So the fact that you had Quavo and then it became a controversial subject where we could just YouTube it right now. That dude got potential 21 million viewers to look at his business. That's all you really ask for. People in business that's why I keep mentioning.
But you're not saying I'm biased. I'm biased.
Wait, hold on.
This is not the first time he has cut Quavo here.
Please, I get it. No problem. I'm just giving a generic, perspective on marketing, right? It's not about why we pay for Facebook ads. I did that. Why we pay for like other things? Like we do that because it costs more money to reach. Facebook tell you if you pay this much, you reach this many people. You pay that much, this many people. It kind of guarantees.
And there's no guarantee you're going to see a return.
Right.
We know it's no guarantee, but if you're selling that as your point, then you should know. It shouldn't just be, look, I got 21.4 million followers. Like one. This whole influencer wave is still very new. But if they were to go to a business, like they're trying to enter a deal, a contract for them to get some new product or endorsement or whatever, they're going to want they're not gonna be just a person, oh, the nigga got 21.4 million followers. They're going to want to know, okay, and how much of those followers actually translate into dollars and cents. Like what percentage when you share out a business or when you shout out a business or when you align yourself, what type of percentage increase?
Wait.
It works out to factorially more than those one or two or whatever amount of customers were in that shop. I could guarantee you that. It's exponentially more than I could bet that.
So now what no man might be talking about these bigger companies that has like a certain capital, certain income flow, very good regardless of what. But a small business owner would damn near trade all of their customer client base for that type of exposure. All of their clients to get that celebrity exposure.
I'm biased.
Think about it, Amber. 1% would
y'all not thinking about it.
1% would translate
do y'all think
to 214,000 potential at 1%.
Great.
14,000.
Right. That's crazy.
Great. But do y'all think those 21.4 million are all even in the area to obtain the service from this barber?
Not.
Okay, so first off, we ain't looking at the 21.4 million. We only looking at the people that can actually purchase the service.
Even if you get 1%, 0.5% is 100,000.
But all of this is speculation, though.
Wait. But hold on. I've never been to Junior's Cheesecake in Harlem, right? Ever. But I know all about that. I've seen it. And every time I'm in Harlem, like, we never have a time to stop. I'm never driving. So, but the fact that Puffy and them even mentioned that and making a band and had them walk for that, that's in people's mind. It's like
It's
a
in
tourist.
the public psyche. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
You
It's
can't.
like, that's a, wait,
It's in your mind, but
can I
you
finish the thought?
it
Can I
being in
finish
your
it?
mind hasn't
Wait,
translated into
so
you actually
let me,
paying for
well, hold on. Let me just finish the thought first.
paying for juniors. It's
I
just in
got
your
you.
mind.
Right, but let me just finish the thought first. Let me just finish the thought. So again, the only reason why I never patronized the business because I was never driving, and the parking in New York is crazy. Okay, so but if I was driving, I would have walked damn near the same distance they did just to try it because that, like, I want to try it so bad. But the people, like, we went to Brooklyn to watch a boxing match a couple of times, and finally one time we actually seen a restaurant, but we were in a rush because again, boxing match, we leaving late as hell. People got families and wives and shit, so we couldn't do that. But if I was driving, I would have said, "Fuck that," we stopped. You know, but also there's spots in they got Steak 48. There's no Steak 48 in New Jersey, but I hear about that often. And then you got sexy seafood in Miami. These are things I hear about. Oh, that's great. And you got some turkey stuff in, I think, Texas also. So this has been branded in my mind forever. So if I ever visit these cities and these states, I'm going to search for that. And these are regular people advertisement.
Right. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, to me, you thinking about it, even though you've been to New York, whether or not you were driving, it's more effective when people say, it's made such an impact. I'm going there and I made a plan that we're definitely going to do lunch at this place. For you to just be like, oh, well, I wasn't really driving, this and the third, like, that means you haven't communicated to the group of circle or people that you're around that this is a place we need to be, that we need to try. Oh, we really need to try such and such spot. It's in your mind, but that ain't really translated into nothing. You still have not patronized the actual business. And you talking about for making a band, how many years ago was that? You live in Jersey. Whatever impact it has made, it hasn't made such an impact where you would actually go out your way and make a trip out there for that. It's people that's making trips to Atlanta just to go to Candy's restaurant. Or it's people that's planning on making a trip to Atlanta, and that's a part of their plan.
Same thing with Junior's
definitely
Cheesecake. Same thing that ask Miss Tiff from New York, ask her, has she been there? Ask True Story, ask the people signing there, ask the people in New York, had he been there? I guarantee they said he did.
I understand that, but these are people that are already in New York, though, right? So what I'm saying is, it's one thing to say, oh, he got 21.4 million followers. And yeah, it may be ingrained in all of those people's mind, but how many people are in the area or willing to go to the area to get this particular service or to try this particular thing? Now, I do know, like, it's a lady that's a loctician on, you know, she's really popular. She's on YouTube or whatever, and I think she's out of Philly or Jersey, somewhere on the East Coast. But people book her out of state. Like, she don't travel. Well, she used to, but she don't travel. But people are so invested in what she's selling and her reputation that they are booking their appointment 3 months, 6 months in advance to fly to get serviced by her. Now, at the end of the day, that's not going to apply to everybody. But it's people that's actually willing to do that, right? Because she's been able to promote herself at such a, you know, high standard, and she ain't got commercials and all of that. This is pretty much word of mouth in the lock community. People utilizing word of mouth, her doing different things and people showing up to it. You can have a substantial impact. It don't necessarily got to come from a celebrity. It doesn't have to come from a celebrity. That's my only point. Like, you can have that same impact just by treating the clients that you have very well and them utilizing word of mouth and getting you more clients that's willing to travel across the fucking ocean to come get serviced by you.
Yeah. But you can look at it like what Bias was saying with the old money, new money theory, where, or I think it was 2Ps, I'm sorry, who said the old money, new money thing. The old money has connections, and to be able to align yourself, you know, or to be, you know, even get an honorable mention from this brother is going to and then help build your business. But the old money has connections, and they know how to run in that society. So that's why they can keep their money. Now the new money don't know what he's doing. He comes in and they're gonna fleece him. They're gonna beat him down to the socks if he don't pay attention to what's going on, because they know the game. They know the routine. So when you're dealing with people like that who has all those numbers, I mean, surely that it could help you out. But when you're aligned with these people, so that's business. That's business right there. You want to be aligned with the people who have the connections, and that may be able to sprinkle a little bit of something off of what the fame and the people that they got following, and a little bit sprinkle over onto you.
And not only that, people are kind of hip to the fact that a lot of these celebrities or influencers, they're getting paid to promote. So it don't even have the same impact it used to have. Like at one point when people were just promoting it just because, I went and I liked what they had and I'm promoting it, they now know that people are paying them to promote their brands and their businesses. So it don't have the same impact that it once had. Because you're going to tell me it's the greatest product because they're paying you to tell me it's the greatest product.
Yeah, I disagree. I think some people think like you and Stu Pease, right? And some people like to be seen with something that's like authenticated, right? That's validated. And even though they know it's a promotion scheme, it's the fact that they have it. And it gives them a certain status or something like that, or they believe that. People still caught up on that. Like if you look at headphones, right? When people got headphones or earbuds, look at this shit. Like who got no frills cheap shit? Everybody got the latest updated AirPods or earbuds that's pretty much best quality. And a lot of it is no different than something cheaper. Headphones, Beats by Dre or whoever else. Like people buy stuff for that reason, more so than because it's good and they don't care about the name, brand, or price.
Well, I will say a lot of those headphones though, as far as me, they have better warranties though. So even if there's a similarly priced product or maybe even cheaper, and it has the same quality, the quality of the warranty, meaning how many times I'm gonna have to spend my money to keep this maintain this quality, a lot of times will be better than that other option.
But most of the consumers are young people, people, teenagers and a little older. And I highly doubt, like my nephew be buying this shit. We could put them on we could put them to test. They know about a warranty. I highly doubt if they looking at warranties. Like they look at like, this is the new wave. I'm gonna be cool with this. This is accepted, and I'm gonna buy it because of that.
But do you think we should be promoting that, or it don't matter?
Nah, I'm not anti, or I'm just being a reality. You dig? Like that's not my lane. My lane is my lane. I'm not polite. I can't do everything. I stick to what I'm good at, or I think I'm. But I'm not trying to be the jack of all trades. I'm trying to stick to what interests me. Like matter of fact, I can't support anything if I'm not all in. Like I'm like Lori from Shark Tank. She can't invest in a product unless she could find herself buying it or using it. And she stated that to every entrepreneur. Like, listen, kudos, you make a lot of money, but I can't see myself using this product, so I can't. I'm not your best investor, as I am. Like, if I can't see myself pushing that, it's not my interest. It don't interest me like that. Then I'm not the guy to bring awareness to it, because I give it my all. I don't give it anything.
I gave my best, but I guess my best wasn't good.
All right, so
enough.
I'm trying to find this video. Of Quavo. Yeah, okay, can y'all put it in the chat? I might got clickbait right now. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So if y'all
And
found,
I just want to clarify to Saru in the chat. My whole point, because I actually know small business owners that have kind of got wrapped up into, oh, I'm gonna give them this a discount of free because they're a person of this status and they're gonna grow my business, only to find out that that wasn't the case. So then they end up frustrated, overwhelmed, because now I done gave all of this free shit, off the hope that they was gonna do something for me, and that ain't really happened. So all I'm saying is, don't be, if you talking business, don't be, a fan and shocked by or starstruck. You have a business to run. I'm not saying you can't use people to promote your business or that you shouldn't welcome it, but be skeptical on what you're willing to give away for free off of the hope and the prayer that it's going to grow your business in some type of way. Like, you still have to maintain your bottom line, and you still got to make it make sense. I'm not saying don't utilize people to market your business and your brand, but be very skeptical, because a lot of those people are used to getting shit for free. So when they come, they not, oh no, I'm gonna pay you what you worth. They on some, I am who I am. You should be giving this shit to me for free because I am who I am and I'm gonna help you, whether or not they can prove that or not. So I'm just saying, just don't be starstruck and trying to give all away, all of your products and services off the hope that it's gonna do something for your business. Be a little more strategic than that.
Peter saying drop the link. He wants to cuss out the stars some more. But yeah, it's like I said, you when you building, when you have connections like that, that helps you out tremendously in business, because it helps you get your name out a whole bunch quicker and all that.
yeah, that's interesting, because now I'm gonna ask some of my boys that own businesses, like, I'm gonna get their honest, like, I'm sure they're not going to go live and give the information, but I'm gonna ask them off the record, real estate or whatever they're into, lawn care, like, would they terminate or push off a regular client, services or product, services most likely, to service a high-end client, even though this is a one-off? Would they do that, risking this particular client business that's guaranteed? How often they patronize? I'm interested to see what they say, and that's why I wanted Chef and DJ Focus get their opinion, or even Concrete Corey, because he does a lot of good work with Concrete. I've seen his work. This shit, I don't know how he's not a millionaire. Stuff he showed me, like, what the hell? You could do that? Like, damn. Teach me that shit. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. I'm gonna be the real Polight, like, real money, real mansions, real cars. Like, shit. I know nobody could do that shit, nigga. Because I'm in that field. My man could do a patio and all shit, just decks, just concrete. Like, what? I didn't know that was even possible. For even an option, because with decks mostly wood and composite. So I'm like, you could do that. His work looks unbelievable. But yeah, it's kind of messed up. I get it, to like put off a client, but in my mind, my client should understand the opportunity that I just was faced with out of nowhere. Like this, I know I had you scheduled, but my client and my understand, I take this Beyonce or Tom Cruise, Mike or Obama, like, client should be able to understand that, or they can just go on with themselves and like, I will fuck you, go ahead and do what you do then. Like, go get somebody else. If I'm a barber, go get your haircut somewhere else. You know what I mean? Because how much you actually pay me? How often you come to the barbershop?
But the thing is, a lot of those, even a lot of celebrities, they know how that is perceived when they do that. Like the whole putting people out the store and shutting down the store, that's not even popular like that anymore, because they was getting backlash for that. Like people might be excited, like, oh, Beyonce, but there's always gonna be that wave that start like, now how fucked up is that? Like our money ain't good. You know, they put people out the store to shut it down. Like it started becoming a issue, like the entitlement. And this new wave, to me, that's just kind of it. Some people could be like, oh, that's a great opportunity for the barber. And then some people could really go to the other side and they're like, oh, that was really entitled for him to put somebody out the chair and for Quavo to just go in there and be disrespectful of this man's business. And like, it could go either way. A lot of people really ain't rocking with that shit no more. Celebrities will get drugged over the preferential treatment that they try to impose. Like, it used to be real popular, shut down stores and, you know, they buying all of this, but after a while, they really stopped doing that shit. If you want to buy the store out, you got to do that in advance. You can't be putting customers out because you show up.
Like Stu P said, start twerking for Quavo as soon as he walks in the door.
Yeah, I remember Adrian Broner, the boxer. I remember Adrian Broner, the boxer, went to DMV, motor vehicles, for whatever, maybe to update his registration or renew his life, whatever he went there for. But he was offering money. You know, he started low to take somebody's spot, the next person in line. He started off low, a couple $20, nobody budged. But when he got into the hundreds, somebody bit and let them take their spot, and that was just that. He was next in line. And you know,
yeah, I mean, but that's the best way to do it though, because that person was compensated. They made a choice versus being forced. You see what I'm saying? Like, you compensated me for taking this L. Versus, I haven't seen the video, so I can't really speak. I don't know how it was done, or if he talked to the person like, "Hey, you mind if I slide in the chair?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
I just need a quick." I don't know how it happened.
It's hard to find a video.
Hey, unbiased.
Yep.
2Ps keeps on asking, drop the link.
Oh, okay. Let me drop. Damn it. Oh, right there. All right. There it is. Links there. Yeah, I told you, when I go live, I am very selective when I read the chat. Like, especially when I'm talking. When I'm talking, I don't look at the chat because I get distracted. You know, so when I'm talking, I ignore the chat. It's when I'm not talking, that's when I actually look at the chat.
You was looking at it last night because you cussed me out. Said I was you was gonna kick me out the chat.
No.
Okay,
I can't. You know, you bring it up last night.
Okay.
All I know is that you were talking trash in the chat. That's all I know.
Okay, I have one.
man.
I have one last thing to say. One last thing. IBM. One last thing. Imagine the 80s. Imagine that was a barber shop in the 80s in New York, and it was a real bad man in the chair. You think that he'd ask him to get up?
No.
If it was
He
a
might
real
beg him.
shocker in the chair, you think he
Yeah,
would?
he might.
Quavo wouldn't even say anything either. If it was one of those New York shotters in the chair.
That's it. This
It
is
was a
different
shot.
times, different.
Yeah.
They programmed to love these guys now, 2Ps.
If it was a real shotter in the chair, he wouldn't ask him to get up. Quavo wouldn't even dare tell the man to get up. It was a real shotter in the chair. Because he would know the repercussions of it, irrespective of him being a movie star, anything. If it was a shotter in the chair, he would sit him ass down and wait.
he'd have pulled that apron to the side that he had hanging around his neck that the barber put there to catch the hair. He'd have pulled it to the side and showed him his gun and put that back down. And all that would have been over with. All talk and everything would have been over with.
Everybody in the barbershop would understand to listen. We're going to fuck this place up.
Yep. Yep. You ain't lying about that.
That's how
my bad, Stu. I was just saying my bad, Stu. I would have dropped the link for you. I was doing something.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that if there was a real shutter in the shop, everybody would shut their ass up and wait. But because it's a dude we have no real respect for. Get up. Quavo is here. I'm all wet.
So let me ask you this. Obama, Barack Obama, right? He's well received majority in the black community. If he comes to the barbershop,
he would not have done that. He would not have done that.
Let me just finish. All this is hypothetical. Yeah. I'm saying he will do that. You know, in what I'm explaining. So the picture I'm painting. So if Obama walks to a barbershop and takes a Quavo approach, black barbershop, and say, "Hey man, I gotta go. Can I go next?"
No.
Wait, hold on. Wait, let me just get it out correctly.
Yeah.
So because there's a question attached. Hey man, what's going on, everybody? Hey, can I go next? And I ain't paying for nobody's seat. I'm just in a rush. Do y'all believe that barber is gonna make Obama wait, or he'll take him right away? Preferential treatment.
No. Obama, based on the caliber of the man, and we have seen the man and the character of the man. He would go next. I mean, he wait until who's in the chair finish, and people would accommodate him. But he would not. No. You have to talk.
That's not my scenario, though.
No, because your scenario don't match the caliber, the quality of the man. That man is not going to jump in front of people.
He's in a rush. No, he came there in a rush.
No, even if he's in a rush.
Engagement.
Even if he's in a rush, he's not going to ask somebody to get him out of the chair. It's not.
Yeah,
I
agree with Stu Peas though. Like you're trying to change the context so that you can be right and say.
Yeah, but
I'm just telling you.
But you can't do that.
You can't.
My point is, but we don't know what he would do. But my point is, would it change if it was Quavo to Obama? I know it's a rapper, and we want to look at rappers as animals, and savages. But if it was a president with the same stance, will we have the same take? That's all I was.
No. Because if it was a president, if it was Obama, I've seen Obama go into coffee shops and wait his turn. When he left, he said, "I'm going to grab a coffee." He waits his turn.
And truth be told, I'm gonna say this. Now, I actually feel like Obama waiting his turn is a choice because remember he's highest level official, huh?
No, go ahead.
He's the highest level official. I think the government actually does have say so even over public spaces. That's why they can. Okay, we can offer you something for your house if we're gonna take the land, but overall, we really don't need your permission to sell this fucking land. Like you understand what I'm saying? So
let me take Obama off the table. All right, let's.
No, hold on. Let me hit on Obama real quick. If it was Obama, you'd have. The photo op of the decade that you would hang in your barber shop. You would want that. So you would want Obama in that chair. And I think the guy that was sitting in that chair wouldn't even mind getting
volunteer.
up.
He would volunteer.
Yeah.
It is
definitely degrees. How they say it's degrees to this thing. It's degrees to this thing or whatever it is.
My sister had the opportunity to meet Bush, even though she did not like him. At the time when he was in office, she said it still was an honor to be photographed with the president. Like, fuck all of that. Right. People can say they don't like Obama and all of that shit. But if you got an opportunity to be photographed with him, most people going to jump at that chance.
Right.
Just so that it's a cool story to tell.
And the newspaper is going to show up and all that. If they get it out fast enough. People's going to be on their phones trying to get everybody down there. Obama's down here. You ain't going to be able to leave.
So
You know what I mean?
So if Serena Williams go into a hair salon or nail salon, black owned, or even a fast food restaurant, black owned, and especially like Golden Crust, that should be long. That should Golden, no, not Golden Crust. What's the yeah, was it Golden Crust? Is that the Jamaican one, the Caribbean one? Is it Golden Crust where it be lines be long as hell, food good? All right. So Golden, I think it's Golden Crust. Yeah, no, not Corral. Golden Crust is like a franchise. It's a Caribbean restaurant. It's franchised like all throughout the United States.
Oh, okay.
Food very good, and the line's usually long as shit. So Serena Williams pop up in there, and the owner recognized her, and she'd be like, "Hey, I got a match. I got to eat before my match. Hey, can you do something where I can be next?" And that owner says,
"You don't know Jamaican people. You don't know Jamaican people. Jamaican people are the least starstruck people in the world. The least starstruck. If they don't give her the space and the owner serve her before him serve the Jamaican people, they're not going back there. All our customers in there not going back there. And within 2 minutes, all of the Jamaicans call everybody and say, you don't believe what this dirty girl do. After me in the line for half an hour. Because she says Serena, she makes you skip me. So guess what? She's not going to play that game with our customers. Jamaican people not playing that game with them customers. Matter of fact, if a customer who comes here every day, come into the place, and them seeing you for the first time, the customer getting served before you. Because that person is them bread and butter. They know all the bread and butter customers. They know all of the bread and butter customers. And the bread and butter customer gets served. If you go to a Jamaican restaurant, you always see a man come into the door and say, 2 oxtail from around the back. I see 2 oxtail coming out. Because him come buy oxtail every day. Them don't know you. The value of a customer, a regular customer, cannot be undermined by nobody. That's how you eat. That is your bread and butter.
Okay, so I found the video. Yeah, I was hollering. I found the video, so I'm sharing my screen. This is funny.
Share the screen.
Treatment once he enters the barbershop.
Hey, Lance, you gotta go, Lance. You gotta go, Lance.
We're not hearing the sound properly.
Hey,
your phone on with that bad
Lance, you gotta go, Lance.
As soon as you saw Quaver, he got wet. You realize that he got wet.
Yeah, but old boy in the chair was laughing. He wasn't mad or angry.
He was laughing, but just look at the title of the video. Do you think that's well received? Just look at the title. Quavo walks in and barber kicks client out of chair mid cut. You think that's a positive? Like people, that don't sound very positive. That sound like look at this bullshit here.
The guy was laughing because he said this is bullshit and there's nothing else he could do.
I don't know about that.
No man, look at his laugh. His laugh is like he's serious. That's the kind of laugh he said to a dude.
He looks starstruck to me.
The barber was starstruck, but the dude was like laughing. Said, "Are you serious? This is what the fuck you're doing?" This is.
He also looked a little staged though, like how he was already recording, like he knew that was gonna happen. He probably had already told him.
I mean, is that a nickname he calls everybody, or how does he know his name? How does he know his name?
He's probably regular.
He said, "What did he say, Vic?"
He had probably told him anyway though, like, "Oh, Quavo coming. When he comes, you gotta go." So when he walked through the door, he like, "You gotta go, like you gotta get up."
Yeah, because he was already recording. Yeah,
he was already recording. Like,
no, if that is the condition where I'm telling that, listen, a customer coming through the door now, I try to squeeze you in because I don't know how far away he is. But the instant he comes, you have to get up. I'll understand that. That's understandable. But my ass
It looks like the barber. It looks like the barber and him have an understanding, all right, because like you said, he's already taping and stuff, and he's laughing hard, like dang, I was trying to get one slid in real quick before you got here, but yeah, I knew he was coming, so he's jumping up, smiling, but it don't look like it was,
Yeah, the nigga ain't even asked for a haircut yet, so you had to already knew
was
he was coming for a haircut.
Yeah,
He ain't even got a chance to
pre-planned,
open
looked
up
like.
his mouth.
Yeah.
Everybody in there starstruck. Everybody in there got all the way, including the dude getting the haircut and the barber. Oh, Quaver is here. I hear some men look like them get wet over other men. No, man, don't do that.
Sha'Carri Richards.
Yeah, I don't like that title either. Like Aaron said, I don't like that the way they titled it. It made it sound like he just punked him and put him out the chair.
Yeah. I mean, but people, I can tell from the context, like, oh, that nigga knew that, like he already knew that he was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Like it looked like he had already had a
see.
conversation with him, like, damn, nigga, you ain't make it. You gotta get up. Like shit.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get up, But
it was like damn, he got here before I got mine done. Yeah. What's unbiased?
Yeah.
He ain't said nothing in a minute.
Cool.
I thought you fell asleep. Yeah.
No.
So my question is, unbiased, let's say you was in the chair getting your hair cut because you got a big event to go to. So you in the chair, you excited, finna get my hair cut, and your barber hit you with, oh, such and such finna walk through the door. Like, you gonna have to get up when they get here. You gonna be cool with that?
So I probably won't be the best person to answer this question because the barbers that cut my hair, I know them like personally, like they like really my friends. So I would like them to get the opportunity, because I normally get up anyway. Like if they have somebody running in, like, okay, I can hair real fast, I'll get up because I'm not going to go nowhere normally. I stay there and talk.
But what I'm saying is if you have something you have to do and you on a timeline, like really I can't, under normal circumstances, I would be with it. Like I wouldn't care. But today, I got something to do. No, I really can't accommodate. But it sounds like it ain't really a question. You telling me I got to get up. Like that wouldn't make you feel no type of way?
I mean, I'm sure that if I go somewhere that I might feel a certain way, but I will understand why he made the decision.
Your wedding day. And you only had a couple hours to get to the church. What if it was your wedding day?
Let's say a chef invited me to his shop in Maryland. I'm chilling when we talking about the conscious community, we're laughing and stuff, and I got a hair. I'm in the chair now. I finally got in the chair. As he's cutting me, Javante Take Davis walked in there because he's from Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, I need a cut, homie. And chef like, yo, I'm by. You gotta sit up real fast. Yeah, I gotta do him, man. That's Tank. Like, and I was in a rush for maybe like a debate, whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't. Of course, I wouldn't be happy I can't get a haircut and make my appointment, but I will understand why chef had to do that. Like, damn, that is Tank.
Wouldn't you say make a stipulation for getting out of the chair if it was like that? I mean, like I said, they look like they was joking around, but if it was, more serious situation, would you make a stipulation like, hey, look, I'm going next. You can move everybody back. You ain't just putting me to the back of the goddamn line.
No. I'm not going to back.
Yeah, there's got to be some of that there too, because I'm gonna get my shit cut.
I've seen situations and dynamics like this, but a lot of times, most times, if you in a shop, then you, as the stylist or barber, you're gonna politic with somebody else. Like, man, this just came up. Can you get them out the way? Because I ain't gonna be able to finish, unfortunately. Like, something else just came up, and if you got a good rapport with the people, that you work with, they'll probably help you out. Like, just so the client ain't all the way fucked up, because I'm not gonna hold you. If I'm in the middle of, like, let's say I was in the middle of a sew-in and I got my hair braided down, 2 tracks in my head, I got somewhere I gotta go, and you come talking about somebody famous coming in, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Who finishing my hair? Like, who finna do it? Because I'm not gonna be able to find nobody to finish me right now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you really putting me at a disadvantage.
It's a little different for women than men. Yeah, like, I mean, you got a whole lot more work you got to do on a woman's head, but just for a guy, like I said, they was playing around because there wasn't nobody in the goddamn barbershop. You know what I mean? That barbershop was empty with the Illuminati tiles. So it wasn't nobody in there. They knew what was going on and stuff.
Yeah.
That was just messing around in that.
Hell, it could have been a fellow barber for all we know. Shit, it could have been somebody that he actually worked with that he was, can you cut me? Yeah, I can cut you. But I got such and such on the way. I mean, for all we know, we don't really know the full context if it was an actual client or another barber or whatever the case.
That joint was empty. Quavo and them walked in and brought to life, because before that it was just you didn't really, you know what I'm saying, when you seen them two in there and then they panned out and you didn't see nobody else except for Quavo and them coming
So
in.
the problem you guys had with Quavo is that he didn't pay for the next guy haircut. Is that more? If he came and offered to pay for the haircut, would you guys be more accepted? Will you accept his just rude entrance and want to get in line?
Well, the thing is, I don't know if it was necessarily a rude interruption or not. Before it was sounding like it was a rude interruption. Like the client had no idea. He show up on some, hey, I need you to cut my hair right now, and oh boy, it's put out the chair. Like, so I'm not knowing the context. From this, I don't know if the client actually had an appointment or if Quavo had an appointment and the client showed up wanting to be filled in, and he like, all right, I could try to cut you, but I got Quavo coming in, so when he come in, you're gonna have to get up. Like under that circumstance, then at the end of the day, he was trying to get a person out the way, but it just didn't pan out that way. So now I got to finish the cut. In that scenario, the client knew the risk before they sat down in the chair. The assumption was never that you just gonna cut my hair. I knew going in that you may have to stop and get this other person out the way, versus me thinking I got an appointment or I'm next up, and middle of my cut, you put somebody else in front of me. It's a little different.
That is true. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. At first, now that I'm looking at it, and when the client seen and Quavo called to the person, this wasn't a one-off. So more than likely it was an appointment that Quavo had. So I don't have a problem with the dude getting up, because especially if the barber informed him that, listen, Quavo coming and he's next. And I said, no man, squeeze me since he's not here. Let's see what you can do. Because you know that these dudes always late. I don't have a problem with you getting your ass up. No. Because you knew somebody was coming for the spot. But if it was off the street to a barber that he didn't know, let's say he went into some unknown barber shop and he looked at the dude and said, can I get a cut? No. And the dude said, get your ass up, man, and Quavo. I'd have a problem with that. But I also have a problem with the barber, because if you listen to the sound, the barber got wet. I have a problem with that. But apart from that,
well, we got to blame this on Haskell.
Yeah,
we got to blame all this on Haskell.
I wanted to watch it. I wanted to watch it and disagree with it.
No, I watched it. I'm just messing with Haskell. I'm gonna blame it on Haskell, but it ain't Haskell's fault. It's just like Haskell read the title and he read it like it was word, like we took it, that he was made to get up, you know what I mean? But then it comes to be all set up and all planned, look like, you know what I mean? They just trying to get some hits on the video because Quavo's in it.
Yeah, but didn't the barber sound like he got wet when they listened to it? This barber.
Right. Well, no, the way Haskell, when Haskell brought it in, he said he made him get up.
Yeah.
So that's why I think you went off, Stupid.
Yeah.
Because he said he made him get up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's exactly what the title said too, right? So Haskell wasn't wrong in what he said. He was just, telling us what the title said, but it made it sound a whole lot worse than what it was.
This dude looked like he had Quavo looked like he had an apartment. He came in, the barber knew him, the barber acknowledged him, and the barber said, you have to get up. That means that he had an apartment. This other dude just tried to squeeze him. I don't have no problem with your ass after getting up. No problem. Right, but if it was like coming off the street or new barber shop and telling somebody to get up, no.
Yeah, because that could happen with a regular person. I mean, it has happened where somebody like, oh, can you do? I got an appointment coming, but I can get you started. I'm probably not gonna be able to finish you. You're gonna have to wait. Like that's normal shit that happens because people will try to get a last minute cut or they might be running late. Yeah, they might be running late for their appointment. Yeah, I can still cut you, but I do have another appointment. So, I'm gonna have to take care of them when they get here because you was late. You know what I'm saying? Like it happens. So that's not no big deal to me.
No, that's no big deal to me either. I would have a big deal with that. But if it was like just straight off the street and jump in the chair, I'd have a problem. I have a problem with that. Because you couldn't do that to real bad man. I operate like everybody's real bad man. I treat them with that respect. That this dude will take offense. So even when I'm talking to people, it's not that I'm coward or afraid of people, but I treat you like you're a real bad man. Meaning that no offense, no disrespect.
I'm wondering why Unbiased hasn't went over the dude who shot and killed 3 cops.
Who
did that?
Well,
Who did that?
It happened. Let me see. I got it on here somewhere. But he shot 3 cops and
who?
They arrested
White dude
him.
or a black dude? Oh, that's a white
guy.
guy. Oh, from me say arrested. From me use the word arrested, I knew that it was a white guy.
So what's the story, Indigenous? Again, like this is your information, you would call it. So inform us. What's the detail?
Yeah, you're gonna let him bring up his information. Then next show, you're gonna be making it your talking point.
Yeah, Indigenous. I mean, but like the thing about that is like Stu Pease knew a lot about Germania, right? But that's not his information. He just researched it. So just because he brought it to the podcast, I mean, I can't talk about it afterwards. It's not his. Like he's not the author of this stuff.
We know that, but you gotta give people their flowers when they bring up new content.
Oh no, but the thing is, you got to represent it correctly. Like many times, even during the whole vaccine thing, right? People will bring up bullshit, and it's like, okay, thanks for letting me know what the pseudo's coming with, but you misrepresented this to the fullest. So I can't give you credit for information you didn't represent correctly. Like you got to really be a good ambassador.
Well, my thing is, I'm not saying the information itself, but you give credit to the conversation being started. Because I mean, sometimes there's stuff that you may not necessarily be interested in.
I got it, but I would never deny somebody for giving me a direction, right? I'll never deny. Yeah, you brought it. I never deny that. But if somebody bring a direction and they thought they like, for example, the Neuralink, I already know about that. When he talked about the guy, whatever West with the water from the atmosphere, I already know about that because I immediately went to a Shark Tank episode where it got the same thing. So you got to first bring me something I have not already came across, and then I'll say, yeah, that was definitely your direction first. Like even a dude that went to the vaccine.
You knew about the technology. You knew about that technology.
Yeah, I already know about that. That's why I brought the guy up Shark Tank. But even when the guy that we disagreed with on a lie that came with the nutrients and all that therapeutic study, but he definitely brought the idea. Like nobody discredited him for that. We was glad that he brought that up. So now we was able to look into probiotics more and its relation to how the stomach and everything that that was a good direction. It wasn't true. He misrepresented it, but we appreciated him to put us on something early in the game. So when somebody came later, we were well prepared. Don't forget, I do chess. Chess is all about prophylaxis. Prophylaxis is to have a defense for something, for an attack before it even occurs. So I can't practice prophylaxis if I don't know about the attacks. I love when you guys arm me in advance. So my life is built on that. Like even the pandemic, I was already doing online classes before the pandemic even happened. Prophylaxis. It was not something I had to wait for and adjust. I was already messing with it, flirting with it. So yeah, I don't have a problem with somebody introducing an idea, but you got to make sure you did introduce the idea, something I haven't studied in advance. So at least ask me. I'm biased. Have you came across this before? Then I'll let you know, yes or no. Then you can hold me to that. If I say yes, you can put my feet to the fire and say, all right, well, explain it. Like how would do, you guys. I'll say, okay, explain it.
Yeah, but I mean, my thing is just overall,
West, but you know about technology.
Like, even with stuff that I've heard about, right? Like, if I heard about it and someone brings it, like, I could hear about something and I don't necessarily feel like somebody is interested in it, or, they're following it, or maybe I wasn't even following it. I came across it, seen it. I know a little bit about it, not a whole lot about it, until someone else. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I was wondering that. I kind of seen that, but so tell me more about it. Like, I think sometimes even when you do know something or you've heard about it, sometimes, people can get the conversation going around it. So even if I've heard it, like, no, you didn't bring the information, but you kind of piqued my interest in that particular subject matter. Whereas I might have came across it and I wasn't really thinking about it. Or I wasn't on it like that. Or even if I was, I didn't know that this is something that people actually want to talk about, So sometimes you even introducing it kind of let me know that, oh, well, the other people is interested in this too. And, this is something we can actually talk about and discuss.
Yeah, I understand that, but Indigenous got to actually demonstrate something he brought up that I didn't know more than him about. So, or as much as him. So when he talked about Neuralink, I already done that. I can tell you right now what it's about. And that water thing, I already knew about the technology because I brought up a Shark Tank thing where as I played on the live, they critiqued him and got him to explain all the details as so much they were able to decline his offer of the percent. They didn't give him a deal because they asked enough questions where they were confident that this is not good for the market or commerce. So again, so when somebody brings something up to the podcast, to the live, they have to, or it has to be established that they are the authority on that said topic. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
and I don't think business was on those two things. I don't think he was the authority on those two topics.
Well, you didn't know about Moses West.
Okay, so
and
now
you didn't know about his invention. The water machine. His own invention, the water machine.
We're not talking about that, dude. We're not talking about. I'm sure you can name a basketball player who could do a crossover who I've never heard about, but that doesn't mean I don't know about crossovers. Okay, or bowling. I'm a bowler, but I don't know every bowler that tried everything. But I do know the thing they're trying. I'm educated on the bowl that the role they're trying. So I don't need to know the names to be educated on the technology or the technique. So what I'm saying is I know the technique, I know the education, but I'm not aware of everybody who are behind the technology.
Right. We can't know everything.
But I guess maybe I'm just confused. I don't know why it's always so competitive though. Like
there's no again, you missed the conversation. There's no competition. Okay, there was never a competition on that one. Okay, I felt like he was misrepresenting what happened. I thought he was capping. I still think it's capping.
But you were wrong.
No, I'm talking about your last statement.
I was not wrong.
I'm talking about your last statement. You said when somebody brings something up, they got to establish themselves as an authority on the subject matter.
Ma'am, that's if they're acting like they were the authoritative figure on that actual information. Yes, at that point, you're challenging me now. Like you are positioning yourself as though you were the first on this and I wasn't. So you brought the competition to me. You're saying, look what I found. You guys ain't find it. So of course I'm like, oh, brother, I knew about that. So now I'm accepting the challenge and say, no, I actually knew about that before. Or now I don't know about before you, but before you brought it to this podcast, I was aware of this technology before this. So now Indigenous, so explain your side of what happened that night with the water, so Amber, so no man can hear it for herself. Go ahead.
All right. What happened is what usually happens. I get to telling something, and then it becomes a competition. I bring up
No. Just
the information.
Just explain. No, just recap.
Can I finish talking? See, this is what
You're
happens.
telling your side of the story. I disagree.
I'm
So we
recapping.
won't get,
I'm recapping.
No, you're not. Look, talk about why you even introduced the water guy. Like, start from the beginning. Don't
Because I have been asking people. I've been asking people for 2 years to talk about this brother and give him some support for what he was doing in Michigan, and that he could use a machine in Haiti, like with the.
We're not doing that because I'm asking specific questions. He's talking over it. I can actually, it's live. I can play it back. I can actually play. I don't need him to tell me the story. I can actually play the shit back. It's recorded. I can play it back and you can see exactly how it unfolded. Okay? We don't, so if I'm asking specifically, like, dude, don't give me your outcome of what happened because we're gonna disagree. But just tell us what led to you even talking about it and what was your position or what was the reason why you brought it up? It's a simple
I just
question.
told you.
No, you did not. I'm saying that. Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, no problem. I'll just play it back. I'll play it back right now.
Yeah, play it back.
Yeah, I'll play it back.
I've been asking for 2 years for somebody to play this, and you ain't did it. I've asked you a couple of times to play it before, and you wouldn't do it. So,
okay. So now I'm gonna mute you. Next time you do that, I'm gonna boot you off the podcast. Okay. So this bitch ass nigga know that my last channel is terminated. Okay. All the videos with Timo Cyrus, with Jawu arguing, all those goddamn videos are gone forever. You piece of shit nigga. We talked personally about this, but he keeps trying to act like I'm hiding a video from this guy. All of my videos that I cherished, everything, even when Amber debated Chief X and Jeremiah Judah, that's all gone. Would never get it back ever again. Okay, even me and Rob Bourne, our disagreement, I will never hear that ever again. I didn't save it on my. I didn't save none of those videos on my hard drive. Those 12-hour videos, I didn't save not one. They're gone forever. Everything tied to that channel is gone forever. Okay. All the ex-architect everything we did on my channel is gone forever. He keep talking about it. We established this peacefully on the phone outside of the internet. I said, yo, Indigenous, that channel's gone. I can't recover anything, my boy. He agreed. But he still comes on here being disingenuous, acting like I'm blocking something from him. I'm withholding something from this guy. Everything from the channel is gone. Even when I first argued with even Amber, even I argued with Sosa, that's all gone. We'll never hear it again. Okay? So if Ujawu said, yo, I want that video where I did with Timo Cyrus, I want to embarrass them, gone. If Timo Cyrus said, yo, I need that, if Rob Bourne had segments with Ujawu that he'll probably want to hear again, gone. True Story came on many times, talk about his stuff, gone. Sarnetta came on, well, he was in the chat, gone. Divine Prospect was gone. Zion Lex, gone. Pastor Bennett, gone. All right? All those videos you'll never hear again, ever. But this guy keeps talking about this conspiracy that I'm hiding a video from him. They're all gone forever. I had to accept that. I challenged, I appealed it with Google or YouTube, whoever owns that shit, Google. I appealed it, I challenged it, it hurt me. I could never get those videos ever again. There was all
I know that. I know that's tough. Like,
okay, yeah, exactly. So when I get a time like him telling me that I'm hiding something, I'm like, dude, I don't even want to think about it because it hurts. Like, this is something I had Timo Cyrus, Wujawa.
You're putting words in my mouth, though, man. I didn't say that. You're putting words in.
Let me meet you again. I had Timo Cyrus, Wujawa, and Unc on the platform, my platform, that nobody ever could do. Even they couldn't do it their platform. They could never get each other on their own platform to have a discussion. But they all came to mind to do it. So I was like the peacemaker, pretty much, or the third party, the unbiased person to get them on. You know, they would never agree to this on their own channels. So this was something like unique, proprietary, you could say. So, but he keeps, like, again, it's more disingenuous, no ma'am, when we already had this conversation in private, because he kept making it public like he is now. So privately we spoke and I said, bro, All those videos are gone. You'll never see it. Nobody's hiding anything from you. Another friend of mine wanted an audio back. I let him know too. He's with him some conspiracy bullshit. I'm like, dude, you'll never see it again. And they're going off the guys I think I actually lost. Like, dude, I think I won. So I would love to play that back and, you know, like just now, this channel right here. I haven't deleted any video. I don't do that, my boy. I don't delete it. I might make one private, but I don't delete any video. They're all there. And no video I did in this live is private. This channel right here, there's no video that's private. All of them are open for public access. So you can mute yourself, but you gotta stop going there, bro. That shit pisses me off, man.
Look, I think you took it the wrong way, what I said. I've said I've been trying to get it out. You wasn't the only person that I was trying to get it out to. I wasn't saying that you was the only person. I was just saying that there was some information that I had been trying to get people to pass around the community to help the brother out. That's all I was saying. It wasn't no big argument. Wasn't none of that. I was just trying to get the brother's name out there so we can find out who he was, learn more about his water machine, and if anybody was interested, to help him out, you know, because like I said, it's a wonderful thing, you know, and the technology, like you said, it was there, it existed, but his brother invented his own water machine, so
that's
all
do.
I was saying.
They all invested.
Okay, but that's all. Listen, that's all I'm saying. It's not an argument, man. That's all I was saying. I was just trying to get the brother some advertisement, you know, and then bring some awareness to the community that we have brothers out here that are doing things like that and that can, you know, create, you know, because where they say that, you know, we don't do stuff lazy and all this other shit. Well, here's a positive example for you right here. This is a brother right here that you can look up to, and a perfect, you know, a beautiful example of how, you know, if you put your mind to it, that you can make things work for you. And, you know, I wasn't even thinking about, you know, I wasn't even going to talk about all the, you know, things that you could do. Hello?
Yeah. All right. So as you talk,
I wasn't talking about all the things that you could do with it. You know, I was just trying to give the brother some promotion. That's all. That's where I was going with it.
But as you talking, I'm just gonna in the background. I'm just gonna pull it up, and we'll see. We'll see if it measures up what you're saying right now. That's all I'm gonna do. Because in my opinion, that's not what happened. You came on misrepresenting the technology as though he invented it.
He invented the water machine. I said Moses West water machine.
I heard
you going? That's it. It's over.
Okay, cool.
Moses West water machine.
Right. So as you're doing that, I'll just find the video. No problem.
So.
Had he come on just like that, it'd have been no issue. Had he came on and said, "Hey, I'm biased. You heard about this West Motor Machine? You know, he's doing great things in Detroit. He's giving the have-nots, or however you want to label them, water in the water crisis. Yo, it's fascinating. Look what he's doing with it. It'd have been no argument.
Timestamp.
It'd been no argument. Live. Okay, yeah, here we go. Oh, okay. Wait. But anyway, let me share this video to this. Because I don't like dry air.
Yeah.
So
that was because you know how I remember I was switching through some papers and I found the paper, and then it also had that what I was talking about with the satanic ritual at CERN when they open. Okay. They have a video for that also.
Satanic rituals?
It was a satanic ritual when they opened CERN.
So when you say satanic, so you say satanic, can you define what is satanic?
Well, yeah, it's like worshiping of Satan. You know, like the
Who's Satan?
the devil.
And who's the devil?
The angel. I mean, what the angel that got thrown down and locked up in the fiery pit.
So you think we believe in angels?
It really doesn't matter what you think.
Right, but
because these people at CERN. No, hold on. Let me finish. These people at CERN are the ones who's having this ritual. It's not about what I think or what you think.
Yeah, but
it's
I can
about
have a
what
ritual.
they're doing.
I can have. I got it. I can have a ritual about unicorns, but it doesn't make unicorns real.
Yeah, true. When you're talking about opening up portals to other dimensions, and one of them is hell, you know, and then you have a satanic ritual.
So okay, I got it. So now, can you right now? I want you to provide a link. You can send to my Facebook. Provide a link that CERN is opening up portal, a reliable, credible link from their mouth.
I said trying to open up portals to other dimensions.
I'm just gonna ignore that right there.
One of them being hell.
I realize y'all like this, don't y'all? Y'all like going back and forth. IBM, you messy.
No, I don't. I don't.
Yes, you messy.
I just don't appreciate stupidity. That's all.
You knew he was gonna jump on that. You knew it.
Hey, I mean, you know, like I said, these are things that are well documented. They're easy to pull up, and you know, if I ever had a chance, you know, I could explain myself quite well. But it seems like every time I get into what I'm getting into, it seems like I need to be cut off and talked about.
Now, I told this guy. I told this guy.
Talk about nouns and pronouns and shit.
I told this guy.
They ain't got shit to do with the conversation. Could have waited till I finished teaching.
Got it. So no, ma'am. I'm glad you're here to witness. I told this guy on the live. Matter of fact, tomorrow I'll be back here at like 2 p.m. All right, 2 p.m. I will give this guy 2 hours to talk on a subject of his liking for 2 hours. I don't believe he can do it longer than 15 minutes.
You're not gonna like what I say because it's gonna go back to.
Hey! This is just me. Okay, cool. I got it. You can respond when I'm done. I don't believe he could go longer than 15 minutes on anything or any topic. I don't think he does enough research to do that. But I would give him 2 hours tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern time, to talk about anything he wants, uninterrupted. I'm on mute. Matter of fact, I'll just leave and go to the store. I won't even be around. I'll go start the live, his topic, him in the subject, and I'll just bounce. I'll go to the park and play basketball, go to the gym, come back when 2 hours is basically almost up. I don't believe he can stick to one topic for 2 hours. Or even 1 hour.
I'm not even going. I'm not even going. What do you say?
See, so he doesn't want to accept that.
No, I'm going. Hey, look, I'll do it.
I was going to ask, are you ready, IBM? You got your moment.
Look,
you can pick whatever subject matter you want. You
no, ma'am. We have been put through the fire and to the limit and to the wire, and all this shit is, like I said, child's play to me. What he don't want to do is give me the mic for that long, because what he's gonna have is, his friends talking about why you let him do it again, because I'm gonna hurt your feelings. And I can bring up a lot of stuff and stay on one topic and bring all this shit together. See, that's what I can do. See, y'all can only take the pieces that I give you. Hold on. You can only take the pieces that I give you and then put them out there. But you don't got the whole thing, and you can't put it together like I can. So you got the wrong one, like I said.
So do you accept?
I can get into part 2 sequiturs for 2 hours, or I can get into MAFA, M-A-A-F-A for 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? We could do that, and I could even show slides and things that.
No, you can't, because you can't work slides. A lot of people, you need me to
right.
He's lying.
Unbiased would have to show slides.
He's lying.
But like I said, I would take that challenge, but I mean,
No, I'm saying no
I
slide.
don't
Just
want
talk.
you.
Just talk. Just
Yeah,
talk. You
we
don't got
can.
slide.
Yeah,
We'll take your
chop it
word.
up. Chop it up. We could chop it up because I'm gonna take you from
No, you're just
point A to
lecturing
point
2
B,
hours. So,
and then bring you back to point A and make it seem like easy as hell. And you ain't even never thought about it that way before because
okay,
see,
so
you couldn't put shit
yes or
together like
no?
I can.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's a date. So 2 p.m. tomorrow, you'll be ready on time.
Yes, sir.
All right, there we go. Say no more. Say no more. 2 p.m. You got to 4 p.m. because my class might start at 5. Yeah, so you got enough time, and then we'll address what you said later. All right, so it's uninterrupted. 2 p.m. You sure? 2 p.m. you can make, right?
Yeah, I can make it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. There
Yeah.
you go. All right, and one topic, not 3, 4, 5. One topic, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, if these things tie into the topic, because the topic could be, vague. It doesn't have to say. I don't have to stick on Elon Musk the whole time.
Sure.
If
Yeah,
I'm
you
talking
should.
about,
Yeah, so yeah,
well,
if you're talking about Neuralink, no, if you're talking about Neuralink, I'm just saying an example. For example, if I'm talking about Pfizer vaccine efficacy, right? That's it. I'm staying right there. I'm not doing anything else. If I'm talking about police infractions, whether they pull you over in a car or stop you in the street, I'm just talking about.
talking about scientific racism.
I got you.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got you. I understand. I trust me. I got an LLC. I understand when you get a business, you can give a description exactly what you do for services, or you could be ambiguous, to try to pull some tax invasion shit, or be held to something. I got it.
That's what I'm doing.
I got it. It's very easy to have a vague or ambiguous topic where you can just put anything under the umbrella, but it's very difficult to name exactly what you're going to talk about. You're going to stand in those parameters. And I just gave an example. If I'm talking about police infractions, police pullovers, and whether you're driving or walking, and I stay right there, nothing else, that's what I'm going to do. Stand right there, nothing else. Right? I'm not going to talk about abortions or Roe vs. Wade or gun self-defense, Second Amendment. I'm staying just on Fourth Amendment only. That's it. That's what I would do.
So you're gonna help me use parts of the videos?
No, you don't need videos. You don't need. I just want you to talk. Like right now, nobody got videos now.
Well, you saying when you're doing the infractions, you're using video, so.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not. No, I'm just gonna talk. I'm just gonna talk because I believe I'm that is illustrated where I can tell you something, you can envision it.
Well, I said my topic is scientific racism, so is that good enough for you there? You asked me if I want to talk. You didn't say what topic I had to have, so I'm giving it to you. Scientific racism.
See, now look how. Okay, can you? Okay, got it. Now, how many elements are in that makes up scientific racism? How many elements? Numerous, few, medium. What's going on? A lot.
I just believe it's one.
And what's that?
The belief.
No, ma'am. You see, now if I said that, she'd be on my ass. That's ambiguous. But you say it's a pass, and that's what happens. Like most of these.
I'm not giving no pass. I'm letting y'all have y'all back and forth.
Most of these homes, the college. I wish my boy, the jerk was on here, because in these homes that we have, the pedophiles protected, the drunk is protected, the crackheads protected. They get pass. They get loans and they get rides. The college graduate, when they come home and they need a little bit of help, nobody around. No, zero. But the bum, sympathy like hell for this guy. Oh no. Robbing the family blind, causing all type of ruckus. Sympathy. The college graduate, shit, one strike, that's it. So this guy's allowed to say his topic is scientific racism. Then I say, and he's allowed to lie, because I know about scientific racism. I know that there's many factors, many elements, many subjects to that. And he's allowed to lie and say there's one that's just belief and give no details. So now when he gives his little bullshit 2-hour presentation tomorrow or speak or lecture, he's allowed to just ramble from Margaret Sanger to Joe Biden to Elon Musk to everything under the sun.
I'm gonna say this. For
You
me,
said I couldn't talk for 2 hours. You put up the challenge. You didn't give me no time. I'm sorry, Amber. I mean, no, ma'am.
For me personally, I'd rather not attack what I think people gonna say. I'd rather let them make their argument and then go ahead. So right now, I'm out of it. If he gonna do his presentation tomorrow,
so you don't want to hold him to one argument. So he's allowed to just rant.
I mean,
a whole bunch of shit.
At the end of the day, that's on him. However he presents it. If it's one argument, multiple arguments, as long as he makes quality arguments, I don't really care how many he presents. But it's hard to present a quality argument if you all over the place. So that's up to him. For me though, I'm gonna watch and see how he puts it together because I'm not gonna argue off of what I think he's gonna do. I'm gonna let him go ahead and make the mistake, and then I'm gonna say, well, IBM, this is my opinion on your presentation. I feel like you was all over the place.
Have you heard his last presentation?
No. What was his last presentation?
I did. And it was all over the fucking place. And I had to correct him.
Okay? It was the first one I've ever did, man. I've never been online talking or none of that until I met up with you.
Where is it?
It's with the rest of the stuff.
That's the one that was on the old channel? Okay.
Yeah. But you're talking about predatory lending, man. You're talking about predatory lending. You ain't talking about that's scientific racism too, but you're talking about predatory lending with giving the poor people loans. And well, to me it is because it seems like, the college kids might have a better chance at paying that house off to where the people who are in the community that can't afford it get, they know can't pay it off, so they just going to keep turning it over like that,
IBM, I'm going to tell you this. Now, you can't just say to me it is. Scientific racism has a distinct connotation. So if I were you, if it was my presentation, I would be very clear on what scientific racism is, because that's easy to dismantle your whole argument if you're making up your own definition. Like, that's like securing the L. So
yeah, right.
Your points won't. Yeah, you can't just make stuff the way you want it to be. Now that ain't how that works.
No, I don't. I mean, I can only say it in my words, but I'm going to give it to you out of it. Most of the things that I give you is the quotes and stuff out of these people's mouths. I'm not going to be talking for them. That's why I said I wanted to show. Or I could even read the quotes. I could just talk and read the quotes. I don't care, like I said. But I'll just read the quotes to you, and I can show you how all this shit lines up. They're all saying the same thing. I mean, it's all basically the same talking points. And it's, like I said, it's child's play. It ain't shit to it. And, like I said, you're going to have everybody mad at you tomorrow because they're going to be trying to keep up, scrambling to figure out what the hell I was talking about.
Yeah, I think they definitely gonna see what you're talking about.
Yeah, I feel like you right now you already letting us know your presentation gonna be all over the place. Like, what's the point of presenting?
Amber, let me ask you a question. Amber, was you hearing about scientific racism and all this and these talking points before we started doing our thing, and then I started getting on everybody and made them change their tune? Because, like I said, I'm one of the ones in the community who has changed that narrative, helped to change that narrative. I didn't do it by myself. I ain't saying I did it by myself, but I'm going to put it to you like this. I'm one of the ones who helped to change that narrative because I have been saying it, and I will continue to say it.
I got it. Okay, so the reason why I even became part of any panel, I was a part of, before there's a pseudo killer, me and Chef pretty much came at the same time. When it was really just Sean and Unc the most, and I think ex-architect the most, okay? There was no Concrete Curry, I don't believe. There was no, Sosa was also around at the same time. I remember his argument, ex-architect, but he wasn't well received. And I think Haskell was even around at the same time, but he wasn't well received. Chef was well received at that time. So I became noticed because I mentioned scientific racism by everything. I misquoted. And the reason why I was in a hot seat, because I actually, and look, that's actually still a video. Because Unc's original channel, I'm a Raw Squad, the guy killer, whatever it's called, that's still up. So the original video is still there. And so date that back. So that's before pandemic. That's about 4 or 5 years ago. At the very least, where I misquoted scientific racism, a talking point from the book Medical Apartheid. That book is based on a scientific racism. I got the book. Matter of fact, it's in my possession right now. Take a picture of it. I can switch my camera. You can see it. I own this stuff. Okay, so I misquoted an experiment, and it got on me for that. And like I was like the joke of that live, and like that, and that's how I became known to them. And I had to really fight to reverse their views on me because I was like the laughing stock for a little while. Then I had to fight to reshape my image, and and now we are here today. But I was going off memory though. But I was kind of almost right. I just misquoted some things, and they just really magnified it. And
ate you up.
My opinion was kind of petty, but no problem. I ate it like a human being should. It come out your mouth, you got to own it. And I just worked on being more accurate afterwards. And the way I got my respect back is when they started to like get into the whole vaccine thing. They were struggling on the whistleblower, okay, his information, and that's how I was able to educate them, his talking points and where he was wrong at, and then that was my assignment to like go ahead and just work on that, and that's how I got some respect back from Unc's platform.
Just bringing up old conversations that's been had before, like saying nothing new under the sun.
So I said a lot, but just to key on something so you can understand. I was talking about scientific racism way back then, and Indigenous Black man, and it's recorded in a video.
I believe you. I said I'm just one of the people who's helping, to change that narrative. I'm not giving myself any type of special credit like I'm the only one.
It's a great thing. The brother you mentioned, right, is helping with the water crisis in Detroit, correct?
Oh yeah.
Is it also a great thing for white people? I got it. Is it also a great thing for white people who's also helping with the water crisis in Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that's helping, but I was just, giving a positive example of a brother doing something, with, using his brain, his mind to use the technology that's already out there and create something to go along with it. Because it's just like, say, Singularity Net, they create robots. If Elon Musk uses his shit to make a robot, what I'm saying? He might use their technology, but it's his robot. He created that robot. Is all I was saying. It's not nothing, it's just giving the brother some praise, man. Like I said, I was just trying to get some advertisement out there about the brother because, I hadn't heard anybody talking about it in the community. Basically anybody, and I just asked quite a few different people to put it out there. So,
and what happened? And when you asked,
and it wouldn't be no different. I'm saying it wouldn't be no different if it was a white man, that created a water, that machine.
Put it out there. When you ask folks to put it out there, what did they do? Did they put it out there or they didn't?
No, nobody would put it up.
Why not?
I don't know. Something, I would just post it in the chat, so maybe they wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Right. So
maybe they didn't want to do it at the time. I can't speak for other people, though.
Okay, you didn't know.
I couldn't tell you.
Right, I got it. You don't know. Okay. So I'm going to give my opinion why they didn't do that. Because it's possible you came across to them like you did me. That you came on either their chat or their panel, and you presented the information like it was the brother findings, like the technology was his.
No,
and that's why they probably, I got it, but this is just my opinion why they probably wouldn't put it out there, because you misrepresented him. Like I felt you did.
Like you thought I did, but I didn't.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll play it next week for the commercial. So when I'm playing my titles, I'll play that in between for a commercial break. I'm gathering, more stuff, more tabs. I'll do that tomorrow. Matter of fact, I'll do a commercial break in between your presentation.
All right. Yeah. And it's the racist drunk cops in the box, Malcolm X, the box quotation, and then extremists. And then the timestamp is from 324 to 327 to, and then to 3:30:04. The racist drunk cops. And then in the box quotations, Malcolm X, extremists.
Which title is that?
Or was that? Wait a minute. Is that the one with the?
Nah, I got two Malcolm X things, and there's no racist drunk cop.
Was it the? Wait a minute. Tariq and Andrew should closing arguments.
It wasn't that one.
Andrew should.
Maybe it was a Malcolm X one.
Hold on. No, here it is. Here it is. It's
your citation was off.
Yeah, I gave you the wrong one. That's the timestamp for the Archer Secretary Ventral. Yeah, it's 5:08 in the Malcolm X. So no, say no in the box quotation. Say no to a field sobriety test. Malcolm X, and in the box quotation. Say no to a field sobriety test. It's that one.
And what's the timestamp?
Let's see. I think it's 5:08:15.
5 minutes or 5 hours?
5 hours. Starting
8 minutes.
Yeah, 5 hours, 8 minutes, and 15 seconds.
All right, let's see.
5 hours, 8 minutes, and 15 seconds.
I got it right here for commercial break. All right, so let me play this real fast.
Extra bill.
All right, so let me play this real fast. This is interesting, right? Police officers, let me just play it real fast for just edification purposes. How police officers will try to challenge you based off your ignorance of the law. If you challenge them back, they become dumbfounded. Sometimes aggressive. But either way, you got to stand your ground. Once you go that route, you got to hold your position. And sometimes you got to just go to jail, right? That don't mean you're in for years. You've been there for a day or two. And you'll have the right to sue, which you got proper representation. You can sue the city, especially for the most likely the cop will be at fault. But again, make sure you're recording it like this guy is, right? Because the video is going to make it a slam dunk case for your attorney. No video, good luck. All right, let me go ahead and play this.
How's it going?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Good. You guys filming the documentary or?
Nah, just the police station.
Any particular reason?
Just.
So he's out there recording the police station. Okay. All right. He's at the police station recording activity at the police station. So check this out.
Just so I can view it later.
Any specific reason?
So I can. Nah, just the police station.
Any particular reason?
Just so I can view it later.
Any specific reason?
Yeah.
Obviously, we have security concerns, and when you film in this area where we're releasing people who have been arrested, they have a right to privacy.
No, they don't.
People coming in and out of jail?
If I can see them from public, they don't, sir. You need to learn.
How do you figure that?
First Amendment, you need to brush up on it.
So you gotta stop. This is why you gotta speak to the supervisor right away. Like once the cop prove that he's stupid to the law, stop talking to him because it just goes left from there. And that's speak to his superior, a supervisor, something like that. Because he doesn't even know that you have no right to privacy in public. He doesn't even know that. they're educating him, and he's like kind of confused, and he's thinking like, are they right? I'm not even sure, but it sounds right.
Anything that I can see from public, I can film. You can't trespass what I can see.
What'd you say, indigenous?
I was saying that goes to lack of, teaching, the cops, training and
Right,
stuff.
training, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
lack
so-
of training and.
So the question would be this then. I will ask you and everybody viewing. I would say, did training fail the cops, or did the cops fail training?
Yeah. Good
Because
question.
I believe they failed the training. I don't think the training failed them.
I don't think that they, they're putting the resources to it. That's what I think. So I think that, that the train, like you said, training failed them because
No,
I
I
don't
say
think that they're
failed the
putting
training. I think the training was.
Okay. Well,
and
I got
just
the other.
think they did a horrible job of remembering or learning what they learned in training. Like they didn't take it serious. That's my position.
Yeah. Well, mine is that I don't think they're putting enough resources toward the training and just, running people in and out and giving them a badge and putting them out on the street.
So why would you think that?
Well, you see a lot of quitting. A lot of the cops quit in certain areas, not just, and then you have like some of the new ones you see around town that are basically, they don't know the area, they don't know the people, they're
So
new,
couldn't that
maybe
be a
outer
result of them,
towners.
right? So, but couldn't that be a result of them failing their training rather than training failing them?
Well, if you failed your training, then you wouldn't be a cop. I mean,
No, that's no. Okay, you're not getting it, brother. You could get a high school diploma and don't remember shit in high school, but you actually got the good grades to pass. Okay, and also people who pass the written test and actually pass the road test, when they get onto the highway or the road, doesn't mean they understand what a yield is at that time or understand the alcohol percentage that you got to pass. Doesn't understand certain road signs. So just because you pass and got a license doesn't mean you that transcended to this is what you know from this point on. So on a regular basis, we learn something and then just don't know it anymore. So that's not the education failing you. That's you failing your education. That you didn't take it serious. You didn't follow up. You didn't upgrade. So that's not necessarily that your training failed you.
like cramming for a test the night before and then forgetting it all after the
Right.
test is over.
So, but the information was there. The study protocol was there. So, and the answers was on the study protocol. It's based on the study protocol. So you can't blame your studying tools. You're gonna blame, or if you have an SAT book that guides you what's likely going to be on a test, and you study it, and then like you said, you cram. You don't blame the book. You blame yourself. So I'm saying that these officers cram when they get on the force. They cram. When the test is how they interact with the public, I'm saying they cram.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them,
Okay,
but I'm
that's what
saying a large majority of them cram.
Yeah.
So I'm saying like they're
Like I
not
said,
taking it serious. So if you say if a person makes the argument that the training is failing them, then what they're gonna do is they're gonna fund the police officers and add more to the training, more technology, more blah 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 blah, taxpayers' money. And then there's no ownership, accountability, or responsibility on the police officer. But if you're blaming a police officer for why he's not or she's not able to perform their duty accurately according to the book, to the SOPs, now you're putting the blame on the actual officer. So you get to save tax money and say, hey, you need to go back to your libraries and your SOPs and really study that shit and, make sure that thing is committed to memory. So that saves money, and you're putting accountability and responsibility on the police officers themselves. Like they got to put assertive effort in their training. And when you watch the videos I play back with the police officers with the DUI cross-examination indigenous, which you probably didn't follow up on, you'll see certain cops know the clues of a DUI. Somebody's drunk, and some cops don't. So that means the training is effective. Some cops remember, some cops don't.
Yeah, but if you're putting people out there on the force that you know that aren't,
No, but they
you know,
because they
fully.
actually, again, I don't know what we're missing here, because they actually passed. So when they had a test on what to do when they interact in these moments, they actually passed right there. But they didn't make it a concerted effort to remember those things later, 5 years, 10 years later. They took advantage of their position as a police officer, as a authority figure, but they felt like, man, I ain't got to keep up. No different than a trucker that had just rules on the highway. Of course, when he passed trucking school, he agreed that you can't ride a truck here or this bridge, this, that, and that. But guess what? They still get tickets. Because did the training fail them or they failed the training? They still get tickets because they violated a traffic law, which is clearly in the book.
Potato, but like I said, I see
That's no,
there's a
that's
lack of training.
No, that's a big. Well, again, man, that's
There's
why
a
I
difference.
advise you guys. Diceman could feel what I'm saying now. I advise you guys to like teach somebody something. Like actually teach like for real teach, not just spew on the internet. Like actually get Diceman. And there's a couple guys that's on my live before who are actually teachers or taught people something. Okay, when you do that, when you put yourself in a position of being accountable for somebody's lessons, learning ability, right? When that person goes out in public and misrepresent what you taught, you don't blame them. A teacher blames himself. A real one will blame himself. Like, damn, how can I instill these lessons a little more effectively than, because that kid obviously, whatever training I put them through, whatever test, whatever method, it didn't stick, and that's my reputation. So I gotta try something else. That's a real teacher. They're not gonna put the blame on the kid. They're gonna say, okay, where did I go off at? What went wrong? How come I reach this kid? And how come I didn't see the signs that this kid wasn't even learning? How did I pass this kid when it was clearly failing? Failing to remember or learn the lessons. So anyways, so I'm gonna go forward the video, but I hope the chat to follow what I mean by failing your training failing you. Let me go ahead.
So as long as I'm standing where I'm allowed to be, I can take a picture of anything.
So you can film into a house?
If I'm on the sidewalk, yes, sir.
Okay, so you guys are just filming for your own personal needs and
we don't want to answer no questions yet. We'd rather be left alone.
Okay.
Go on with our film.
Obviously.
So let me read the chat because they kind of got where I was going. All right. Zane says they need to sign another contract for that. They understand and agree to follow protocol. After exam, they need to semi-annual exams. They need semi-annual exams for every 6 or 3 months, quarterly exams. And no, ma'am, I think it's both. Part of effective training is having ways to measure retention of information, field evaluations, audit, etc. should be part of it. Yeah, because these guys are responsible for people's livelihood. You can take away their freedom, take away their life. So these guys should really be A+ students when it comes to their training. And then when they're cross-examined or when they're at the internal affairs, because don't forget, they are examined, but just when they are examined, they're in trouble most likely. It's either internal affairs or a lawyer cross-examine them, or internal affairs, they get asked them questions. So, and that's when they realize that this cop don't know anything about police work as much as they should know. So it always comes in about bad situations. But other than internal affairs or defense attorney cross-examine them, you won't know this police officer is incompetent. He's on the streets, portraying that he's a law enforcer. And you don't know the laws damn. So this cop right here is a great example. He didn't even know. They educate this fool. So you can record people in their home. Yes, you asshole. If I'm in a public accessible area, it's your duty to maintain privacy. It's not my duty. It's your duty to put your license in your wallet, not around your goddamn neck. It's your duty to put your check book at your home or your car, not in your hand where everybody can see it. And I can take a picture of it. All right. So that's how that works. It's your duty to wear clothes. You dig? Because that's also called private parts. So it's your duty to wear clothes. It's not my duty to like look at you and your neck and I can't look at you. Or even snap a picture. That's your problem.
You dig? So, you know, so it's on the persons. It's on them to make their information or their body parts private if they don't want the world to see. So, a woman can't say, "Hey, what you looking at?" A straight man can't tell a gay guy what you looking at. You dig? You need to make yourself presentable in a way where you won't get those reactions. All right. So let me go ahead.
But hold on for a second, real quick.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that I understand where you're coming from, and you know, I'm not trying to make an argument out of it. But what I say to the cop training is that I'm gonna use one of your analogies. You can't just because I graduated high school doesn't mean I'm ready for PhD college level courses. It's, you know, it's steps and it's training, so it's a progression, and you have to be trained in, you know. But when you're throwing the newbies out on the street, that's what I was saying, you know. But it's a certain level, you know, and certain amount of learning experience on the job experience and all that comes along with it too. You know, we all know that. So, you know, I mean, it's just, you know, you got the people, a lot of fresh faces, young faces that are, well, in my community at least, that has came out. And some of the other cops has got sent to other places or, you know, whatever, but moved up. But you got a lot of fresh faces around here that there's basically you don't know. But like I said, there's stages to it, and that's like the brother said in the chat that you have to take class after class after class, and then you take your physical every year and stuff like that. Do a lap around the track or whatever. My cousin was telling me about it. He's a cop, but you know, stuff like that. But it takes time to work yourself into somebody who is that streetwise and knows the ins and outs to that new guy that's just coming out of the academy.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
You guys are upsetting people, which is why I'm up here. Because I could care less if you guys are up here, but
we can care less if we upset people too.
Okay. All right. Well, if
their feelings are not our concern.
Our rights aren't subjected to their feelings.
I got it.
Yeah, that's right.
So antagonizing people doesn't concern you guys at all?
What is that? I don't understand
You're
how you.
antagonizing
How,
me
how,
right now.
yeah, exactly.
antagonizing you?
You're the only antagonizer here.
But you're in public, right?
Yeah. But you're on the clock, right? And you serve me.
Right,
You serve
I'm
the
doing
public,
what I'm doing.
And I'm
what I
asking you
was
to leave me
sent to
alone.
do.
I'm asking you to break contact. I don't wish to engage with you no more.
Okay.
So you have a good day. You're dismissed.
Can you state your name and badge number, please?
No, you can see it. It's 315.
Is that what you tell the judge?
You guys can do whatever you would like to do, and
We already know that.
but as long as you guys are recording our inmates, our people coming and going, they obviously have a right to privacy.
No, they don't.
Ask Trump to build the wall right here.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
You guys are merely antagonizing people.
No, you're the only antagonizer here.
Us into getting us to stop recording because you don't want the light shine on you for some reason.
Doesn't matter to me.
Then you should have just left alone.
Yeah.
You're the
Hey.
one that's making a fool out of yourself with what's coming out of your mouth.
That lady wasn't bothered. She said hi. You're the only one that's bothered. Look at you.
That's that basically it. I'm just showing how, you know, when you make contact with a police officer and they give you directives, just because this person's a police officer doesn't mean the directives are actually lawful. Like you gotta know, you know, whether these are lawful directives or they're not, and you can challenge them because they're gonna say words as scary like trespassing, soliciting, loitering, and most likely the officer has no idea what those terms mean in regards to law, trespassing, and these guys right here educate them all the time on what those things really mean. Or the supervisor comes and steps in and educate them promptly. You know that they're out of line. Many of these cops don't give their ID or their name, but when a supervisor come on the scene, they make them give their name and badge number. So it'd be kind of funny. But so that's all I'm trying to say. So that's why it's important to learn what you need to know upon making contact with a police officer, because that really decides your freedom or your life, or you know, some financial responsibilities, some financial obligations. So you really need to know that this what he's saying is true, and so you can challenge it. You know, if it's bull, if it's BS, you can actually challenge it. If it's true, then you gotta eat that in court. Either plead guilty, pay for, or work out a deal. But it's better to just know in advance, like you know, what the laws are and how they apply to you. right? Indigenous, you'd be better off. You'd be better off.
mean, it's like I said earlier. It seems like anytime that you have a reaction with a cop, it seems like the training and the programming, they go straight to trying to catch you up in something. So when you're sitting there having that conversation, especially after they pulled you over and stuff, you're sitting there having that conversation. And most of the time, like you say, just don't say nothing, because the only thing they're doing is trying to get you to admit to a fault, or you did something wrong, or pin something on you. So I'm definitely not talking and giving them extra, doing their job for them and giving them extra shit to use against me in court. The hell with that. Incriminate myself. I'd be mad, kicking myself in the ass while I'm up in jail for the amount of time I'm there, or prison. Ignorance. You let do your job, mother. Especially if like you said, if you're not guilty, then you got a little leeway. You ain't got shit on everything's straight. You got a little leeway to talk a little bit. But if you riding dirty, you just look, sir, I just had a bad day. I just need to get to my destination. I'm sorry for speeding or whatever it is you pulled me over for, or the tail light or whatever. If you could just give me a ticket, I'll go ahead and go on home. I had a hard day, and I really don't feel like, conversating right now, buddying it up. Oh, yeah, what's the name of your girlfriend? Yeah, hey, what's your dog's name? Hey, I like your car here. Could you open up the trunk for me? He's not being your friend. He's trying to find something to get your ass in that car for. That's why we have all these people in America in prison, in jail. It's part of it.
Why do you think? What's the number one reason why they don't know about these tricks that cops pull to find a confession or find a probable cause to legally search them and see certain things, or even detain them? Like, what's missing that they're able to do that, and that the pedestrian or the resident or citizen is constantly always falling for these tricks? Like, why is that?
It could be blind faith. It could be lack of education. It could be suppression of information and not putting the information out there in the areas where it's, visible for that.
Yeah, but whose responsibility is that to put the information out there where it's visible? Whose responsibility is that? Because it damn sure ain't the police department, right?
No. I would say, we would say earlier, you might want to, teach some of that in school and stuff, but you would like to, but it ain't happening.
Now the school rate, you're not gonna fit anything else in the school, not during school hours. You might be able to put something after school program, and people do that. Yeah. So but as far as the school hours, you kiss that goodbye. That's not gonna be. They're getting rid of subjects. You dig, an elective. So you damn sure ain't squeeze something in the school during school hours. So just kiss that one goodbye.
They're not just throwing it out there in the press or in music or in movies or on the radio for you.
It's not really their job to a lot of them try to avoid politics. That's not really their job. But whose job is it really in the community to put that out there for the people to get a hold of?
Community leaders, maybe.
Yeah, so you're supposed to hold elected officials, right? You're supposed to hold community leaders, and right. So those are the people who you get in their ear, and they're accessible. It's not like they are not. Especially they had these meetings where everybody can talk on the microphone. That's the best time to really express that. But yeah, it's our duty to point out things that should be done that's not being done, especially something like that. So little as that. That's not really cost that much money to print flyers, pass to the people, educate them of their rights. When it comes to law enforcement, it's not a lot of money going to that.
Go down and threaten the mayor and tell him to get you a venue, or you ain't voting for him next year.
Yeah, well,
so we can have a meeting.
a mayor is not going to really take those threats serious, you know, when people do that, because they look at those people as just a small sector that's not reflective to their real supporters. You know, like they got to see thousands of people in mass, you know, demanding that, and then he might budge a little bit.
Right. You gotta have the numbers. You definitely gotta have the numbers. If you take one man down there to picket, they might shoot him. If you take 1,000 down there, you know, they're gonna be way less quick to pull that trigger. Going mass, but you know, community leaders, the churches. You could use the churches. I mean, you know,
because the
put the
church
information out there and stuff. Have programs and stuff after hours, like you're saying. Maybe anybody that's interested.
The churches, the masjids, and these religious institutions, Jehovah's Witnesses, but like these Jehovah's Witnesses, these religious institutions really have the ear of the people, right? The eyes of the people. That could be something, but again, like they're not just gonna magically, like, oh yeah, we could do this. Somebody got to present it to them.
Yeah.
For them to say, yeah, this is a good idea. It's good for our people. Let's push this. Because if they're not pushing,
off-duty cops come by and talk and stuff too. That's part of the church. You know, you have cops and stuff that's part of the church. So ask one of your members, the policemen, if they would come by after hours and give a couple of speeches to the kids, talk about some of the stuff that they should and shouldn't do, show a couple of videos and stuff like that. We already have the venue, you know. Just put the projector on the wall and then show the kids and any adults who want to stay around and are interested in listening and learning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they don't do that anymore. I mean, you know, it seems like you don't see as much going on in the black churches, because that was the havens back in the day for people, you know, for our grandmothers and people like that. But nowadays, you know, you don't have that anymore. Just like we moved away from those ways, even though you might not believe in the church, there are still things that you could go in there and it might help you out with some clothes, or you know, help you find a job, or you know, and all that stuff. But yeah, that's all been kind of pushed to the side for, you know, personal gain, and you know, living keeping up with the Joneses and stuff.
Yeah, possibly.
They trying to Creflo Dollar and these guys out here. I need a plane. If you don't sit your ass down somewhere, you know, I mean, it's craziness, and people falling for it, like you say, and supporting it. Cause we talked about that before. You was like, yep, and people still support that shit. And I was like, yep, you're right. I couldn't, you know.
There's a link. It says a link. Control half I put in. Let me click and see what it is. He said this is a good traffic stop. Because of course I come across like good traffic stops where people, you know, put the cops in their place and blah blah. But that's not in our community. That's not good enough to get viewership and subs. Like they're gonna need the controversial. I realize that. Okay, so all right, so let me play this video. It's only 15 seconds. It's quick and to the point. Oh, damn. I didn't lift the damn screen, though. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right here. Oh, I got a Kamala Harris thing for you. Do you like Kamala Harris?
I think she's a beautiful lady, but I don't.
As far as like her work, her background, you think she's
I'm not too familiar with it. I know a couple of things about her, but they were negative things that I'd have to do a little bit more research, because I really haven't researched Kamala.
Can you recall the negative things, or no? Can you need more time?
Well, some of the things that I heard was she's a California governor or something like that, and something about there was putting
Yeah,
blacks
but
in jail. That's what was said. Now, I'm not saying that's I don't because I said I don't. I'm not sure.
Prosecutor.
Yeah, said they was putting a lot of black people in jail out there under her reign or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't think all of her efforts to put people in jail was terrible. I think some of us wanted parents to have some type of accountability for their kids who's wilding out, committing offenses and crime. I think some people in our community society wanted the parents to get fined or feel the impact of their child's terrorism, right? And I'm one of those people. So I really don't have a problem. It's just me, not saying it's right or wrong. It was a great idea, bad idea. I understand. When I hear that part, I really don't have a problem with her holding the parents accountable for their children's action, because in my opinion, they come home, they're well fed, they're spoiled, and they don't have to ever look at their mess that they make, from the parents. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I don't have a problem with her, but other stuff I do have a problem with, and I'm gonna let it play where you guys can see it too. But let me play this link from Controy Hi-Fi.
I'm saying to you, you're not going to get every single thing that you want. It's not the end of the world.
This is how you start the party.
Want
this face to believe that?
I just want to be free.
Been crazy, man.
I can't even see it yet.
I'm over here talking and I'm on mute. Oh yeah. So I seen this guy's face, and yeah, this is one of my boys. He's definitely one of the auditors that be holding the cameras. He's definitely one of those guys. So yeah, so he's gonna know his rights. All right. Yeah. So I'm familiar with this guy face. All right. So let me just play a little bit of it.
Yes, sir.
Roll your window down for me, please.
I can hear you just fine.
So I'm going to have to ask you to roll the window down.
I can hear you just fine, officer. There's my license.
To roll the window down, please.
I can hear you just fine, officer.
Yeah, so from what I know, I don't think you got to roll your window down. You just got to roll it where they can get your documents. I don't recall you have to roll your window, because what if it's scolding hot, you don't have AC, or it's scolding hot, you got AC and it's like light, or if it's cold as hell. And yeah, I don't, the roll your window down thing, I don't think that's lawful. I think that's just a suggestion for the police officer.
There's my license. There's my registration. Or my insurance.
Is there some reason you can't roll the window down? I saw you roll it up.
I don't answer questions. I don't answer questions.
You don't answer questions?
That's correct.
What's the reason for that?
I don't answer questions. Do you want my license and registration or not?
Pronounce your last name for me.
I don't answer questions.
I'm going to need you to pronounce your last name.
That's a direct.
I don't answer questions. It's there on the license.
And look, that's the same tactic they do. When you ask for the badge number and name, they'll point at their badge and say, "Get it from this." You know, when they make you gonna look at their badge, and then they'll turn their back when you're trying to read their badge number and their name. They'll reposition themselves. You can't really see it that well. So that's the same tactics that they do. That same pettiness. Fast forward a little bit.
We're traveling 43 and a 30.
Actually, I think it said 40.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's 30.
You're pretty sure or you're positive? You're pretty sure or you're positive?
Yes. You can also hold on as same way they hold you accountable to what you say. You can hold them accountable. Because again, your defense attorney is going to review the footage, and he's going to hold him to what he actually says. So he's confused on it. So he's trying to blame the motorist, for the confusion on the speed limit when he's not even sure. And believe me, that's damaging. That can be damaging in court. Not it is. It can be.
All right, well, I'll just turn around and I'll check.
Here's your information.
You want to hand it to me, please?
That's as far as I'm
Would you please stick it through the window?
I'm not going to do that, Mr. Stewart.
All right, well then, I don't know what to tell you.
Sounds like we're going to be on the side of the road a long time.
Well, I guess so.
This officer is completely being petty, as everybody can see. He's retaliating, which police officers are not supposed to do. They're not supposed to retaliate, and he's retaliating because he didn't roll the window down. This is called retaliation. Get to it.
Give me another opportunity to take your information, Mr. Stewart, and roll your window down so I can hand you the citation.
You can pass it right through here. Thank you.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm willing to take it right here. Would you please give this to me, or are you not going to give me the ticket?
What was that?
Detained, or am I free to go? I am being detained? Am I being detained?
Yes, it's important to know that before you pull it off. You want the police officer, if you can, you want them to respond to that question. Because even if you're not in the car, when they question you and they stop talking, you want to know that you're still detained, you're free to go. All right, you want to know that because you try to walk away, they're gonna arrest you and play little games with you.
They won't answer me.
Mr. Stewart, here's your copy.
For you.
Court date is June 6th, June 7th at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, so there you go. So it's Contra Hi-Fi link. Yep, I'm familiar with the guy. He's definitely an auditor. Indigenous? Any commentary on that?
I mean, that's the way you handle it. I thought at first he was going to try to. Oh damn, he just threw the ticket in on him. I see. That's kind of a delayed reaction right here. You know what I'm saying?
So there you go.
TV,
so,
yeah, he threw the ticket in on him, and just he couldn't say nothing. He wasn't giving him any leeway to open up no conversation or nothing. He was just like, look, yeah, all right, just give me my shit. Here's my shit. I ain't answering no questions. And he knows he's got, the cop knows he's got the Fifth Amendment rights to do that, but he's, standing there looking at him like he's, just dumbfounded. Like, you're not going to say nothing, then he turns around and walks back with stuff, you know, after he finally takes it. I mean, yeah, that's how you do it, you know, but I'd have been a little more cordial, but I you know, I wouldn't have, because he seemed like he was just a little aggressive, you know, with how he was handling, but other than that, that's the way you do it, because, like you said, you don't want to argue, you ain't got time to argue, the only thing I'm here for is the ticket, give me my ticket, let me move on down the road. The more I talk, the more you're going to try to figure out something to get me on. Because what was that he said at the end? You know, can you, like you said, can you pull me over? If you'd have just took off the side of the highway, then, you know, all of a sudden it's, oh, you know, he's trying to escape. He's trying to run from the cops, and then you got that on your record. Even though he's gave you everything, you know, because they just looking for a reason to get you. No matter, you know, who you are, you know, like I said, shit, you say less, like they say, like the kids say less. Shit.
Man,
That's how I feel about that.
Still talking about, let me see the degrees of this. I'm over here burning up in this damn car.
Hey, would you rather me send you that video I was talking about, or just I can give you the information now and you can look it up yourself?
What video is that?
The one where the guy killed the 3 cops in Kentucky.
No, just tell me about it. I can look it up after I hear
All
about
right.
it.
I'll tell you his name real quick. It is Lance Stores. And Lance is spelled regular, but the Stores is spelled Storz. Lance Stores.
Okay, what about it?
Well, I was just giving you the name, and then you can look it up, and then you can do something on it tomorrow or add it.
Right, I will, but I'm saying as far as the shooting, like, have you looked into what they were caught, what they shoot for, victims, things like that?
I haven't got that in depth, but I know that I can read you part of it if you want.
Right, but you said no problem. But yeah, you could do that. But you said you don't know in depth, right?
Well, yeah. What made him go off? I'm not exactly sure what happened there, why he went off and did what he did. But I can tell you. It says it right here. It says 3 officers were killed when a man opened fire on police attempting to serve a warrant at a home in Kentucky on Thursday night, authorities said. 4 other people were injured at the scene in the rural area in the mountains parts of eastern Kentucky. The Floyd County Sheriff's Office Friday identified 2 of the slain officers as Deputy William Petrie and Petersburg Police Captain Ralph Frazier. Please forgive me if I mispronounced that, but the 3rd officer passed away from his injury Friday and was identified Saturday by Kentucky State Police as Prestonburg Police Officer Jacob Chaffins. Meanwhile, 3 more officers were injured. State Police said 2 remain hospitalized in stable condition. An emergency management official was also injured. A police dog was killed, according to an arrest citation. The injured official remained hospitalized Saturday, State Police said. Police took 49-year-old Lance Stores into custody late Thursday night. Responding officers encountered pure hell when they arrived on the scene. Floyd County Sheriff John Hunt told reporters Friday afternoon they had no chance, he said. Stores used a rifle to fire multiple rounds at officers around his residence on Main Street, Kentucky. Behind the picture. Main Street, Kentucky, the citation said. Hunt said 4 deputies initially responded and then called up for backup when shots were fired at them. The officers at the scene were under fire for hours. Hunt said he said stores surrendered, or see the pictures over top of it. I can't see. Negotiations that included store's family members. Now the picture's not over no more. Hunt said the deputies were serving a court-issued warrant related to a domestic violence situation. State police were called to the scene at 6:30 p.m., joining local officers already on the scene. I'll stop there. But yeah, he went off. Killed a couple cops, shot the police dog and killed it. And over a arrest warrant, and they arrested him. And when you see his face, you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, they beat him," but they didn't kill him. They arrested him. That's why I wanted to show you that. That's the one I was talking about right there. Got the name and everything spelled down. Hello? Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that was updated on July 2nd, 2022. And that was the CBS News that I got this information off of, so y'all can't say I'm using pseudo sources over here. Just presenting what was on the news here about this fella, and I was wondering why I'm biased. But you can't see everything all the time, so that's why it's good to have more than one pair of eyes looking for stuff that you can use as information for the channel. Is you there, somebody? All right. But yeah, since he's not here, we was talking about Elon Musk earlier, so let me read you a couple quotes that he said. All right, so here's one of Elon Musk's quote. It says, "With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon." And all those stories where the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, it's like, yeah, he sure can control the demon. And then, that didn't work. Then he said, engineering is the closest thing to magic that exists in the world. And, we were warned about craftiness and these things in scriptures if you follow them. But, it's not just the scriptures that talks about it. These are words that they use, and like guile and craftiness and things of that nature. And it's just here's a definition for crafty: is skillful and clever, adept in the use of subtlety and cunning. All right. In this sentence, a crafty swindler, the crafty detective that got the suspect to confess to a crime. Now you hear that? The crafty detective got the suspect to confess to the crime. I'm getting this out of Merriam-Webster Dictionary. This is one of the, using the word in the sentence that they use. They use this sentence. All right. And it's marked with subtlety and guile, like a crafty scheme. All right. And, that's why I say you out here letting people tell you history, which is his story. And then you're out here watching your television, which is telling you a vision, tell a vision. And then you're out here talking about you conscience, and that's science that you're playing with. Because like I said, these people, the stratagem that they use, to go against us is one of the things I'd like to show tomorrow with the MAFA, MAAFA, if y'all want to look that up and check it out. That's one of the things that I would talk about tomorrow. And because I have a video on that I'd like for y'all to check out once you get the time. So the you're talking about the American economy and how the elites, made laws and things to put us in the situations that we're in, and how they, how slavery made a lot of that possible. Because the American economy at that time, at almost every aspect of the American economy at some time was invested in slavery. Banks, railroads, insurance, police, tobacco, these companies, and clothes industries, and newspapers, etc. It wasn't just the cotton plantations. Cotton makes clothes, right? So the fabric companies up there in New York and places up north needed the cotton, so they were all working together. And and then when they freed us, it was cool when they had the slaves freed. The slaves, because you were an asset. But once they freed the slaves, then they call it the Negro Dilemma. If you want to check that out, but this is freeing of 4 million slaves, into American civilization. They worried about the economy and things like that, how it's going to affect the economy and all that. And then that's right about the time that what they came up with was the eugenics movement, and which also inspired Hitler and the Nazi movement. Galton came first, not the Nazis. It was Galton, Francis Galton from Virginia, and the eugenics program, right? And they tell you how they feel. They have quotes in their books. They were writing these things and putting out how they felt, because they really didn't care at the time, and I guess they felt that this way of life was going to keep going on, so they made laws like I talked about the other day, like Park, Sector, and Ventrum, and they have these laws written down, so it's not like they're hard to find. And Oregon, I can show you some things about Oregon, to how they still got a lot of their laws written down. So, but just like Part 2 Sector, Ventrum, it started in Virginia, but it moved to all 13 colonies. So what was going on in Oregon was basically going on everywhere else. If it wasn't already in your state, best believe it was on its way. So, just things like that. And then you go down to what eugenics was, and it was the quelling of the black race, or the colored race, people of color, but also the poor of their own race. So it wasn't just, they say it's a race, but it's more a class thing. And then they were, using names, like I read to y'all about, let's see if I can find that. I read to y'all in Part 2 Sector, Ventrum, is taking away the accountability of the father. Well, actually, it's taking away the biblical right of the father, which, in Scripture it says that you are what your father is. You come from your father's seed. It says that in a couple of scriptures. I could even give you scriptures if you wanted, but it's taking that away and changing it to the right of the mother, so that the slave can be, the slave master wouldn't be responsible for the child he delivered, and it was also still an asset to him, so he could sell them and get rid of them and didn't have no accountability. Didn't have to leave them nothing, didn't have to give them nothing. So this is, you're taking away the right of the father and you're giving it to the mother. So that there, is them taking away their accountability, just like with Francis Galton is where I was going with there. He started saying that he was against slavery after slavery was they stopped, abolished slavery, because it was no more lucrative to say that, you know, anything about the black people anymore. So, you know, they knew that they would catch flack for it, and it wasn't as lucrative to talk about the black people anymore. And they didn't have them as slaves, so they couldn't get away with it no more. So that's the only reason why he, you know, because it was basically all that shit was debunked as they lived. I mean, even, you know, we go to Darwin, Galton's cousin, the name of his book, The Origin of Species. It started off The Origin of Species by means of natural selection for preservation of favored races and, you know, and all that. And they took the preservation of favored races off of there because they knew it was politically incorrect at the time of its writings. So they just shortened it down to The Origin of Species. But yeah, that we don't talk about things like that, you know. And these are the same people, the same line, and they didn't grow up that far apart. You might think that if you're talking about Darwin and you're talking about Sanger, you're talking about a whole different timeline. No, they're not. Their ages is not that far apart. So these people basically, well, Galton was only like 12 years younger than Darwin. So these people are all doing this all at the same time, and it's still going on today. You know, this same thing, the programming, the wanting us to get rid of our kids to quell our numbers and keep our numbers quelled, which they have since 1980. Hence the reason why we've stayed at 13 to 15% of the United States population. And then you know, with Sanger and her, what we call Planned Parenthood today, went through a couple revisions, I guess you'd say, but she was a known Klan supporter and maybe even a card-carrying member, and she was also a staunch promoter and supporter of the eugenics movement, right along with Francis Galton. So, like I said, these are the people who throw out the stratagems. And, you know, like I said, with guile, which, you know, in guile, when you say a war, they call for deceitful cunning rather than firepower. And that's crafty, crafty and all these different words, guile and stratagem and an artifice or trick in war, or deceiving and outwitting the enemy. You don't think that? I mean, I think that's one of the perfect words right there for what we're going through right now at this time. So, you know, I mean, and like I said, if you know where to look, they tell you this to your face. So anybody that's arguing against this, and, you know, they're crafty designing, you know, I mean, you can just point them to some of these things that I might be able to show you if I get to do what I supposedly unbiased said he was going to let me do tomorrow. You know how that guy is, so we're going to have to just wait and see till tomorrow. But I don't know if the brother's still on here or not. But, yeah, and I would also like to say, since I have the mic, that when we're talking about certain things, as far as with the kids, is what I wanted to say. You know, when we already know that the father's out the house, right? So now, what they're doing is giving the kids right to say yes or no to whatever they want to. So they're taking mommy out the house too now. You know, so we got to be aware of that. And look at how it's being done, and they're pushing their agendas down their throats, and we don't have to talk about what they are. And one of the worst ones that they're pushing, you know, but I'm pretty sure we know what they're talking about. I don't want to get unbiased in trouble. I don't want to have him cuss me out because I got his channel shut down, because, you know, I'll get heated and start talking crazy. So I'll just leave it at that. But, you know, we have to pay more attention to the kids, and whenever chance you get, you know, because this is the future of America. You say you love America so much, it doesn't matter what kid it is. It's the kid. These kids are the future of America. This next coming up generation. And I mean that was in all the songs when we was coming up. I don't, and I don't know what happens to that, but that's what was in all the songs that we was coming up. The children are our future and all this other stuff. But now it don't seem like anybody is. The way they're letting things go on in these schools and how they're just, and then we're all falling for it, falling behind it, and following them to their demise. These are their talking points. You talking that evolution crazy shit. I'm gonna ask you a question, chat, and put a 1 in the chat once I'm done if you understand where I'm coming from. All right. Now, some people would say that evolution takes tens of thousands of years, but they're lying. Darwin says it takes millions of years, okay? So now, riddle me this. If we went from Homo sapiens to what we consider today in 600,000 years, how do you have enough time if it takes millions of years to evolve? How do you have enough time to evolve just in that instance? Evolution takes millions of years. And the top people in that field will tell you that evolution takes tens of millions of years, maybe even hundreds of millions of years. Just for a whale's tail fluke to turn into legs takes tens of millions of years. Monkey separation, I can't even believe I'm saying this shit, but our separation from monkeys went 7 million years ago. So how the fuck you have enough time to do all this motherfucking mutating and evolving if you don't even have the time and space to do it in? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you understand where I'm coming from? 600,000 years we evolved from Homo sapien to man when it takes millions of years. So how the hell did we evolve so fast in 600,000 years? And I didn't say a million years. I said millions of years. So that is only, 25, 35% of the time it might need to take just for, because like I said, it takes millions of years for a whale's tail to turn into legs. That's what, so that type of evolution would take tens of millions of years. And the split from into the genus Homo, I guess you would say, from monkey, and then it started, splitting, and then it turned into the genus Homo. Well, that's only 7 million years, bruh. So you don't even have enough years for all, and then you got to remember that all these probabilities have to come together. All these probabilities that have to happen, these billions and billions of probabilities that have to happen, have to all emerge at once in this, this person or thing or whatever it is, that it has evolved, this person, plant or thing or whatever, that has evolved. And so just like I said, it doesn't work. That shit's easy work, and it's not hard to, shut that shit down if you know what you're talking about. But I'm not allowed to talk, so, this is what you get when I'm allowed to talk. I'll tell you some true shit and put you on the right path. You got a lot of people out here telling a bunch of lies, and the only thing they doing it for because it fits their fucking narrative. They don't want to change their narrative. They don't want to tell you the truth. They want to keep on going with the bullshit that's coming out of their mouth. So, like I said, it ain't hard, and I don't know. I guess Unbiased went to sleep, but we can finish this up tomorrow if y'all interested. Y'all come on by tomorrow. He said 2 o'clock. It might be just a little bit later, but hopefully, I'll get to do it because, like I said, I can go on and on. This ain't shit for me, and I ain't pulling no papers up. I ain't even pulled up a source yet. I'm walking around with the phone in my hand, talking. That's how easy this shit is for me. So, like I said, hopefully tomorrow y'all can make it and come check out. I'm gonna be talking about scientific racism and putting some of this shit together that needs to be talked about. So I'm gonna go ahead and get off here, fam, because I don't know what Unbiased is doing. And it's 3:14 over here where I'm at, so I'm getting a little sleepy. But yeah, everybody, if you can, please tune in, tell a friend, and so on and so on. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Love everybody in the chat. Everybody appreciate y'all for coming out. And like I said, keep the grass low. Keep your head up and your grass low. All right, appreciate y'all. Bye.